Yo legends! Welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in, because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer: I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note: I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Naruto, this god of death is too genius. Page 21. This battle seems to have ended here. But is Xia Li willing to do this? Doesn't he know that he is at an absolute disadvantage in basically every aspect? Will being close make him lose faster? If you just want to delay time, then it is indeed the best choice to distance yourself and fight with throwing techniques. However, Xia Li's purpose is not to delay time. He is thinking about how to win this victory. The way to win depends on his hidden cards. If these cards are exposed in advance, then the prepared Uruka will definitely be defensive, and it will be difficult to win by then, so even if he is in such a situation in passive moments, there is no rush to use it. It's over, Xia Li. Although there is nothing wrong with you being a genius, the time for growth is still very short, Uruka said at this time. Although he was in a battle and he was in a serious state, he did not show any. With all his strength, he can still speak to prove this. The next moment, Uruka clenched the kunai in his hand, preparing to give Xia Li the final blow. This blow would determine the outcome of this battle. And this was the moment Xia Li was waiting for. There were electric arcs jumping around on his legs. At this time, Xia Li felt a different feeling coming from his legs, which was stronger power and faster speed. Yes, Xia Li barely learned to use Thunder Release to temporarily enhance his physique after a semester, but the degree was not high, and it was completely different from the Thunder Release chakra mode. But this was because he had massaged so much. After a long time, he gradually mastered the lightning escape stimulation method that was most suitable for his body. This method is basically tailor-made by Xia Li for his own body. Even if he tells other people the method, it is impossible to use this enhanced method according to Xia Li's method, but it can be used as a reference, and then he has to learn to empty it. In the dark state, you slowly observe the method that is most suitable for your body. The reason why Xia Li didn't use the Thunder Escape enhancement before is that the physical gap between him and Uruka cannot be caught up with the enhancement he currently has, so even if he uses it, he is still not as good as Uruka. Coming out is a waste of chakra. Now, Xia Li just strengthened her legs, not for stronger strength, but for faster speed. This sudden increase in speed prevented Uruka from reacting at all, and he saw that his last blow failed. However, Uruka immediately realized that something was wrong, and he seemed to have been hit. Sure enough, after Xia Li dodged the final blow, he stabbed himself with the silver kunai he had personally given to the opponent. Uruka had no time to think about why Xia Li's speed suddenly increased so much at that moment. His body shape was already uncoordinated due to the last blow, so at this time, facing Xia Li's seemingly a simple stab was so difficult to avoid. However, a Chunin is still a Chunin after all. At the last moment, Uruka still dodged the stab in a slightly embarrassing way. As his body retreated, seals began to form in his hands. The moment Xia Li stabbed the air, he immediately pursued him. This was the final round he was preparing for. If he missed it, and the opponent knew the speed of his explosion, it would be basically impossible for him to win, so the outcome was that's it. Xia Li's speed was not much worse than Uruka's originally, but now, with the enhancement of Thunder Escape, she was naturally faster than Uruka. This also forced Uruka to change the seal that he originally wanted to use to form the instant body technique into a substitute technique. However, Xia Li obviously would not give the time for Uruka to form the seal. Although his speed was not fast enough to interrupt Uruka's seal, but electric arcs danced on Xia Li's right hand and arm, and several stones were thrown from Xia Li's hands. These stones were faster and more accurate than any stones Xia Li had thrown before. Xia Li, who has collected the speed of Uruka's seal before, can be sure that even if Uruka's seal can be faster, if he wants to continue to seal, he will be hit directly by the stone on the arm of the seal, and this has already happened. It can be regarded as Xia Li's victory, not to mention that Urka still has a kunai in his hand, and the sealing speed will be affected and become slower. Urka naturally understood this. Looking at the stones, he immediately stopped the seal with some helplessness, and could only hold the kunai tightly again to block the stones. While blocking, Urka also realized that Xia Li would pursue him. Although he lost the opportunity, most of the opponent's enhancements were in speed, and his strength was still weaker than his own, so he still had a chance. However, this time seemed a bit long. With Xia Li's speed, he should have been close. Urka, who had shot down the stone, suddenly reacted and looked at Xia Li over there. Sure enough, he saw that Xia Li had formed the last seal, and then Urka saw the wind wrapping Xia Li. This is wind escape gale wind palm. And something doesn't feel right. Soon, Urka understood something was wrong because Xia Li's figure had disappeared in front of his eyes. Without using the teleportation technique, Xia Li's speed suddenly increased again and Xia Li appeared above his head. At this time, all he could do was block himself in front of him with both hands. In fact, it is most suitable to use kunai to block at this time, but Urka's reason tells him that he cannot use kunai. In fact, he also understands that this kind of ordinary kunai can basically not hurt under the wind escape. The other party was in danger, but he was not afraid of 10,000, just what might happen, so Urka chose to take the leg with both arms. Obviously, at this time, Gale Palm is no longer suitable to be used as the name of this ninjutsu. Xia Li used Wind Release Gale Kick. To strengthen, it is natural to strengthen it to its strongest point. At this time, Xia Li's legs have been strengthened by Lei Dun, and they are obviously more suitable for the power of Gale Palm than their arms. If Thunder Escape is to strengthen Xia Li's own power, then Gale Palm is an external strengthening state. In this state, Xia Li's speed has once again increased dramatically, and all the preparations are for this moment, allowing Iluka couldn't dodge it at all and could only face Xia Li's Gale Force Kick head-on boom. Even though Xia Li is only in the first grade, after Xia Li's continuous training coupled with the strengthening of Thunder Release, and finally the instant burst of the sea-level ninjutsu Gale Kick, this power has exceeded a limit. Urka couldn't even resist for a moment before he was knocked away. At this moment, if it was an enemy, Xia Li would definitely choose to use the Wind Escape Wind Cut technique again, but the opponent was Urka. So Xia Li's last choice was to chase after him with the remaining power of Gale Legs. Go up. Urka looked at Xia Li in front of him and the kunai in Xia Li's hand, and he already understood that he had probably really lost this battle. Even if he knew how talented Xia Li was, he was completely I didn't expect that I would lose here. How long has it been? Is Xia Li able to do this? Thinking about what Xia Li used just now, the increase in speed before was definitely Thunder Release. The electric arc jumping on Xia Li's body can explain everything. Moreover, Urka later did not expect that Xia Li actually mastered the sea-level ninjutsu Gale Wind Palm. And even very skilled, not limited to the palms, but able to transfer the power of Gale Palm to the legs, so that the places that have been strengthened can be strengthened again. This is not as simple as 1+1. The superimposed power completely exceeds the range that Urka can resist. Teacher Urka, I won. Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief at this time and said with a smile, Ah, you won. Urka's mood was a little complicated at this time. He really lost to his own student, and the opponent was still a first-year student. Well, I hit a lot this time and barely managed to win. If I do it again, I definitely won't be able to win. Xia Li looked at Urka's expression and thought for a while before comforting him. What Xia Li said is also true, because if it happens again, Urka also knows everything Xia Li knows. Then Urka who is prepared will not fall into the trap as easily as today. In this way, between them, the gap between them is still huge. After all, although Xia Li's chakra has increased, it is still small, so the strengthening of thunder release is not lasting. The gale palm is even shorter, and there is not much practice, so the seal must be formed with a full seal, which Urika knows it can't be used as a trump card, so it will naturally result in losing. Even this time, it was not easy to win. His chakra was basically used in the last period of time, and it was just enough. At most, he could use the Fukiri technique. This was a chunin, and a teacher-type chunin who was not good at fighting. If he were a fighting ninja, then whether Xia Li could win was another matter. Don't worry, if you win, you win. You don't get to know your opponent on the battlefield. The teacher is not that fragile. Urika was a little amused. He just sighed a little. After thinking for a while, he said, "Come with me." Okay. Xia Li also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if Urika became autistic after being hit by him. He just wanted to test his current combat power, and he didn't want to hit anyone. Soon, Urika took out a scroll and handed it to Xia Li. This is Xia Li's eyes lit up, feeling somewhat similar to when he obtained the three-body technique, right? The instant body technique is your reward for defeating me. Urika also sighed. The previous 3 generations asked him to teach more, but even so, he thought that this scroll would not be handed over until at least the 2nd grade. As a result, it now seems that there is no need to wait until the 2nd grade. Xia Li was immediately surprised when she heard it. It was indeed a teleportation technique. Although it is also a basic ninjutsu, it is very easy to use. Xia Li has wanted to learn this ninjutsu for a long time. The substitute technique is still too passive, and the teleportation technique needs to be more active. The most important thing is that this is also a ninjutsu that he must master in his plan. What the happy Xia Li and the still sighing Urika didn't know was that the battle between them had been watched by someone with a crystal ball. Chapter 40 Progress and Communication. Today is the last day of the first semester for students in ninja school, so Sandai has been sitting in his seat for a long time, flipping through the report cards on the table that have been handed over by various teachers. Sure enough, just in terms of grades, the best ones are undoubtedly second-year Hyuga Neji and first-year Xia Li. The results of these two are very eye-catching even if compared to senior students. Hinata, the 3rd generation, looked at Hinata Neji's name and couldn't help but think of the other person's father and sighed, not knowing what he was thinking. Then Sandai looked at Xia Li's name again and was also thinking. He had already read all the information about the other party's father and even read it more than once. His experiences from childhood to adulthood were very innocent and ordinary. Of course, the opponent's talent is not bad. Overall, the opponent was already working hard to become a Jonin when he died. However, from the perspective of the 3rd generation, the opponent's final destination is probably to be a special Jonin. Even if you are lucky, you may eventually be able to become an ordinary Jonin through meritorious service. I didn't expect that the other party could give birth to such a gifted child. In terms of theory, willpower, and his own ninjutsu talent, he was excellent. The last 3 generations saw such a perfect talent and eventually became the 4th Hokage. It was a pity that Kakashi also had extremely high talents, but a lot of them were wasted because of the White Fang incident and Abido incident. But even so, Kakashi is still an elite Jonin in the village and a mainstay in the village. Looking at Xia Li's results, the 3rd generation also had a smile on his face. Waiting for him to grow up, maybe the village will let's have another mainstay once again. As long as Xia Li can reach the level of combat power of Kakashi without the Sharingan, the 3rd generation feels that this investment will not be a loss. After reading all the results and arranging the classes for this graduating class, the 3rd generation focused his eyes on the crystal ball, and the scene in the ninja school also appeared on it. In the end, the scene fell on Naruto's body. However, after Naruto left, Sandai looked at Xia Li next to Naruto and suddenly became interested. Sandai, who often observed Naruto, naturally knew that his classmate Xia Li was usually the first to leave the classroom. Today, he drove Naruto away first and stayed in the classroom, so he must have something to do. What was it? After paying attention, the third generation continued to observe Naruto. After a while, the third generation once again focused the scene on the ninja school. Ho, are you fighting Uruka? The third generation suddenly felt some inexplicable expectations in his heart when he saw this scene. Soon, he saw the entire battle between Xia Li and Uruka from the crystal ball. Even though Xia Li and Uruka's skills are both three-legged cat kung fu in the eyes of the third generation, this must take into account each other's age. Uruka's talent can be seen at a glance, but he is undoubtedly very qualified as a teacher. Xia Li actually won the victory from Uruka, and the opponent's talent in ninjutsu was even more exaggerated than what he thought 3 generations ago. Not only could he use sea-level ninjutsu, he could even control it. The substitution technique that has been reduced to 3 seals can exceed the speed of forming 3 seals in 1 second. It can fully control the sea-level wind release ninjutsu, and can also use the form changes of thunder release to temporarily strengthen it. The most important thing is, Xia Li is only 6 years old. Even Kakashi's performance at this stage is only different from that of Xia Li, but after all, Kakashi has the teachings of White Fang, and Xia Li has just been exposed to ninjutsu when he was 6 years old. However, Kakashi didn't work as hard as Xia Li when he was a child, but even hard work cannot deny that this talent is a bit too good. Even though this talent was so good that it seemed a bit unbecoming of an ordinary person, the third generation did not doubt Xia Li's identity at all. If Xia Li was a spy arranged to come in, then there must be something wrong with the other village's head. If you don't train such a genius well yourself, then throw him into another village to become a spy. Even Konoha doesn't carry such a waste. After Sandai took a puff of tobacco, a certain idea in his mind slowly became established. Just in time, Uruka is expected to come over and report Xia Li's talent problem to him in a while, so it's just right for him to call Xia Li. Xia Li walked from the ninja school towards the training ground, thinking about this battle as he walked. Overall, he thought it was okay. From the initial test, he got more information than expected. This was also due to Uruka's carelessness, which allowed Xia Li to know the physical difference between them and the speed of forming seals. It's just that Uruka's skills are weaker than Xia Li thought. This was very important information in the battle, and after obtaining this information, Xia Li had already made a follow-up battle plan. In the end, the plan was successful, and he also won the battle. Sure enough, a battle with intelligence and a battle without intelligence are 2 completely different things. If he were to fight Uruka again, he would have a chance to win, but the probability was needless to say. However, Xia Li only needs to grow up for a while, at least when the gap in strength is not so big, it will not be difficult to win. Now, his quality in all aspects is still too low. And in terms of throwing skills, Xia Li also knew that his throwing skills only ensured accuracy, and there was no change in throwing at all. Although this was also related to the stones Xia Li used to throw, it was more because he wanted to learn, but I don't know how to practice. As far as he knows, Uchiha seems to be the best at changing throwing skills. Others are not very good at it, and Uruka most likely doesn't know it, so he can only maintain the current situation. If Xia Li's throwing is also what has its characteristics is precision and speed, but due to the lack of changes, some ninjas with quick reactions will still be avoided of course. Xia Li will not belittle himself. Now he is not completely powerless when facing Chunin. He doesn't know the other party's ninjutsu. Does the other party know his ninjutsu? The opponent is most likely not good at throwing, and most importantly, if he can't defeat Xia Li, he can still escape with the power of thunder escape and wind escape. Gale legs tilde Xia Li's speed is not slow, and with these 2 increases, Xia Li can still escape when facing most Chunin who don't focus on speed. But you can't be careless because of this. He is just outstanding in one aspect now. In terms of basic attributes, he is not as good as most genin. He must continue to work hard. Xia Li, who was thinking this way, also came to the training ground. After the battle with Uruka, he still had a lot of energy left, so he was not in a hurry to go home. Sinai didn't ask for leave today, so he didn't want to go back after the training. Late, on the training ground, as expected, Xia Li was already here, and looking at Xia Li today, he seemed to be working harder than before, as if he was venting. Xia Li could also guess why. It was probably the final grades. The assessment for the second grade was different from the first grade. With the ninjutsu course, the importance of ninjutsu to ninjas is self-evident, so ninjutsu the proportion of the results is very high. In Xia Li's condition, the score for this course can only be 0. In addition, Xia Li's theoretical score is not very good. Just scoring first in physical skills does not help. His total score is still the highest in the class. Tail level. Therefore, Xia Li's current situation is that he is once again stimulated by his results. Page 22. Seeing Xia Li's hard work in exercising, Xia Li couldn't help but be inspired and joined in today's exercise. However, what Xia Li didn't know was that while he was exercising, Uruka also came to Xia Li's house and wanted to look for Xia Li, but found that no one was at home. This made Uruka scratch his head, and his originally excited mood calmed down a little. He was called over by the third Hokage to call Xia Li over. Uruka naturally told the third generation about Xia Li's victory over him. After all, this was the third generation's order. All teachers would report the good students in the class to the third generation. He originally thought that this time it was just a formality. But he didn't expect that Sandai would ask him to call Xia Li over. Is this going to be a direct investment? Uruka was also really happy for his students, so he rushed over without stopping according to the home address he left when registering, and then Xia Li didn't go home at all. At this time, Xia Li must be exercising again, right? Uruka took a deep breath. It seemed to be possible. To be honest, he had always been shocked by Xia Li's talent, but now he suddenly felt that it seemed that it was not unacceptable. Uruka looked at the cold weather and sighed. What can he do? It's a holiday and he has nothing else to do. Just wait here for a while. Xia Li didn't know that Uruka was waiting for him. After the exercise, he began to use the remaining chakra to give himself a thunder massage. Even though it had been many times, every massage was good for the body and mind. This kind of enjoyment, he felt that not only the physical aspect, but also the mental aspect would be much better. After the massage, Xia Li slowly closed her eyes and slowly entered a state of emptiness and darkness. That's right, he has made more than a little progress this semester. The state of emptiness and darkness no longer needs to be in the extreme state after exercise. Although he can't enter it directly when it is normal, Xia Li estimates that it will soon. It is really difficult to enter the void state for the first time, but after entering it once, the difficulty decreases, as if you are climbing a 90-degree cliff ahead, and after climbing to a certain stage, all that is left is a hillside. Although it is still very steep, the difficulty level has gone down. That is, the empty state is not as helpful to Xia Li as before, but Xia Li still likes to enter this state, and observe some things in this state, and also try to think about some things because in this state his thinking is really very clear. It's a pity that he can't think too much yet, otherwise he will directly exit the void state, but it must not be far away. Therefore, the current sequence of Kongming state and lay-done massage was naturally arranged in the most reasonable way, but they were still far from Xia Li's final idea when put together. After a long time, Xia Li opened her eyes and called Xia Li over there. I'm going to trouble you again today, Xia Li. Xia Li said with some embarrassment. It's okay, a free experimental subject is still very important to me. Xia Li also joked. Yes. Xia Li nodded heavily, not caring about this at all, and his heart was full of gratitude. Xia Li is actually not joking. His understanding of morphological changes will deepen every time he enters the void state. The most suitable experimental subject for these understandings is naturally Xia Li. After all, Xia Li's physical talent is still very strong, and he can bear it. After Xia Li's experiment, if he makes any progress, it will be fed back to his own massage the next day, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, Xia Li is grateful to Xia Li and does not feel guilty about treating him as a test subject. After all, although he treats him as a test subject, if he tells other people about this matter, see if others are willing to treat him like him. Experimental subject. After all, not only will this experimental subject not be life-threatening, but it can also increase the strength of the body for free. Why not? Xia Li soon felt so comfortable that his whole body was going limp. As Xia Li progressed, the effect of Lei Dun massage on Xia Li gradually improved. However, it is still completely inferior to Xia Li's own effect, and based on Xia Li's experiments, this should have an upper limit. Xia Li himself does not have thunder attributes. Even if he receives thunder escape massage every day, his resistance to thunder attributes' sexual growth isn't much either. Therefore, as Xia Li improves, he can control chakra more accurately, but the limit that Xia Li can accept still depends on his resistance to the thunder attribute. After all, if the resistance exceeds, it will cause damage to Xia Li's body. The harm caused is not worth the loss. Soon today's Lei Dun massage was over. Xia Li looked at his hands and couldn't help but smile. He felt that he had reached the standard in this aspect, and his previous idea should be able to proceed. Then, Xia Li ended today's exercise and said goodbye to Xia Li. Xia Li still had to exercise for a long time after receiving the massage. Although it is said that to maximize the effect of Lei Dun massage, it is best to wait until Xia Li has completed his exercise, but Xia Li does not have that much time to wait for Xia Li to complete his exercise, and Xia Li will not ask Xia Li to do it. So wait for him. So, even though they both knew what to do for the best effect, neither of them mentioned it. Xia Li has never minded helping Xia Li, but the premise is not to affect herself. In any case, Xia Li will always put her own interests first, and even in the future. I looked at the sky and saw that today was the last day of the semester, so there were no classes. Even after exercising, it was still early. Sinai probably hadn't gotten off work yet. While thinking, Xia Li finally walked towards her home, and then saw Urika outside the door. "Teacher Urika, why are you here?" Xia Li felt very surprised. Could it be that you came here to take revenge because you lost to him? Cat? Urika shivered from the cold. The weather was not warm. He looked at Xia Li and found that Xia Li's current state was obviously that he had been trained. Urika did not hesitate after sighing, and told Xia Li about the third-generation summons. Xia Li's eyes suddenly shrank, followed by a violent surprise. The summons of 3 generations, what does this mean? He has a clean family background and is talented. This kind of interrogation basically has only benefits for him, and there will be no harm. He doesn't have to worry about being directly killed if he is found to have problems. Let's go. The 3rd generation must have been waiting for a long time. Although Urika was a little cold, he said immediately, "Well, I'd better clean up before I go there." Xia Li pointed at her sweaty body. "Isn't it impolite to go there like this?" That's right." Urika also reacted and agreed. So, after welcoming Urika into the house and making him a cup of hot tea, Xia Li walked into the bathroom with his clothes. Even when it was time to clean, Xia Li couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 41 Flying Thunder God and Massage at Xia Li's house. Urika was drinking hot tea while looking at the surrounding decorations. As he imagined, the layout is generally relatively simple, but the house is not too small. After all, Xia Li's father was quite strong in his eyes during his lifetime. If he were still alive now, he would probably have become a special person. Are you a Jonin? I don't know if he will be able to touch the side of a special Jounin in this life. However, in such a family, it is really gratifying that Xia Li can work so hard and still be so talented. Soon, Xia Li came out of the bathroom and put on a turtleneck sweater that he rarely wore, with a simple white coat on top. His short black hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked very energetic. Urka couldn't help, but his eyes lit up when he saw Xia Li dressed like this, and said, Xia Li is very handsome when dressed up well. Why haven't I seen Xia Li dressed like this in school? Ah, because I have to exercise often and I'm afraid it will break. If I exercise, just wear something casual. Xia Li replied casually. Xia Li-san worked really hard. Urka looked at Xia Li and sighed again. It's okay, Teacher Urka, let's go. Xia Li touched her hair and said after it was dry. Urka suddenly realized, where did the wind in the room come from, so it must be a form change again. The surprise was no longer so surprising. Urka nodded and walked towards the Hokage's office with Xia Li. Hokage-sama, Shintagawa Xia Li has been brought here. Urka brought Xia Li to the Hokage's office. Oh, it's Urka. The speed is a bit slow. Is it Xia Li who is training again, so he didn't find anyone at the first time? The third generation said with a smile. Although he didn't use the crystal ball to check, he also you can guess what's going on. Yes, Hokage-sama. Urga scratched his head and said. Well, then Urga, you go down first. Our little genius and I need to talk alone for a while. Yes. After Urga retreated, Sandai and Xia Li were the only two people in the room. Of course, this was in Xia Li's perception. In fact, there should be Anbu staring at this place. At this time, he was also looking at the third generation in front of him with a little curiosity. Of course, this was not the first time he saw the third generation, but he had always been there before. It's a very long distance. It's the first time that we've been so close today. Ho ho, little guy, I have heard your name from Naruto for a long time, and today we finally meet. The third generation behaved very cordially, like the grandfather next door. Yeah, I've always wanted to meet Hokage-sama. Xia Li acted a little embarrassed. He didn't believe that the third generation hadn't observed him with a telescope. After all, the things he had just exercised were accurately stated. Hee, you should have heard the rumors about Naruto in the village, right? I'm a little curious. Other children have stayed away from Naruto because of this. Aren't you afraid of Naruto, Xia Li? The third generation thought about it and started from Naruto, whom they all knew. Why are you afraid? I never felt that Naruto would hurt me. Besides, why is Naruto regarded as a monster? He obviously didn't do anything. Xia Li asked knowingly. Well, Xia Li, you should have heard about the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage's face felt a little sad after mentioning the fourth Hokage, and then said, the fourth Hokage used his own life to stop the legendary monster. Saved the village from the monster. Well, of course I know, the fourth Hokage is my idol. Xia Li decided to get closer to each other. Idol, ho ho. Suddenly, the third generation laughed a few times. But this has nothing to do with Naruto. Naruto is Naruto, and that monster is that monster. Even if the monster is sealed in Naruto, it has nothing to do with Naruto. Xia Li said after thinking for a while, he knew that there was no need to hide the sealing technique. After all, his library card was given by the third generation himself. Furthermore, there is no need to hide the matter of Kyuubi and Naruto. There is a lot of word of mouth among the adults in the village. Although most of them are not clear, it is enough to gather clues. The third generation also knows this, so he can guess it. It's normal, but Xia Li definitely can't mention the terms Kyuubi and Jinchuriki. Yeah, it doesn't matter, but many people don't think so. Sandai said after sighing. What they think is their business. I only know that I think Naruto is very good when we get along with him. And Xia Li paused for a moment and said firmly, sealing the monster into Naruto's body is a matter of I think the village owes Naruto, not that Naruto owes the village. Does the village owe Naruto something? Sandai took a deep breath of tobacco. Although he had thought about it a lot, it was still surprising to be said so by a child. Yes, Naruto did not do anything to regret the village. Instead, he helped the village with his own body, so the village owes Naruto. Xia Li expressed it in the simplest way, without going around and around. His child's personality doesn't match. What if those people are afraid that the monster in Naruto's body will go berserk? And aren't you afraid? Sandai asked at this time. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? As long as I'm strong enough and stronger than that monster, I don't have to be afraid. Xia Li said seriously those words that in the eyes of the third generation were a little ignorant and yet very simple. Ha ha ha, are you strong enough? That's right. Sandai laughed and had no intention of attacking Xia Li. It was good to have such a goal of becoming stronger, and it was also in line with the ideas of a little genius. He said maybe it really comes true? So, the fourth Hokage is your idol. Do you know what his most powerful ninjutsu is? Of course I know. The reputation of the fourth Hokage has spread throughout the ninja world for his golden sparkle. The most famous one is the instant technique of the fourth Hokage. Xia Li did not directly say the name of the flying thunder god, but use instant body technique instead. And it shouldn't be an ordinary teleportation technique. It's a special teleportation technique that only the fourth Hokage masters. Xia Li continued. Yes. The third generation stroked his beard and couldn't help but nodded. Xia Li's answer was of course correct, and it seemed that he had done some research. He was really a fan of the fourth generation. Then the third generation smiled gently. Said, so, Xia Li, do you want to learn this special teleportation technique? The moment Sandai finished speaking, he saw Xia Li froze there, with an incredible look in his eyes. Can I really learn the Yondaime-sama's ninjutsu? Yes, ninjutsu is for people to learn, but you have to know that this ninjutsu was created by the second generation, and only the fourth generation learned and perfected it. It is very difficult. The third generation said this. I couldn't help but get serious. I can definitely learn it. Even though Xia Li had already had a premonition, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised after getting the confirmation. That was the flying thunder god. Ho ho, this is not something you can learn just by wanting to learn it. I have to give you a test before that. The third generation said and took out a scroll and a special kunai. When he saw this kunai, Xia Li had already recognized that it was the kunai of the fourth Hokage that was engraved with the mark of the flying thunder god. It also had the words Sword of Ninja Love engraved on it. It's not easy to learn Yondaime's teleportation technique. It not only requires talent in ninjutsu, but also an extremely special talent. And this kunai was left by Yondaime for testing. The kunai, and the scroll next to it contains test methods and necromancy ninjutsu. After 1 semester, I will test your mastery. If you are really talented, you will be qualified to learn the 4th generation ninjutsu. Sandai said and handed the kunai and scroll to Xia Li. Xia Li took the kunai and scroll and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he was not the flying thunder god yet, but it was enough. Testing the talent of learning flying thunder god. It is true that those who planted the trees will enjoy the shade. Although the 4th generation had the pioneering work of the 2nd generation when they were learning, they were basically crossing the river by feeling the stones. It was easier for him. Because many problems have been solved by the 4th generation, if he still can't learn it this way, then he can really give up flying thunder god. Come on, little genius, I also want to see one day when the 4th generation's teleportation technique appears in the ninja world again. The 3rd generation encouraged with a smile. I will work hard. Xia Li said seriously after putting away the scroll and kunai. The third generation looked at Xia Li and nodded. He really wanted to see the reappearance of the flying thunder god. He had thought about learning such a powerful ninjutsu, but it was obvious that he did not have the talent for time and space. Even if the fourth generation also thought about teaching the flying thunder god, but in the end he was unable to find a successor, not even Kakashi. In the end, he could only teach many levels of the Flying Thunder God formation to the personal guards. I hope Xia Li really has this talent. Mainly from Xia Li, the third generation can really see the shadow of the fourth generation, the same perfection, the same, no, we have to work harder. If after one semester the test shows that he does not have talent in this area, he will have to give up, and he cannot waste his studies in other areas. Soon, Xia Li left the Hokage's office, said goodbye to Uruka, and returned home alone. Then, Xia Li couldn't wait to open the scroll and started reading. The method recorded in the scroll was actually very simple, which was to record his chakra in the mark on the special kunai, and then slowly the ground establishes a connection with this kunai. After the establishment is completed, you must be able to use your own perception ability to perceive the location of the kunai. The clearer this perception, the better. There is also a channeling technique recorded on the scroll, which is a channeling technique specially used to channel spiritual instruments. It seems that it was used to channel this special kunai after the connection was established. Therefore, channeling is also a ninjutsu that belongs to the time and space category. If you can use channeling to channel this kunai, is it considered a success? How could it be so simple? Xia Li felt that it should be related to spiritualism, but in the end it still depends on the final test of the third generation. It is definitely not something that can be achieved easily. At this time, Xia Li looked at the specially made kunai and put it away with a pity. Although he wanted to start the first step directly, he didn't have much chakra left at present, so he didn't have the ability even if he wanted to. Page 23. After putting away the kunai, Xia Li calmed down her excitement. The next training schedule has to be adjusted again, but for Flying Thunder God, this adjustment is definitely worth it. For now, just wait at home for Sinai to come back. At this time, Sinai was walking home with a lot of boxes in his hands and humming a tune. Although he hasn't returned home yet, Sinai has already learned from well-informed customers that his son has once again won the first place in the assessment. Thinking of his son's excellence, doesn't Sinai think this is a matter of course? This time, Sinai deliberately worked overtime for a while and then bought a lot of barbecued meat from the store and brought it back to Xia Li as a snack. She remembered that Xia Li liked eating these meats very much. Although she was not a picky eater, she still had some preference. Soon, Sinai arrived in front of her house. She was not sure whether Xia Li was at home today or went out to play again, so she didn't shout. However, before Sinai opened the door, she found that Xia Li had already opened the door and came to her side, taking the box in her hand. "Are you bringing so many things today?" Xia Li said, lifting the box. "It's your favorite barbecue. I also brought the seasonings back. I'm going to get the barbecue grill to celebrate Xia Li's winning first place again," Sinai said with a smile. "You already know this. Of course, you are quite famous in our barbecue restaurant now. Everyone seems to know that you are my son, so the news about you spreads very quickly in our place." As he said that, Sinai looked at Xia Li's outfit with some confusion and asked, "Why are you dressed so formally today? Normally I ask you to wear something you wouldn't even wear." Of course, it's because Xia Li didn't hide anything and told Sinai that the third generation came to him. Finally, Xia Li saw Sinai's shocked expression and became satisfied. The first place couldn't create a surprise, so the third generation's communication and the fourth generation's ninjutsu could do it. "My son is so amazing, he can actually learn the ninjutsu of the fourth generation." After a while, Sinai realized it and murmured, "That was the ninjutsu of the fourth generation." You must know that the fourth generation is not just as simple as the Hokage, but also the male god of their generation. Now his son is qualified to learn the other party's ninjutsu. Sinai also feels a little unrealistic. Well, after all, I am number one. Xia Li didn't say much. Sinai didn't answer. Even if she didn't pay much attention, she knew that even the number one should not receive such treatment. The only reason was that Xia Li's talent was higher than she thought, and she could already get big people like the third generation to invest. But, no matter what, this is his son. It's time to barbecue. Let Xia Li try his barbecue skills. After meal. What's the matter? Sinai looked at Xia Li with some confusion. Normally Xia Li would go back to his room to read at this time. Well, Mom, I recently learned massage and want to try it out. Xia Li stated her purpose. I want to give Mom a massage, but there's no need. Xia Li should go and do her own thing. Sinai didn't want to waste Xia Li's time. However, how could Sinai's words change Xia Li's decision? He kept those chakras just for Sinai. Therefore, soon, Sinai agreed with Xia Li's insistence, and the happiness in his eyes was very strong. Soon, Sinai discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with this massage. Why did it feel so comfortable? And what was going on with the jumping thunder and lightning? Sinai was almost startled, but she calmed down after thinking that Xia Li should have done it. No matter what, she believed that Xia Li would not hurt her, and the places where thunder and lightning jumped were really very comfortable. At this time, Sinai also understood that this should be specially prepared by Xia Li for her, but she didn't know much about it and didn't understand the principles, but it shouldn't be simple, right? At least she was a genin who had never been exposed to this. Although it was comfortable, Sinai was still a little worried. Would this really not cause trouble to Xia Li? Don't waste Xia Li's talent because of her. Is this any trouble for Xia Li? Isn't learning ninjutsu just to make yourself stronger and make your family healthier? Since he already has such ability, why not do it? Xia Li didn't do this before because he didn't have enough control and was afraid of hurting Sinai. After all, Sinai didn't have the physical talent of Xia Li. After experimenting with Xia Li until now, he was completely sure. Moreover, the result was easier than he imagined because Sinai's own chakra is of thunder attribute, so the resistance is higher than that of Xia Li. Of course, the effect is not as good as that of Xia Li. After all, Sinai cannot have the same training as Xia Li quantity. However, it is still possible to relieve fatigue and enhance physical fitness. Being able to do this is enough for Xia Li. After the massage, Sinai also wanted to persuade Xia Li not to continue in the future, but of course he was persuaded by Xia Li out of helplessness and emotion. Having such a son, Sinai feels that even if he does not have that kind of talent, he is the greatest luck. Chapter 42 Mark of Flying Thunder God. The next day. On this day, Xia Li rarely used the shadow clone to study. Instead, he took the special kunai of the fourth Hokage and began to carefully instill his chakra into the mark of the Flying Thunder God on the kunai, which is the sword of ninja love. Among those 4 words, this kunai should be specially made, and the mark of the Flying Thunder God was deliberately left for others to learn. Otherwise, it would not be possible to instill chakra so easily. Otherwise, even if the filial disciple of the 4th generation is not very smart, it's impossible that he never noticed the mark on himself. This kunai definitely cannot be used for fighting. After all, Xia Li still needs to use this kunai to learn Flying Thunder God. Although the mark of Flying Thunder God generally will not disappear, it does not mean that items carrying the mark of Flying Thunder God will not be destroyed. Therefore, even if Xia Li is instilling chakra now, he is very careful. In fact, even if he is only instilling chakra, this simple 4-character mark is more complicated than Xia Li imagined. Judging from this progress he wants to, it will take 2 or 3 days for complete indoctrination to be completed. This is the result of Xia Li already having a high degree of control over chakra. If a student of the same age comes here, it is not certain whether he can instill this step. The most likely thing that will happen is that the chakra he inadvertently instills will not be enough under control and then destroy this specially made mark. It can be said that most people are not only not qualified to learn Flying Thunder God, but they are not even qualified to test whether they have the talent to learn. From this we can see how demanding it is to learn to fly the Thunder God. Even Xia Li wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly if he hadn't accidentally realized the state of emptiness and underworld while learning the immortal mode, which greatly enhanced his chakra control. However, he should have the preliminary qualifications. It just takes longer. After a while, Xia Li stopped and had a rough feel. If he worked harder, he would probably be able to complete the first step tomorrow. Now, he has to go out for exercise. If it comes to knowledge, he can stop for 2 days. I can only say that Flying Thunder God is worth it, but the exercise cannot be stopped. After all, even Flying Thunder God requires chakra to use, and Flying Thunder God is a time and space ninjutsu, so the consumption will not be too low. However, the consumption of Flying Thunder God should be relatively good compared to those ninjutsu that consume a lot of money. After all, the 4th generation Hokage should have a lot of chakra, but it is definitely not as good as those perverts, so the 4th generation can easily use Flying Thunder God. The consumption of Flying Thunder God will not be so exaggerated. However, the fact that the 4th generation is not so exaggerated does not mean that the consumption of Xia Li is not high. After all, the amount of chakra between them is simply incomparable, and Xia Li still needs to grow. Secondly, the degree of mastery of the Flying Thunder God is likely to have an impact on chakra consumption. The 4th generation Hokage's mastery of the Flying Thunder God is beyond that of the 2nd generation. There is no need to say more about the degree of mastery. So Xia Li wants to be able to with Fei Lei Shen, you can't stop exercising no matter what angle you come from. Sometimes, Xia Li also wants to overthrow others and push his limits like Xiao Li did. After all, it is not long before those perverts are born. Even if the foundation is damaged, the side effects of damaging the foundation by that time should not be there. Reflected. However, Xia Li just thought about it like this. After so long, he also discovered that although his physical skills were still excellent, they were indeed not as good as Xiao Li. Without the effect of Lei Dun massage, Xia Li would not be able to do anything here. It is very likely that Xiao Li will be left far behind. Breaking the limit also depends on talent. For example, Xiao Li may not have such big side effects. Every time Xia Li breaks the limit, it feels like a genius can take a break and try again. As for Xiao Li, it is almost as easy as drinking water now. And he was still alive and kicking the next day, but even so, Xiao Li's exercise is still very harmful to the body. Although it can't be seen now, when he gets older, all the sequelae left over from his youth will definitely come back. Even medical ninjutsu is unlikely to be able to cure this kind of sequelae. It is estimated that only Yang release in 6 Paths Sage mode will be effective. But it's still early. Xia Li's training is only maintained at the limit. He will only break through the limit when he is in a perfect state, and he will not continue to break through the limit when his body has not fully recovered. Even if his body is old, it will not break through. It will get to that point. Xia Li walked towards the familiar training ground. On the 3rd day, Xia Li looked at the specially made kunai in his hand and finally completed the first step. The kunai now truly belongs to him. Even if it is given to others, there is probably no way to test it. The talent of Flying Thunder God. This process was more difficult than Xia Li imagined. It was still a little behind on the 2nd day, but fortunately it was completed on the 3rd day. The complexity of the Flying Thunder God's mark made Xia Li sigh. Even just instilling it now feels so troublesome. When it is his turn to learn the Flying Thunder God and build his own mark, how difficult will it be? The more you come into contact with Xia Li, the more difficult it is to learn Flying Thunder God. No wonder there are so many geniuses in Konoha, and only the second and fourth generations have learned to fly Thunder God. Of course, Xia Li believes that he will definitely be added to this list in the future. After initially establishing contact with the mark of the Flying Thunder God left by the fourth generation, Xia Li seemed to feel a special feeling. This should be attributed to Xia Li's perception ability. His perception is not weak. This also makes Xia Li more confident in learning to fly the Thunder God. He has only established a preliminary connection and can directly sense it without even consciously sensing it, which means that he must have talent. Sure enough, after Xia Li closed her eyes and concentrated on sensing, the connection became more obvious. At this time, Xia Li suddenly thought of something. He sat cross-legged on the bed, placed the kunai on his legs, then closed his eyes, and slowly entered the void state. In this state, Xia Li's perception can be said to be greatly enhanced. In this state, what will be the effect of facing the kunai that has already established a connection? Soon, Xia Li opened her eyes, with a look of surprise on her face. As expected, the effect was even better than expected. In the empty state, Xia Li felt that he could directly perceive the specific and precise position of the Flying Thunder God. This was an incredible improvement. In other words, if Xia Li had now learned the art of Flying Thunder God, he would be able to. It can be used directly after downloading. It's a pity that firstly, Xia Li can't fly Thunder God yet, secondly, he doesn't have the chakra now, and thirdly he can't use ninjutsu in the current state of calming. However, if this is the case, Xia Li also smiled. Xia Li is now fully confident that he will pass the test after the third semester. As for the psychic spell on that scroll and away, for Xia Li, that was the simplest step. He had already memorized the specific flow of seal and chakra, so it was not difficult to use it. The next days are about continuing to strengthen the connection, but fortunately, the follow-up does not require as much chakra as the first time, and after getting familiar with it, the efficiency of the infusion will become faster, and not much time will be wasted. It's a pity. The increased chakra could have been used to practice those sea-level ninjutsu, but now it seems that it has to be done a little later. Chapter 43 New Year. The holidays did not bring any special changes to Xia Li. His exercise and study never stopped, and as his physique grew, the time even became longer and longer. And days like this passed day by day, and finally, the new year ushered in. There is actually nothing special about this day for Xia Li, but Sinai attaches great importance to this day and specially cooked a few dishes that he could not usually eat to celebrate the safe passage of the year. Therefore, looking at Sinai who was so happy, Xia Li did not choose to go out for exercise anymore. On such a special day, just treat it as a day off for herself. Sinai saw that his son did not go out, but stayed at home to accompany him. After helping him, he also smiled and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There have been so many changes this year. The biggest change is that Xia Li finally entered the ninja school and showed outstanding talent, which Sinai did not expect at all. She originally thought that even if Xia Li's talent was good, it would be better than his father's. It would be great to be able to become a special jounin in the end. But now it seems that she underestimated her son. After dinner, Sinai also changed into a kimono that she was reluctant to wear on weekdays. Xia Li did not choose to wear a kimono. It was not because he resisted, but because he was not used to wearing it. It felt troublesome to wear it, and it was not convenient to do things. However, he still changed his clothes. This outfit was similar to the one she wore when she went to meet the third Hokage. Sinai's eyes lit up again after seeing it. Years of training have given Xia Li a very special sense of toughness that no one else her age has, and she looks quite handsome. Let's go, Sinai said with a smile. Xia Li nodded and followed Sinai. On such a special day, he would rather spend more time with his mother. Soon, when Sinai took Xia Li to the street was already crowded with people on this night, and the stalls of various snacks and entertainment were dazzling. Sinai looks very happy in such an environment. Although she doesn't buy anything, does this atmosphere make her happy? To be honest, Xia Li didn't understand this feeling. Anyway, he was not used to such an atmosphere. He preferred to be alone or with his friends. This kind of crowding was not a good feeling. But even if you don't like it, just for this day, the endurance will pass. However, soon, Sinai met his colleagues at work, and then Xia Li became even more helpless and had to show polite greetings. What's even more helpless is that his reputation has spread throughout the place where Sinai works, so every colleague Sinai meets will look at him and praise him. This made Xia Li have to thank him with a smile. Page 24. At this time, Xia Li suspected that Sinai brought him out just to show off. Didn't you see that Sinai became happier every time he met an acquaintance? Xia Li sighed. Forget it. Although she doesn't like it, it's fine as long as her mother is happy. I don't know how long it took. Xia Li felt that the day was so long, but it should be over soon, right? Sinai has probably met all the colleagues he should have met, right? His fake smile almost made the muscles in his face stiffen. Of course, Xia Li also met some of his classmates during this period, but Xia Li usually ignored them. Instead, the other students took the initiative to come to Xia Li, letting Sinai watch and enjoy themselves. And most of the people who came to Xia Li were little girls, which made Sinai even happier. Sure enough, her son was still very attractive, but his attitude gave her a headache. Being so disrespectful would be very hurtful of. However, what surprised Sinai was that the little girls were not angry. After all, they were used to being treated like this in the past, and today they still wanted to say hello to her. So, what's there to be sad about? Just don't have fun. And most importantly, I suddenly discovered today that Xia Li looks quite handsome in these, almost as good as Sasuke. Xia Li, you can't do this. After sending away another Xia Li's classmate, Sinai couldn't help but said, if you continue like this, when will my future daughter-in-law be found? Suddenly, Xia Li was speechless, pointed at herself, and then said, Mom, I'm only 6 years old. Although I'm almost 7 years old, this age is too early. What's so early about that? Your father has been pursuing me since 3rd grade. It's okay for you to do it a little earlier, Sinai said with regret. Xia Li was speechless. When he was watching Naruto, he felt that the people here seemed to be a little precocious, but he didn't expect it to reach such an extent. Xia Li. Suddenly, at this time, a familiar voice reached Xia Li's ears. Sinai also heard the sound and looked over, and found a little girl with long pale blonde hair, who seemed familiar, but she felt that the other person was probably no good, and her son was really not up to par in this regard. Happy New Year! However, what Sinai didn't expect at all was that his son seemed to be enlightened. This time, he didn't just reply and stop talking to the other party. He seemed to be an acquaintance and he seemed to be in trouble. Suddenly, Sinai's eyes lit up. Hey, it's Sinai, long time no see. At this time, a voice came from Sinai's ear. When he heard the sound, Sinai also found the adult next to the little girl, who was greeting him. Hayachi, it's you, then this is Mrs. Yamanaka, Happy New Year. Sinai also reacted after seeing Yamanaka Hayachi. No wonder the little girl looked familiar. She turned out to be the daughter of the Yamanaka family. Well, Happy New Year. Yamanaka Hayachi and Yamanaka Madam also responded, and then they watched their daughter run to Xia Li's side. Yamanaka Hayachi felt a little disappointed, as his little cotton-padded jacket seemed to be abducted, but Mrs. Yamanaka was a little happy to see this. Unlike Yamanaka Hayachi, she was paying attention to things in the school. Mrs. Xia Li's reputation was well known to her. Although she was only in the 1st grade, she had already shown extremely outstanding talent. At first, Mrs. Yamanaka had a good impression of Xia Li. After all, she was sensible and cared about her mother. Now that she learned about Xia Li's talent, she looked even more pleasing to the eye. At this time, Mrs. Yamanaka couldn't help but look at Sinai, and then their eyes met each other, and they both glanced at Xia Li and Ino as if they had a tacit understanding. Then, the two people looked at each other and smiled and greeted Xia Li and Ino respectively. My old classmate and I have not seen each other for a long time and want to chat for a while. You can take the little girl to play first. You can take the money and buy her whatever she wants to eat. Don't worry about money. Sinai. So said. Xia Li was a little speechless. Didn't he still know what his mother's plan was? But he still agreed. On Ino's side, Mrs. Yamanaka said, Ino, your father met an old classmate and wanted to chat for a while. If you want to play, go play with your classmate. Yamanaka Hayachi originally wanted to say something, but then he immediately shut his mouth after being glanced at by Mrs. Yamanaka. Forget it, he had something to talk to Sinai. Ino didn't think much about it. The key was that she also wanted to find Xia Li, so she agreed. Therefore, Xia Li, who originally just wanted to accompany her mother, took Ino and their parents to arrange a meeting place, and then left. Chapter 44 Fireworks, Psychics, and Targets. Xia Li and Ino walked side by side on the road together. It turns out it's really Xia Li. I almost didn't recognize you the first time, Ino said and took a peek at Xia Li. Today's Xia Li should be wearing clothes specially for the new year. She looks more handsome than usual. Too much. Well, you still recognize it, don't you? Xia Li felt helpless. Although he agreed to Sinai, he actually didn't have those thoughts about Ino. Again, the other person was too young, so small that Xia Li would feel guilty if she had those thoughts. Is there anything you want to play or eat? Xia Li asked. Well, that. After Ino heard this, she pointed to the takoyaki over there. She originally wanted to eat it, but unfortunately her family wouldn't let her eat it. At this time, after Xia Li asked, she said it directly and looked at it with some expectation. Toward Xia Li. Then you wait here, I'll go over and buy it for you. Xia Li looked at the stall with a long queue, and then walked to the end of the line. Ino found a stool here and sat down, then put his hands on his chin and looked at Xia Li waiting in line, with a smile on his face. It turns out that after dressing up, Xia Li is so handsome and so good, and the most important thing is that she usually doesn't pay much attention to her other girls and only pays attention to herself, right? The girl fell into a wonderful fantasy and her face turned red. If Xia Li knew what Ino was thinking, he would tell her that she was overthinking it. If he hadn't met her when they were buying flowers before, he would probably treat Ino just like other classmates. However, now that they all know each other, it's really not appropriate to ignore them. In fact, Xia Li doesn't do anything special. He usually talks to people he knows. But the problem is that among the people Xia Li knows, the only girls are Ino and Hinata. Hinata knew Naruto a little before when he was bullied, but with his personality, it is impossible for him to take the initiative to find Xia Li, and he is also single-minded. If he pounced on Naruto, it would be even more impossible to find Xia Li. Therefore, this led to the current situation. In Ino's eyes, he seemed to only deal with her as a girl. The stall owner was very nimble and the queue didn't take too long. Xia Li brought a box of takoyaki to Ino, who was still wondering what to think. What are you thinking about? Are you so lost in thought? Xia Li patted Ino's head and couldn't help but ask when he saw the other person coming back to his senses. No, it's nothing. Ino's face turned red, so she wouldn't tell the other person that she was just thinking about the other person. After taking the takoyaki, she felt her taste buds start to work. She pricked one with a skewer and wanted to put it in her mouth. Be careful of scalding, Xia Li warned when he saw this scene, but his warning seemed to be a little late. Ino was already burned, and she kept breathing the heat in her mouth, trying to get rid of the burning sensation. Even if it happened, she was unwilling to spit out the takoyaki. Xia Li was a little speechless and said, "Eat slowly, no one will compete with you." Ino nodded, and finally started to eat after the takoyaki in his mouth had cooled down. Suddenly Ino's eyes lit up, and then he thought of Xia Li's words, and couldn't help but ask. "Xia Li doesn't want to eat." "I don't eat these," Xia Li said. "Well, okay, how much is it? I'll give it to you." "No, it's just a takoyaki, I can still afford it." Xia Li had no intention of charging money, and it wasn't expensive. "Well, I'll give it to you. Mom gave me the money. If you don't believe me, look at it." Ino opened her small wallet, and the amount inside made Xia Li a little speechless. The other person seemed to be a rich woman. But even so, Xia Li had no intention of asking for it, and said, "Even if this is what I treat you to eat, I naturally won't ask for your money. Don't think so much, just eat well. Fireworks should be set off soon. Come on, I'll take you to a good place." "Okay." Ino finally nodded, put away her wallet, and started eating takoyaki in small bites. Xia Li was also thinking about a place that was less crowded and where she could see the fireworks. Fortunately, Xia Li had many places to go when she was a child. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Li really thought of a good place, not far from him. "The place where I usually exercise is not far away. I've finished eating." After a while, Ino said at this time, "Well, wipe it off," Xia Li said, taking out the tissue from the stall and handing it to Ino. Only then did Ino realize that her mouth was probably filled with oil. She couldn't help but blush, and quickly took the tissue and wiped it. "I thought of a good position, follow me," Xia Li said at this time, then stood up and set off towards the destination. "Oh, okay." Ino nodded and followed Xia Li. But these two little ones were really inconspicuous among such a crowd. There were several times when people passed between Ino and Xia Li, almost causing Ino to lose track of Xia Li. It would be bad if they got lost like this. In the end, Xia Li chose to hold Ino's hand and continue moving towards the destination, so that he would not be afraid of being passed by those who were not discerning. However, Ino looked at the palms of her and Xia Li's hands. Her face turned a little red, but there was a smile on her lips. Soon, Xia Li took Ino to a place with relatively few people. The terrain here is relatively high and not far from the street, so you can also see the fireworks. However, although there are not many people here, there are already some took up positions. As expected, he was not the only one who thought of this location. Xia Li nodded and took Ino to find a lawn and sit down. "Ino, let's go back after watching the fireworks." At this time, Xia Li said, "Oh, okay." Ino was already very satisfied and nodded in agreement after hearing Xia Li's words. At this time, a beam of light bloomed from the night sky, and a sea of fireworks also began under the night sky, attracting all of Ino's attention to that side, his eyes flashing with light. Very happy. Xia Li also looked at the fireworks in the sky. When he was a child in his previous life, he could often see fireworks during festivals, but unfortunately when he grew up and banned the setting off of fireworks and firecrackers, he rarely saw them. At this time, Xia Li couldn't help but look at such dazzling fireworks for a while, and then turned his gaze back to Ino, who was watching the fireworks attentively. To be honest, when Ino was a child, her face was round and she seemed to have a little baby fat. She was quite cute and made Xia Li want to poke her. Unfortunately, such an action was too intimate and Xia Li gave up. He still remembered that he actually wanted a daughter in his previous life, preferably one that wouldn't grow up. After all, daughters when they were young were very cute and adorable. It would be better if they were obedient. There are many advantages to not growing up. You can always be your father's little cotton-padded jacket, and you don't have to worry about being rejected when you grow up, let alone having to worry about suddenly bringing home a young boy when you grow up. It's just a pity that it's impossible to grow up, but he didn't even have a girlfriend in his previous life. so it seems useless to think about it so much. What are you thinking about? Ino also noticed Xia Li staring at her at this time and couldn't help asking curiously. Oh, I was thinking that it would be great if I could have a daughter like Ino in the future. Xia Li replied subconsciously. Suddenly, Ino's face turned even redder, but at the same time, she also had some doubts in her heart. Why did she want a daughter? Why not a girlfriend? Okay, let's go back. Xia Li also noticed that the fireworks were over at this time and said, Okay. Ino nodded, then walked to a crowded place and took the initiative to hold Xia Li's hand and did not let go even after walking out of the crowd. After the new year, Xia Li was still training as usual on the training ground. However, while Xia Li was training, she was thinking about what happened at that time. After walking out of the crowd, she forgot to let go, causing Sinai and the Yamanaka couple to see that scene. Then, Xia Li had to face the murderous gaze of Yamanaka Hei and the satisfied gaze of Yamanaka's wife and his mother. Especially Sinai, who always looked at Xia Li with a look like I didn't see it. I really am yours. The key is Xia Li can't explain anything. Did Ino take the initiative to explain? And she didn't let go. Xia Li couldn't speak such words, so she could only remain silent. However, I remember that Ino's face was very red at that time. Could it be that the other party really had such thoughts? After thinking for a while, Xia Li felt that it was really possible. The characters in Naruto were all too precocious, but this should have something to do with the average lifespan of ninjas. After all, the average lifespan of ninjas is too short. If it really looks like in his previous world, if he married later and had children later, then there are probably a lot fewer people in the ninja world now. After all, many ninjas died on the battlefield at an age when they probably didn't even have a wife in their previous life. How can this be done? However, even so, 6 years old is still too early, right? Moreover, Xia Li sighed. Although his impression of Ino, both now and in the original novel, was pretty good, Xia Li also thought it was cute, but cuteness was cute. He really had no interest in the 6-year-old Ino. How can such a young person be interested? From Xia Li's perspective, those older sisters are more suitable, but unfortunately her body doesn't allow it. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. Page 25. Xia Li quickly completed today's physical exercise goal, and then sat aside. The thunder and lightning on her body kept jumping there. The higher it gets. This also caused the arc on Xia Li's body to become thicker. Xia Li estimated that if other ninjas used thunder-type ninjutsu to attack him, they would probably be directly resisted by him. Moreover, his resistance to thunder and lightning was still increasing, which was a bit scary, although there is a limit. But once it reaches the limit, it will be difficult to break through his defense with pure non-physical attacks of thunder attribute. After the lay-done massage, you will continue to master the state of emptiness and darkness. Now that Xia Li has entered the void state, he not only needs to observe the chakra in his body, but also needs to sense it in this state. As for what he senses, it must be the flying thunder god kunai. This kunai Xia the stone was handed over to Sinai. Therefore, in Xia Li's perception, the kunai is constantly moving, and this is exactly what Xia Li wants. If the kunai does not move, then the perception cannot be sure whether it can detect the moving one. Kunai, although the range of Sinai's movement is small, it is enough. As for why it was placed on Sinai, of course Xia Li can only be placed on Sinai. Although the effect would be better if placed on cats and dogs, what if the kunai is broken and tied to cats and dogs? A special kunai is too conspicuous and will definitely be discovered by passers-by. Although Xia Li can directly channel the spirit back, what if it is destroyed? Then Xia Li was about to cry without tears. Therefore, if you want to test the moving kunai, you can only put it on Sinai. After completing the perception, the proficiency in the void state ended here. Xia Li opened his eyes instantly, bit his thumb quickly, and at the same time quickly performed seals with both hands. The next moment, several after finishing the seal, Xia Li put her hand on the ground. Psychic art. Sinai, who was far away in the hotel, felt a light touch on his leg at this moment, and knew that the kunai had been channeled by Xia Li. His expression did not change at all, and he continued to work. Xia Li looked at the kunai in front of him with a look of satisfaction on his face. Sure enough, with the help of the remnants of perception in the void state, even though the connection had not been completely established, the psychic technique was successfully used and successfully channeled this kunai. Of course, if you use the previously bound spell, you don't need to know where the kunai is to be able to channel it. But Xia Li still likes to use this method that relies on perception rather than the binding of the spell, because it tests the depth of the connection and the strength of the perception. Let's set a small goal first. Before school starts, we can reach the point where we can sense the specific location of kunai and channel it without having to be in a void state. Immediately afterwards, Xia Li continued to instill her own chakra into the kunai, deepening her connection with this special kunai over and over again. After leaving enough chakra to massage Xia Li and Sinai, Xia Li stopped, feeling the increasingly clear kunai, with a look of satisfaction on his face. As long as this continued, he believed that Fei Lei Shen would this ninjutsu will never escape his grasp. However, it should not be a problem for Fei Lei Shen to pass the test, so it is time to think about the next direction, and Fei Lei Shen cannot be allowed to occupy all his energy. At present, he has basically completed the learning of chakra form changes. He has even tried a mini version of the Rasengan. The power is passable, so he should be successful, and he does not need the help of the shadow clone. Of course, this version of the Rasengan is just a Rasengan without attributes. Then let's try to integrate the wind attribute chakra into the Rasengan. The thunder attribute should be a little more difficult, but you can try it, and learning about the change of properties should also be put on the agenda. A long way to go. Chapter 45 Planning at Night. In Xia Li's room. At this time, Xia Li had completed today's training and was sitting at the desk, holding a pencil in his hand and sketching on the paper. He is making plans for his next studies, not just for studies, but also for things that must be given up. After all, there is not much time left for him to grow. In terms of scientific research, you can basically pass it without this time. In terms of self-created ninjutsu, Xia Li has sketched a plan to be determined. After all, it is not easy to create ninjutsu. Although Xia Li has the conditions to create his own ninjutsu after completing the study of form change, there are still several problems. Even if you have the memory of a past life, it is relatively difficult to create one yourself, but it does not mean that it can be done overnight, let alone the power of the creation is still unknown. Instead of developing some ninjutsu with uncertain power, it is better to learn the certain ones first. If Xia Li has free time after the Fourth Ninja World War is over, he can slowly create them. For now, I still focus on certain ninjutsu. If I create my own, I can try it if I get inspiration, that is, when I have an epiphany, but for ordinary times, forget it. Then there is the learning plan for the existing jutsu. It is not difficult for him to learn the several sea-level ninjutsu that Xia Li's father left for him. He has already learned them. As for streamlining, it will be a big breakthrough, even if it is condensed. In the end, it will probably just be an air cannon. It is better to learn the vacuum jade directly in the future. In the same way, you can learn the vacuum wave in the wind and blow technique. On the other hand, it was Gale Palm. Xia Li kept drawing circles on the font of Gale Palm. Although this ninjutsu was only sea level, it actually belonged to the ninjutsu category, and it was different from his thunder escape that strengthened the inside of the body. Yes, wind release Li Feng Palm starts from the outside. When using it, you can use the wind to wrap your whole body and increase the power of your physical skills. It is considered practical at present, and it can also cooperate with the thunder escape enhancement. You can try to streamline these seals. As for the lightning escape, forget it. Xia Li basically ignores this ninjutsu. In terms of power, it is not powerful. It only has a paralysis effect and the hit rate is not high. The paralysis effect may not be attached. Anyway, Xia Li doesn't just knowing how to use it, but not being proficient in it is not considered. Then there is the Rasengan, the famous ninjutsu in the original work. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, it is a very practical ninjutsu. However, the Rasengan used by Naruto is generally a Rasengan without any attributes. Xia Li can also use Naruto's same type of Rasengan, but that alone is not enough. Xia Li planned to replace chakra with wind-type chakra. Of course, it wasn't some advanced property change. After all, he didn't know it yet. It was just the most basic property conversion, converting chakra into wind. This shouldn't be difficult. The fluidity of the wind can directly simulate the flow of chakra, so it shouldn't be too difficult to replace it. And what is the use of the replaced wind-type Rasengan? Xia Li felt that even if only the most basic properties were used for transformation, the nature of the wind itself still existed. But it was just that this part of the nature was not used to its limit. Therefore, while retaining the power of the Rasengan, the wind-type Rasengan also improves the cutting ability of the Rasengan when it collides. Moreover, as Xia Li's control becomes higher, the wind-type chakra flows faster. This force, the cutting force, will also be stronger. And the most important thing is that after learning the wind attribute Rasengan, it will also be helpful for adding wind attribute changes in the future, and it will be much easier. Therefore, Xia Li quickly made a hook behind the wind-type Rasengan, which was a must-learn skill. As for the thunder-type Rasengan, Xia Li put a question mark on it. After all, unlike wind, the form of electricity in the air will diverge in all directions without a definite direction, so if you want to force it to use the Rasengan method, it will be quite difficult to control it. In Xia Li's thinking, the most suitable ones are wind and water with fluidity, but water does not have this attribute, and the incidental properties of water itself are not expected to bring much power, which is different from the main attack. The wind properties will be much different. And what will happen if the thunder-type Rasengan is successful? Xia Li was also thinking that the power was definitely incomparable to the wind-type Rasengan. It should be said that the only thing that can directly compare with the wind attribute in terms of power is the fire attribute, and fire attribute explosions are not weak either. So after thinking about it, Xia Li probably still added paralysis, and the success rate of attachment should be high, but it seems to be of little use. The conduction of Lei Dun is relatively useless, and the most important thing is that acceleration has completely lost its effect. P.S. I haven't read Boruto for the protagonist setting, so I probably won't write about Boruto. After all, the Rasengan is condensed to the outside before attacking. The acceleration characteristics of the lightning attribute are completely useless unless it is thrown. However, the basis of the Rasengan is to maintain the power of rotation at all times. Can it still be maintained if it is thrown? Even if it is thrown, its power will inevitably dissipate a lot when it hits. Even if it is very fast, the power will probably be difficult to maintain as it should be. Unlike the thunder release Reikiri, this acceleration effect is based on the body and is so fast that ordinary eyes cannot see clearly and cannot react. If the difficulty of learning is low, this paralysis effect is worth trying, but it will not be easy to add the thunder attribute, and it has nothing in common with the learning of thunder escape and thunder cutter, so in the end Xia Li crossed out the question mark, and then added and times. In this way, close-range ninjutsu is almost enough, but for long range, use the Windgiri no Jutsu first, and see if there are any suitable ninjutsu later. That's probably the case with ninjutsu. Finally, there is the change in the nature of chakra. Needless to say, these two are must-learn items. However, how to learn is what Xia Li has to think about now. If you don't have a direction, practicing will be very inefficient, and it is suitable for Naruto to use shadow clones to cheat. Xia Li didn't have that problem, so he had to find the right direction first. First of all, Xia Li is relatively familiar with the chakra properties of the wind attribute. After all, it is Naruto's attribute. There are relatively many introductions, and the most important property is cutting. Xia Li recalled the memories of his previous life. He had never seen an air blade before, but he had seen similar videos. That was a water jet, which was a knife-sharp thing formed at extremely high speeds. But water is water after all, it is a tangible thing, and it is very difficult to become extremely fast. But what about the wind attribute? The speed must be faster, and it should be more than that. Sufficient pressure is also necessary. Just like the sharper the knife, the thinner the blade. Although the knife may not be easy to use, the wind attribute is not like the knife that will break. The higher the pressure, the thinner the blade. The more sufficient it is, the greater the cutting power will be. Therefore, if you want to learn the changes in the properties of wind attribute, you must start with the compression and flow speed of wind attribute chakra. On the other hand, Xia Li, who has the thunder attribute, has a headache. Although he knows that it has conductive and accelerating properties, as well as the side effects of paralysis, he doesn't know how to practice it specifically. Chapter 46 Time flies. Although the thunder attribute is also one of Sasuke's main attributes, he is the second male after all and does not receive the treatment of the first male. For example, the training process is not described in detail, so Xia Li has no way to refer to the original work. However, you can pay more attention to the properties that you ignored before during each lay-done massage. After all, no matter what the properties are, they are the properties of those attributes themselves. Even if you don't think about using it, it will still be there, but if you don't explore it deliberately, its effect will not be exerted. The learning of property changes is to find the properties of the attribute itself, and then use it to its limit. In this way, the transmission effect of thunder can be tested later with special ninja tools. However, at the beginning, Xia Li felt that it would be best to use weapons that can conduct chakra that are refined with special equipment. Then after achieving a certain effect, it can be replaced with an ordinary iron ninja tool. Until the end, I switched to equipment with relatively low conductivity. If it can conduct electricity, then it should be easy to get started. As for the nature of acceleration, Xia Li thought about it. Every time his thunder escape was strengthened, his own speed indeed increased more than his strength. So he could start from this aspect, and then use the nature of acceleration from the inside out. Among the external thunder and lightning chakra. Finally, there is the paralysis effect, which is a built-in effect of thunder and lightning. Although it should be possible to study it specially, Xia Li still feels that the built-in one should be enough to use. It is just a larger amount. After thinking about it for a while, that should be all. Xia Li tapped the pen on the paper a few times, reviewing her thoughts from beginning to end, sometimes adding some content, and sometimes crossing out some. Until I saw the end, I suddenly thought that the thunder attribute seems to have more properties than the wind attribute. So does the wind attribute really only have one attribute, cutting? If the wind is fast, if it is cold, it is like a cold wind in winter, blowing on the face with a biting chill. But what if it is slow? A gentle breeze? Or is it erratic? Colorless and invisible. Xia Li was scribbling on the paper, and finally shook his head. Forget it, it's better to practice the certain things first. If you find this kind of uncertainty during the practice, just pay a little attention. If you don't notice it, forget it. Let's study it later when we have time. After thinking about this, Xia Li looked at his plan several times again, and finally nodded with satisfaction, then took out a lighter and slowly lit the pages. Who would be a serious person to keep a diary, let alone this kind of cultivation plan? Just keep it in your head. Writing it down now is just to organize your thoughts. What will you do in this world after you finish it? Under the firelight, Xia Li was also thinking about the ninja tools. Ninja tools that can conduct chakra are not widely available, at least he doesn't have them at home, so he can only borrow them from others. As for which family would have such a ninja tool, Xia Li from other classes didn't know, but there were quite a few people in this class. After all, many of them were from famous families. As for someone who is a little familiar with him, Xia Li thought of Shikamaru. Although he was not particularly familiar with him, he should be able to borrow it if he found him. He only needed an ordinary ninja tool that could conduct chakra, the kind that is particularly exquisite. As for why they can borrow it, after all, Xia Li's talent has been demonstrated, and Shikamaru and Xia Li have a pretty good relationship. It's just a transmission ninja tool. It's not very valuable to their family. It's not good for building a good relationship. Well, however, no matter how worthless it is not something that the current Xia Li can get, so this favor must be owed. After much thought, Xia Li decided to forget Shikamaru's words. Then Xia Li thought of Ino and thought of the relationship between them. Xia Li sighed, forget it. They have been misunderstood anyway, so it's not bad this time. Just ask Ino to borrow it. There's no rush now. Let's learn the nature changes of Feng Dun first, and then ask Ino to borrow it after school starts. As for not learning on his own, Xia Li said that he didn't have the time to waste. Since he knew there was a more convenient way and could get it, why not use it? No matter what, Xia Li felt a sense of urgency. After all, the time left for him was too short. After watching the paper in his hand burn up, Xia Li slowly stood up, then came to the window and looked up at the bright moon. No matter which world it is in, the moon is so white and flawless, but there are really people living on the moon in this world, and those big tube trees are real. Xia Li sighed, it's really annoying. A bunch of damn people. What are people doing if they remain alive forever? Xia Li closed the window. Really, it's not enough to just admire the moon. Sure enough, the moon should be a little cleaner. Otherwise, knowing that there are some people above, you really can't appreciate it. Forget it if it's like Chang, Otsutsuki of Xia Li, who had no idea of continuing to admire the moon, naturally returned to her bed and ended the day. Now that it has been planned, it will naturally start on the next day. A good body naturally needs a good rest. In the following days, Xia Li started new training again. The days of exercise always go so quickly, and before I know it, the winter vacation has passed just like that. Xia Li's shadow clone was also in a trance when he stepped into a familiar class, as if he felt like he was out of time. Today was still on vacation. But this was impossible. Xia Li shook his head. Anyway, for him, it was the same whether he had a holiday or not. It was much better if he thought about it this way. However, what Xia Li didn't expect was that when he first entered the class, some of the girls' eyes suddenly lit up. These are the girls who have seen Xia Li on New Year's Day. They all know what Xia Li looks like after dressing up properly. But now they can't help but frown. Why are they wearing those shabby clothes again? They don't stand out at all. Handsome, age 26. At this time, their idea is that after becoming Xia Li's girlfriend, they must correct Xia Li's dislike of dressing up. Now, many girls have gathered around Xia Li. After looking at each other with hostility, they started to greet Xia Li. Xia Li remained silent, then quickly straightened his face, pretending to be aloof, and walked towards his seat without paying any attention to anyone. Ino was sitting in her seat. She originally wanted to go up to Xia Li when she saw her, but she gave up the idea after seeing so many people surrounding her. As expected, she soon saw Xia Li walking out of the crowd coldly. She was a bit stingy at first. After all, they had held hands before during the winter vacation, but Xia Li didn't play with her all day morning. Suddenly, Ino heard Xia Li greeting her as he passed by her location. Morning, Xia Li. Suddenly, Ino was no longer so angry. Feeling the hostile and envious eyes of other girls, a proud smile appeared on her face. Hum, did you see? This girl is different. Chapter 47 Achievements and Borrowed Things. Why do you feel like you are more popular? Shikamaru said, lying on the table and looking at Xia Li next to him. I don't want to either. Xia Li also sighed and said. Shikamaru believed this. After all, judging from Xia Li's behavior, she was actually not aloof. The reason why she pretended to be aloof was naturally to avoid those troublesome girls. Sure enough, people who are too good will be so popular even if they behave like this, Shikamaru thought. By the way, is that Naruto guy going to be late on the first day of school? Shikamaru looked at the empty seat next to Xia Li. It's not impossible. Xia Li thought for a while and said. Suddenly, Shikamaru and Xia Li felt helpless. Then, as expected, after the school bell rang for a while, Naruto was late. Uruka, who was on the podium, clearly had a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. He was obviously angry at Naruto for being late on the first day. Xia Li, long time no see. After a long time, Naruto returned to his seat and greeted Xia Li. Well, long time no see. Xia Li also said hello. After that, there was no more expression, but Naruto was almost used to it. He found that Xia Li was pretty much the same to everyone, and even treated him better. Xia Li was looking at some knowledge about the sealing technique at this time. Although his understanding of the sealing technique seemed a bit abnormal, the prerequisite was that the individual had enough strength, and it was impossible for others to stand there without resisting and let you seal it. But it is really practical for some special things. For example, Jiraiya faced Itachi and sealed the opponent's Amaterasu's black fire. Otherwise, that thing would be really troublesome. Although the record is not very good in the original work, the setting high. Therefore, you still need to be good at sealing techniques. Forget about similar illusions. In the original work, there are only a few famous ones who can perform illusions. Moreover, illusions are basically useless in the later period, but you can study them carefully in the future. How to unravel illusions. Xia Li thought and recalled what she had gained during this winter vacation. First of all, as for the flying thunder god, the channeling technique can already directly channel the spirit without relying on the perception of the void state, which can be regarded as achieving the goal. The calming state is also a step further. You can control some chakra, but you can't change forms yet. Don't rush this, just do it step by step. However, what surprised Xia Li was that he seemed to vaguely see some auras that he could not see before while in the void state. Xia Li guessed that these energies were probably natural energy. After so long, he finally managed to see them on his own. Of course, Xia Li had no intention of absorbing them. First of all, he doesn't have enough chakra to suppress the natural energy. Secondly, even if he can suppress the absorbed proportion, what if he turns it into stone if the mixture is wrong? Are you looking for death? In short, although it cannot be absorbed, it is a good thing to be able to perceive natural energy. The perception is still a bit vague now, and it can be further strengthened in the future. Xia Li is not in a hurry. After all, to truly learn the sage mode, one must have enough chakra to ensure a minimum amount of energy. Even if Xia Li has been training, it will take a long time to reach this amount of chakra, so why are you in a hurry? It is better to continue to deepen the state of emptiness and darkness. In this way, when the amount of chakra reaches the target, he has already reached a very high level, and it will be much easier to learn the sage mode. In terms of simplifying the seals of ninjutsu, Xia Li still needs to form 3 seals out of the 5 seals of the standing technique. However, he also feels that it is almost 2 seals away. The further it goes, the more troublesome it will be to streamline it. Come to think of it, when the substitute technique of 2 seals develops into 1 seal, the difficulty will double. On the other hand, there are many seals of Gale Palm at the beginning, so it is quite convenient to streamline them. Furthermore, as for the Rasengan, the Wind-type Rasengan was used by Xia Li. It was a little more difficult than expected, but it was okay. It didn't stop Xia Li for too long. As for the power, it was indeed better than ordinary ones. The non-attribute Rasengan is much higher. Although Xia Li is using the mini version now, after all, the normal version consumes too much chakra, and no one wants to attack him, so there is no need to waste that chakra. Moreover, the mini version, which is a smaller version, actually requires more precise chakra control. Finally, the nature of the wind attribute has changed. He has already been able to cut the blades, but he needs to use more chakra. He is now working towards the direction where every chakra can cut the blades. All in all, the results were impressive, and Xia Li was very satisfied with her progress. During class, Xia Li also approached Ino. "Yes, what's the matter?" "Xia Li?" Ino was a little surprised when Xia Li approached her for the first time, and then asked with a smile. Xia Li didn't mean to hide it, and told Ino that she wanted to borrow a chakra transmission device. "What, that's all? I should have a lot at home. How about I get you a kunai when I get back?" After hearing this, Ino agreed without much thought. "Thank you very much. By the way, Ino, remember to talk to your uncle before taking it." Xia Li was really afraid that Ino would just take it out without saying anything, in case it was thought that she was peeking at the other party's property. "What to do? I will return it to you as soon as possible." "Well, my dad shouldn't care about a kunai. I can give it to you, but I know I will tell my dad before I take it." Ino thought for a while and then asked with curiosity, "Why does Xia Li want this?" "Maybe it's because of the need for cultivation," Xia Li said as lightning leaped out of his palm. "It will be easier to practice if you have good equipment." Ino looked at the lightning in Xia Li's hand in surprise, and her eyes slowly showed admiration. Although she didn't know how Xia Li did it, it felt so powerful. Moreover, Ino also nodded seriously at this time. Ino also knew that training was very important to every ninja, so she patted her chest and promised Xia Li that she would definitely bring kunai to Xia Li. "Thank you." Xia Li looked at Ino and said seriously, "No, you're welcome." This is what it should be. Ino looked at Xia Li, who was serious in front of her, suddenly blushed, and her voice became quieter and quieter. Xia Li didn't hear something clearly and couldn't help but ask, "What?" "No, it's nothing." Ino waved his hands quickly and said in a panic, "Well, class is about to begin. Xia Li, please return to your seat quickly." "Okay." Xia Li looked at the time. Wasn't it just after class? But he nodded and returned to his seat, continuing to do his own business. Xia Li's actions were also seen by those who were paying attention to him. The girls looked at Ino with envy. This progress was much faster than theirs. How on earth should they catch up? Shikamaru also looked at Xia Li and then at Ino, clicked his tongue and continued to lie down. Chapter 48 Agreement. "Dad, do we still have the kunai that can conduct chakra?" After a busy day, Heiichi Yamanaka dragged his exhausted body back to his home. He sat on the sofa and hadn't rested long when he heard his daughter's voice. "Yes, there is, but why is Ino asking about this? Kunai should not be used in the current courses, let alone this kind of kunai." Yamanaka Heiichi asked with some confusion. "Oh, Xia Li borrowed it from me. He said he would use it for his practice." Ino said directly without hiding anything. "What kind of cultivation requires such a kunai?" Yamanaka Heiichi frowned and looked at his little cotton-padded jacket pleading with him for other men's affairs, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "I don't know, but Xia Li seems to have shown it off. There are a lot of arcs jumping on his hands. It's so handsome." Ino thought for a while and said with a gleam in his eyes. In an instant, Yamanaka Heiichi had no time to continue eating. The meaning of Ino's words made him open his eyes wide. Coupled with the other party's request to borrow this ninja tool, it was basically confirmed. His daughter's close classmate had already been exposed to the changes in the nature of thunder at such an age. Although Yamanaka Heiichi himself does not have thunder attributes, as a jounin and a jouman of the intelligence department has he never seen a pork chop or a pig running. But at this age, Yamanaka Heiichi said that he really hadn't seemed to have seen it before. He paused and suddenly thought of a man who often wore a mask. Although he didn't know exactly when he learned it, he might have almost as fast or even faster. So the other party is now an elite jonin in the village, and now he meets another one who is his daughter's classmate. The most important thing is that Yamanaka Hayachi looked at his daughter who was still dreaming and sighed. Although he was a little unhappy, he also felt that it was good to let his daughter get in touch with the other party. After all, this talent was really powerful. Yamanaka Hayachi only has one daughter, and he will not sell his daughter for profit. But if his daughter likes it, then it is none of his business. It is up to them to decide the matter of their children. Once the relationship is finalized, maybe he can use the other person to show off to Shikaku. Yamanaka Hai thought in amusement. Is there any? Ino looked at his distracted father, frowned, and said coquettishly with a bit of dissatisfaction. Of course, I will get it for you later. Do you have any further requirements? As soon as Yamanaka Hai came to his senses, he naturally would not be reluctant to part with a kunai. Not to mention borrowing it. What if he gave it to the other party directly? Xia Li didn't say anything about his request, but I think it's better to lend him the best one in our family. This should help him cultivate the most. Ino thought for a while and said with eyes brightening. Suddenly, Yamanaka Hai was speechless. Why did his daughter's elbows start to turn outward now? However, he still picked a decent kunai from the unused kunai and handed it to Ino. Ino didn't understand much about this, so she happily took the kunai, thanked her father and ran back to her room, wrapped the kunai and put it in her bag. The next day, Xia Li was trying to pour his chakra into the kunai that Ino handed him, and then he was a little surprised. He just wanted one that could be used, but the quality of the kunai that Ino gave him, it should be pretty good. Although there is nothing else for comparison, Xia Li's chakra transmission efficiency can also be distinguished between good and bad. How's it going? Ino looked at Xia Li expectantly, as if she wanted a good answer. Well, very good, thank you. Xia Li thanked her seriously. As long as it's useful, I asked my dad to pick this out. After hearing Xia Li's words, Ino finally smiled. Xia Li stared at Ino's smile. It was so cute, and for a moment he didn't know what he was thinking. As for Ino, she also felt that Xia Li had been staring at her. Although there was no expression on her face, she was already cheering in her heart. This time, she felt that the effect was outstanding. Ino! Suddenly, Xia Li shouted. Huh, huh. Ino came back to his senses and looked at Xia Li with some confusion. Don't waste time on the road after school these days. Just go home and don't go out to play at night, Xia Li said after thinking for a while. Huh? Though. Although Ino was a little confused, she still nodded, thinking in her heart, is Xia Li caring about her? Xia Li didn't think much about it. He just felt that the day when the Uchiha clan would be exterminated was coming soon. The relationship between the villagers in the village and the Uchiha guards was very tense last year. This year, although it has just passed, the relationship can clearly feel even worse. Xia Li didn't know the specific day when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, nor how long it would take, but she knew it was best not to wander around the village recently. After all, Xia Li doesn't believe that a single Itachi can destroy the Uchiha clan, and maybe Abaido is also added, but even if Abaido is added, are the two of them sure? Destroy a wealthy ninja family in the most powerful ninja village? It's probably still difficult, so who else is in this turmoil? Abaido person? Baiju? Or maybe the roots of the village? As for the third generation, he would usually just acquiesce and not dirty his hands, but in fact, in his position, as long as he knew but didn't stop it, he was already adding fuel to the flames. The biggest example was Naruto's treatment. However, the third generation would still mobilize troops just in case. Once Itachi failed, the third generation would never show mercy. Page 27. So the village will definitely be in chaos recently. Although nothing happened in Ino's original novel, Xia Li still reminded it. As for Naruto, with 3 generations watching, it was impossible for anything to happen. Forget it, let me take you home. Xia Li was still a little worried. He thought about the direction of the 2 houses. Although it was a bit of a detour, it was not completely in the opposite direction. He still had time at this time. Ah! Immediately, Ino's eyes widened. Although she didn't understand why Xia Li was worried about what happened after school, as if there was any danger, she didn't want to ask at this time because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was rude. The next moment, Xia Li realized that something was wrong. She seemed to be overly concerned. The other party's father was the head of Konoha's intelligence department. It was impossible for him to be completely unaware of this matter, so there must have been arrangements. Thinking about it this way, the situation is actually very obvious. It's just that Inagacho and Inakacho acted completely on the Hokage's will, so if the 3rd generation didn't move, they wouldn't make any move. No, don't be abrupt, I agree, Ino said quickly with a red face. She would regret it to death if she missed it. Xia Li paused, looked at Ino, and finally agreed. Chapter 49 News about Yamanaka Heiichi. Ino felt something was wrong. Going home together after school was supposed to be a great way to bring them closer together. However, she felt that Xia Li really just wanted to send her home and had no other intentions. He even didn't say a few words along the way. HMPH, the progress is good. We are back together. At this time, Mrs. Yamanaka also walked downstairs and looked at Ino and said with a smile, "Well, it's okay." Ino's face turned red and she didn't choose to tell her mother about her doubts. Maybe it was the first time, so Xia Li didn't know what to say. However, Ino soon knew that she was overthinking it, because Xia Li was like that every day, and he just simply sent her back. This discovery also made Ino a little depressed. The relationship could definitely be brought closer, but it was completely different from what Ino expected. No, today we are going home again, and that boring girl Xia Li didn't take the initiative to say anything. However, what surprised Ino was that her father was here today, and seemed to be waiting for her and Xia Li. "Hello, uncle." Xia Li took the initiative to say hello when he saw Xianzhong Hei. Yamanaka Hai nodded and stared at Xia Li with complicated eyes for a while. Of course he knew that Xia Li had been sending Ino back these days, so from his point of view, although they were still young, their relationship had basically matured. It's confirmed. At this time, Yamanaka Heiichi couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling a little bitter. It felt really uncomfortable to have his daughter taken away by a bastard at such a young age. "Dad, why are you here today?" At this time, Ino asked curiously. "I got off work early today and originally wanted to pick you up, but then I thought about how Xia Li has been sending you back recently, and you would probably be unhappy if I went to pick you up, so I just waited here." Yamanaka Hei teased bitterly. "Ah, what are you talking about, Dad?" Ino's face suddenly turned red, and she grabbed Yamanaka Heiichi's palm and shook it. Seeing Ino's appearance, Yamanaka Heiichi also laughed, but he felt even more bitter inside. After a long time, Yamanaka Heiichi looked at Xia Li and said, "I still want to thank Xia Li for sending Ino back. I have troubled you all this time. This is what it should be. There have been a lot of beatings in the village recently. I'm a little worried that Ino will be bullied on his way back." Xia Li said this and also told the reason why he did this. Not lying, even if he didn't know about Uchiha, he had seen more and more conflicts recently. As for why he sent Ino, first of all, he was not sure whether his future with Ino was possible, but considering their age, it was indeed possible. Second, even if he was not sure, he should send her back as a friend in such an environment. Suddenly, Ino's eyes lit up over there. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he just sent him back. Although she didn't mean to talk during the journey, Ino's depression disappeared and turned into happiness. Sure enough, Xia Li was worried about herself. Well, indeed, there has been some chaos in the village recently. Yamanaka Hayachi also said, looking at Xia Li, it was really hard for this kid to be so intentional, but could the chaos in the village be felt by children? It was really a headache, but it should be over. You should go back earlier. Just stay at home quietly today. Shanzhonghai thought for a while and said seriously. It seems that Xia Li is likely to become his son-in-law, so he still needs to be reminded. Oh, okay. Xia Li was confused, but still nodded and said, I will take my mother home later, and I won't go out again. Yes. Shan Zhonghai nodded and looked at Xia Li. At this time, he could still think of his mother. It seemed that he had a really good personality. At this moment, he looked at Xia Li and became a little satisfied. Then, Uncle, I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. Xia Li said and left. See you tomorrow. Ino waved to Xia Li. What a good kid. Looking at Xia Li's back, Yamanaka Hei couldn't help but sigh. Right. I've always thought this kid is quite good. Mrs. Yamanaka also came out of the house at this time. She happened to hear Yamanaka Hayachi's sigh and said with a smile, So, please work hard and don't let her go. Mrs. Yamanaka said and rubbed Ino's hair. I don't know anything. Ino blushed, broke away from Mrs. Yamanaka's hand and ran into the house. The Yamanaka couple looked at each other and both smiled. Xia Li was walking on the road. He didn't expect that he was originally worried about Ino's safety, but in the end he got specific information from here. Xia Li had made some guesses when he saw Yamanaka Hayachi. In the end, the other person's reminder undoubtedly made him understand that the day he was unsure about was today. At this time, Xia Li walked towards home. It was not yet time to get off work at Sinai, so he was not too worried. After all, it was the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, and no one dared to act wild there. As for after get off work, Xia Li has been following her secretly these days, fearing that his mother would be bullied on the way home. Fortunately, nothing he worried about happened. If today is the last day, then I won't follow you secretly and just go directly to pick up Sinai. As for today's training, let's take a day off. There is no need to remind Xiao Li. Metgai will not let anything happen to Xiao Li. In fact, he should have a share in Metgai, but he will not trouble the other party. Sinai, be careful on the road. The village doesn't seem to be very peaceful these days. I heard that some clerks in the store next door were injured. Sinai's colleague said to Sinai when he got off work. Yeah, thank you. I know that too, so be careful. Sinai also said. After changing out of his work clothes that were already full of oil smoke, he packed up and was about to go home. He originally wanted to buy some food, but heard that after thinking about what my colleagues said, I thought the food at home would last for a while and gave up the idea. Sinai, your son is here to pick you up. At this time, Sinai suddenly heard the shouts of his colleagues, and the content made Sinai open his eyes wide and ran out quickly. Soon, Sinai saw her son standing there greeting his colleagues, and then he saw himself. The smile on his face that seemed to her to be fake did not disappear, and he came to her and said, Mom, I'm taking you home. Xia Li said, Why did you think of taking Mom home today? Sinai asked with happiness, confusion, and some worry. It's not safe in the village recently, so I came here to take my mother home. Xia Li said truthfully. After saying that, the colleagues around Sinai looked at Sinai with envy. They also want children who are both talented and sensible. However, Sinai sighed and said, Mom, you don't need to worry. Don't look at her like this. She used to be a genin. Ordinary people don't dare to bully her. But, Xia Li, will you be in danger if you come here alone? No, after all, I defeated Mr. Uruka. Xia Li revealed a little bit, but his voice was very low, not wanting to expose it to others. Suddenly, Sinai's eyes widened, remembering that Urka was a Chunin, right? In other words, his son is now able to defeat Chunin? Sinai was in a daze. In a daze. Sinai only knew that she had left the store where she usually worked in the envious eyes of her colleagues, and the happy expression on her face never stopped. Chapter 50 Uchiha Genocide at Night, Xia Li's House. At this time, Xia Li was looking at the scenery outside in front of the window. In fact, his mind was completely focused on the genocide of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's clan is much further away from the school than his home, but Sasuke must have returned to the clan now. In other words, the turmoil in Uchiha had already begun before. Even though Xia Li had thought about not getting involved before, at this time, he still couldn't help but wonder if he could get a pair of Sharingan while taking advantage of the situation. His requirements were not high, and he was satisfied with a pair of Magatama Sharingan. Although his goal was not to use these organs that did not belong to him, Naruto was after all a world known as the Eye Legend. In any case, as one of the three major eyes, the Sharingan is naturally very attractive. Even if Xia Li doesn't use it later, it would be good to study it carefully. But the problem is, there are roots in the front and Abido in the back. Even if he wants to take advantage of the chaos, he is still looking for death with his current strength. Even if it is a Magatama, it is impossible to be an unknown person in Uchiha. There may be some hidden under the surface, but it cannot be too much. Therefore, it was basically impossible for him to find an unknown Uchiha who had a Magatama. Xia Li also slowly calmed down the thoughts that she knew were unrealistic, and sighed. She had thought about it for a long time, but when faced with the temptation of the Sharingan, who can guarantee not to be tempted? Xia Li also knew that the Sharingan was not suitable for him at all, so he was able to calm down so quickly. After all, if he really got the Sharingan, he could only preserve it. His chakra couldn't be used at all, and he couldn't directly install the eyes like those who did in the later period. He also needed trustworthy medical personnel to help him transplant the writing. The chakra eye will do. If it were to be saved, Xia Li could prepare the corresponding solution by herself, but where to save it? I couldn't think of it at the moment, but at home, being discovered would be fatal. The most important thing is that the chakra is not enough to support his use of the Sharingan, and he does not have the physique of an Uchiha. The Sharingan cannot be closed. Even if he does not actively use its ability, it is consuming chakra all the time. You don't want to talk about how to hide the Sharingan. Just say that after transplanting the Sharingan, his chakra must not be enough. If it is not enough, you can refer to Nagato who uses the Rinnegan. Nagato's scrawny appearance is truly terrifying, and he is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and his vitality is strong enough. If it were him, even if he only supported the Sharingan, he would probably not only be scrawny, but would be more likely to be sucked to death directly. Finally, a trusted medical professional. Forget it, Xia Li will definitely not be able to find it at the moment anyway. As for transplanting himself, he is not such a fierce person at the moment. Therefore, even if he was lucky enough to get a pair of Magatama Sharingan, he would have to keep it until he found a trustworthy medical staff, and he would also have to consider the issue of chakra when transplanting. All kinds of problems add up, so just go to sleep. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless. Your life is still important, so give up on this. Xia Li recited silently, giving up those unrealistic thoughts. Now I think it is better to grab a pair of Sharingan from Danzo when my strength is high, and maybe get some Hashirama cells by the way from tonight onwards. There will only be a few Uchiha in this world, perhaps even fewer than Uchiha. The Uchiha seemed to have scattered some of the clan members before they were exterminated. Tomorrow, Sasuke will be alone. Xia Li murmured and suddenly paused. He didn't like to think too much when watching anime, but now that he is in the world of Naruto, he has to think about many things. Why is Sasuke alone? Even if there is only one Sasuke in Konoha, it doesn't mean that Uchiha needs to die. Even Danzo shouldn't choose to fish in the lake, right? Wouldn't it be more in their interests to keep one Sasuke in the open and keep some in captivity for experiments? It is even more in line with Konoha's interests. So, did Itachi think of this and not want his people to be treated as experimental subjects and then killed? But this kind of worry Uchiha will probably curse. Are you worried that you will kill us all? Or is it more likely Abido? By Jiu? It is estimated that after tonight, both Sandai and Danzo will feel a little out of control, but these have nothing to do with him. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the village will probably return to its usual calm after a while, and he can return to his old lifestyle. It would take some time to send Ino off. It would be better to wait until the aftermath in the village was over before stopping. If he stopped directly, his previous reasons would lose their effect. Because the Uchiha clan was exterminated, but if Konoha's wealthy family was wiped out overnight, there would definitely be turmoil for a period of time, and the village would not be too stable. Even without the Uchiha security team, the security may be worse for a while. If he suddenly stopped sending it at this time, then his previous reason would definitely not be valid. If he was suspected of knowing about the Uchiha genocide, although it was unlikely, it would be tragic if he was suspected. According to Sinai, after today he will resume his previous secret care until the village has cleared the turbulent aftermath of the genocide. Xia Li thought about it and closed the window. After calming down her thoughts that were flying to Uchiha, she began to rest. The next day, as expected, the village was in a state of panic, as was the ninja school. After all, there were still many Uchitas in the school. For example, Uchiha Sasuke from their class is also one of them, and he is not here today. There were many little girls who admired Sasuke who had no intention of studying at all, and looked worriedly at Sasuke's vacant seat. Page 28. What's more, some even shed tears, leaving Xia Li speechless. Even Uruka was helpless. He was also shocked when he learned about this. Then he quickly thought of Sasuke and immediately went to find Naruto. Naruto's answer made him relieved. Sasuke escaped by chance, but he had to rest for a while due to psychological trauma before coming to school. However, the Hokage said that this matter should be kept secret for a while because he was afraid that Sasuke's cultivation would be disturbed. So Uruka looked at these sad female students and didn't know how to comfort them. Therefore, it is basically impossible to attend such a class. Fortunately, Sasuke is usually very cold, and there are not many people who have a good relationship with him. After 1 or 2 periods of crying, the order in the class slowly returned to its original state. Even if there were still people there who were sad, it had no impact. Shikamaru looked at the empty seats and recalled the scenes in the village some time ago. He couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The information he obtained from his observations was still too little. He could only judge that something big was about to happen, but he didn't expect it at all. It would be something like this. Uchiha was directly destroyed by the traitorous ninjas. For Xia Li, he still looked at the book in his hand indifferently. Knowing the original book, he knew that Sasuke was absolutely fine. For Xia Li, nothing can happen to Sasuke. After all, these 2 hangings on the wall are what gives him the confidence to show off like this. Anyway, no matter how far he grows in the end, he has these 2 guarantees. However, if I see Sasuke again, I should be able to see the familiar Sasuke in the original work. Xia Li sighed as he looked at Sasuke's empty seat. Chapter 51 Avengers. For nearly a month, Sasuke didn't appear in class. Just when all the girls had given up hope, Sasuke suddenly appeared in the class again. This made these girls excited with surprise, and one after another gathered around Sasuke to express their worries. These girls are really crazy. Girls are really scary, Shikamaru said with sweat dripping from his forehead as he lay on the table and looked at the situation there. Indeed. Xia Li nodded in agreement and then said, but Sasuke has experienced this kind of thing, and he can still endure such harassment. He is quite pitiful and strong. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment and then began to think. When he took on the role of Sasuke, even if he took a month's rest, the bad news of the family's demise was definitely not easy to get over. So Sasuke is definitely not at peace now. Even when faced with harassment from so many girls, he only clenches his hands in front of him and does not lose his mind and explode. It is indeed very rare. Even if he encounters the same thing, he is not sure whether he will directly ask everyone to leave. If they don't leave, it is normal to curse. Shikamaru was thinking, and at the same time he was reviewing his own thoughts, finding loopholes in his thinking, making up for the shortcomings, hoping to think about things from a more comprehensive perspective in the future. Boom. However, Shikamaru's thoughts were interrupted by a loud noise, and he looked over to see that it was happening on Sasuke's side. Shikamaru sighed secretly. Really, he couldn't hold it back in the end? Xia Li couldn't help but look away from the scroll after the sound, and looked at Sasuke, who just slapped his hands on the table and stood up. Like Shikamaru, Xia Li also thought that Sasuke might not be able to bear it anymore. Then, Xia Li saw after Sasuke slapped his hands on the table, the girls next to him were also startled. After seeing Sasuke leave his position, they did not dare to block him and moved out of the way. However, this road does not lead to the entrance of the classroom, but to the back row of the classroom. Xia Li discovered that Sasuke seemed to be coming towards him. This discovery made him a little confused. Why was it directed at him? Soon, Sasuke walked up to Xia Li, where he and Xia Li looked at each other. In the same dark eyes, Xia Li had doubts, as if asking Sasuke what he wanted to do, and Sasuke's eyes were filled with desire for destruction. This scene also made the people around them nervous, and it looked like they were about to start a fight. Moreover, the two protagonists were very popular in the class, and they would not be happy if anyone was hurt. What's the matter? Sasuke-san. Xia Li was a little curious as to why Sasuke was looking for her at this time. Come out with me, Sasuke whispered, then turned and walked out of the classroom. Xia Li almost said why I wanted to go out with you. After thinking about it, she was really curious about why Sasuke came to school to see her on the first day after the genocide, so she stood up and followed. When she passed Ino's position on the way, she saw the other person's worried eyes. Xia Li smiled at her to reassure her that everything would be fine. Soon, Sasuke took Xia Li to a slightly remote place and stopped. So, Sasuke-kun, what do you want from me? Xia Li asked again. Fight with me and I will definitely defeat you. Sasuke turned around and stared at Xia Li. He must take revenge. Every night these days he would have nightmares about what happened that night. Revenge, want revenge, must take revenge. But how can such a weak self take revenge? Even now he is not even the first in the class. Therefore, Sasuke set his sights on Xia Li. If he wanted to take revenge, he must first defeat the number one in front of him. If you can't even defeat the opponent, how can you have the strength to take revenge? Xia Li was stunned for a moment, thinking about why the other party suddenly said that he wanted to defeat him. Although he had said it before, it was during the exam, so why did he directly attack him personally now? Then Xia Li thought about the other party's current state. He was probably thinking about revenge, and he was number one in the class. Maybe Xia Li understood. Thinking about it this way, did Sasuke regard him as the first step in revenge? It's possible, but not now, Xia Li said after thinking for a while. He also wanted to see what Sasuke's current level was. Why? Sasuke still stared at Xia Li closely. I can't show my strength now, so I'll meet you here after school. How about we have a game then? Xia Li thought for a while and said. Xia Li is currently in the state of a shadow clone, and in order to use more chakra for training, the chakra extracted every time he uses the shadow clone is just enough for learning. As long as Xia Li dares to fight Sasuke here, he will passively disband the shadow clones in a short time. Therefore, The battle definitely cannot be carried out now. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Sasuke still agreed. If he wanted to defeat the number one in the strongest state, it would be useless to take advantage of others. After school, Xia Li asked Ino to go back by himself first. He had some things to do. Although Ino was a little disappointed, he still agreed, and then Xia Li came to the place agreed with Sasuke. Is it okay now? Sasuke asked, staring at Xia Li. Xia Li nodded and looked at Sasuke with a sigh. When the shadow clone passed the news to him, he also felt that Sasuke was actually quite good. In this case, he could control himself and agree to postpone it instead of a direct attack would be difficult for others in this situation. So, Indra and Asura Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to attack. After a while, Sasuke's forehead was filled with sweat, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Because all his attacks were easily blocked by Xia Li with his hands, Xia Li didn't even launch an attack, otherwise he should have been defeated. Xia Li looked at Sasuke with interest. Although he was one of the two hanging on the wall, he could still be bullied at this stage. Why not bully him a little more now that he could? After thinking about it, Xia Li saw Sasuke gritting his teeth and reaching into his ninja tool bag, and his expression suddenly changed. You must know that they are only in the first grade, and they have not even been taught fighting, let alone fighting with ninja tools. Although he cannot be afraid of these, Sasuke took the lead in using ninja tools in this battle when he should not have used ninja tools. Tools, not yet Urko watching. This means that if you change someone else, you will really be hurt by Sasuke if you are not careful. If you are not lucky. In short, from this moment on, the nature of this battle has changed. As for Sasuke, he absolutely didn't want to admit that the gap between him and Xia Li was so big, and he couldn't control that much anymore. He just wanted to achieve the final victory, and his hand had already touched the shuriken. Chapter 52 Lessons 3 shurikens were fired at Xia Li's position from different directions. The shuriken thrown by Sasuke is not very fast, but he is worthy of being a descendant of Uchiha, and the throwing shuriken technique is very sophisticated even now. However, Xia Li, who had already seen Sasuke's movements, had already quickly made 3 seals. When the shuriken hit Xia Li, Sasuke suddenly realized that something was wrong. The opponent was not Itachi. Even if he wanted revenge, he shouldn't hurt Xia Li. Have you vented your anger on someone unrelated to you? Sasuke's eyes widened. Before he could continue to lose consciousness, Xia Li's figure dispersed and turned into a piece of wood that fell to the ground. There were several marks scratched by shurikens on the wood. What? Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out to be a substitute technique. Why did the other party do this? Didn't he haven't been taught yet? Even in the first half of the semester, he only mainly exercised his physical fitness. When he was at home, he only learned to throw shuriken. Even the ninjutsu was only the fire escape that his father gave him at the end of the semester. And it was because he didn't get the 3rd grade. His father gave it to him to catch up with Xia Li. Where? Sasuke quickly looked around, but it was already too late. He felt his wrist being held by a hand like an iron pincer. Just holding it made his wrist feel severe pain, let alone resisting. The next moment, he only felt the world spinning. After a burst of pain, he found that his hands had been forcibly behind his back, being held down by Xia Li's hand, and Sasuke's entire body was pinned to the ground by Xia Li. Tusk, it's just an ordinary battle. Why are you using shurikens? Xia Li said, tapping Sasuke's head with the knuckle of his index finger. Let me go, I haven't lost yet. Sasuke roared in a low voice. You haven't lost yet? Xia Li was not polite and continued to knock twice. If he saw that the other party still resisted, he would continue. Finally, after exhausting all his strength and being unable to move away from Xia Li's grasp, Sasuke slowly and desperately realized that he had probably really lost. As soon as the breath dissipated, Sasuke immediately felt that his head hurt. How many times did this bastard hit him? Exclamation, let me go, I admit defeat, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Oh, you gave up? Then tell me why shurikens are used in ordinary battles. Xia Li said and knocked again, as if he was used to it. Stop knocking. Sasuke felt another wave of pain. Then tell me quickly. Xia Li was in a bad mood right now. She came here just out of curiosity, but was attacked by her classmates with shurikens. And if she hadn't avoided the 3 shurikens just now, she would have definitely. You will be seriously injured. Didn't you avoid it easily? After Sasuke paused, he realized that he really shouldn't take out his shuriken in this battle, but he still said harshly, I dodged it, but can others dodge it? What if they are killed by the shuriken you threw? Xia Li said as he knocked again. No one else can force me to use my shuriken, Sasuke said forcefully. It seems so, but this is not the answer I want. Xia Li thought for a while and nodded. It was true at Sasuke's level, but he knocked again. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke was a little confused. Didn't he agree with his point of view? After being knocked again, he became furious again. That's not the case either. Xia Li ignored Sasuke's anger and said expressionlessly. He was also quite annoyed at this time. A long time. Sorry, the sound is too low, I can't hear it. Xia Li didn't knock again this time, but still said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used shuriken suddenly, Sasuke said loudly as if he had given up on himself. Forget it this time, it will be more than that simple next time. Xia Li finally let go of Sasuke. He was really dissatisfied. Although it is normal for ninjas to use shurikens in battle, he's not a ninja, and he's only in his first year. Page 29. Also, next time in this ordinary battle between classmates, if there is no teacher watching and allowing the use of shuriken, don't use shuriken, Xia Li said and walked towards the training ground. For him, Sasuke now wasn't even considered exercise. Xia Li, why are you so strong? Suddenly, Sasuke's voice reached Xia Li's ears. Because I work harder than you, Xia Li replied, and the talent must not be weaker than the other person's harder work. How could he catch up with Sasuke before his skills were activated? In fact, Xia Li also wanted to say dark blue, add some at this time. If he could take a shortcut, he wouldn't want to be so tired, but unfortunately he didn't. Are you trying hard? Sasuke was lying on the ground with his eyes blank. Fortunately, Xia Li didn't hit him on the back of the head, otherwise this position would have been very painful. Xia Li said that fortunately Sasuke kept trying to raise his head, so he could hit the front. Otherwise, he would have been really afraid of causing trouble if he hit the back of the head. Xia Li, my shuriken is not meant to kill people. Suddenly, Sasuke said, and then he realized that this seemed to be a sign of weakness, so he immediately closed his mouth and muttered, believe it or not. Xia Li paused for a moment and looked at the wooden stakes of the substitute technique over there. There were indeed only a few scratches. If it were a real person, it would indeed be just a few more less fatal wounds on the body. However, he remembered that the 3 shurikens were pointing in his direction. Xia Li suddenly realized something. Uchiha's shuriken throwing skills were indeed well-deserved. At this time, Xia Li's expression finally softened a lot. Although he still shouldn't take out the shuriken, he didn't completely lose his mind, and he was concerned about the life and death of the other party. This is not bad, even in a revenge situation. It's already pretty good, understandable. But unfortunately, that is from the perspective of a bystander. Xia Li is a person who has experienced it. He is a very good person. Even if he does not completely lose his mind, a lesson will definitely not be lost. Xia Li left this place, leaving Sasuke alone. At this time, Sasuke slowly sat up, touched the place where he was knocked, and gritted his teeth. Even if he touched it, he could feel the pain. It was definitely a big bump. Suddenly, when Sasuke touched his forehead, he paused. It was a place where someone often knocked, although it was certainly not as hard as Xia Li's knocks. At this moment, Sasuke recalled that person again. Itachi. Sasuke suppressed his anger and roared, and after a long time he finally calmed down again. He continued to rub the bulging lump and walked towards the home where no one was waiting for him. His figure was lonely and depressed. A masked person has been secretly watching this scene, and he doesn't know whether to stop it. After all, his duty is to watch Sasuke, but Xia Li is also the person whom Sandai said he should focus on before, so there was no movement from him, and he was relieved now. He would not be able to escape being held accountable for anything that happened to the two of them. However, Sasuke's skills are pretty good. That Xia Li should be fully capable of becoming a genin, right? That substitute technique is even more proficient than him, and he is truly worthy of being valued by the third generation. As for the matter of Sasuke and Xia Li, it is better to report it to the third generation and handle it. Chapter 53 Strange Achievements and Determination 4.6k Ohaha. Did Sasuke take the initiative to find Xia Li? And he got beaten up. The third generation couldn't help but smile when he saw the news. In his opinion, it was no surprise that Sasuke couldn't beat Xia Li at this moment. If Xia Li is thrown into the 6th grade, it will probably be difficult to find an opponent. The difference in physique is made up for or even surpassed by the thunder release. Ninjutsu and taijutsu are beyond the level of a genin. The only thing lacking is the amount of chakra. But at Xia Li's age, the amount of chakra is also urgent. No. Therefore, every time he sees Xia Li's attributes in all aspects, even the third generation feels so perfect. Even among those who are the same age as Xia Li, only the 4th generation and Kakashi can compare in his memory. After seeing the reason why Xia Li beat Sasuke, the third generation also nodded. From his point of view, he deserved a beating. What kind of shuriken should be used in the competition between first-year classmates without a teacher watching? And it seems that Sasuke didn't resent Xia Li after being beaten violently. This is quite important. He seems to be slightly different from other Uchiha, Sandai thought. Therefore, it might not be a bad thing to have the two of them in such contact. It might have unexpected effects. Thinking of this, the third generation also had a smile on his face. By the way, there is also the matter of Xia Li and the little girl from the mountain clan. Sandai looked at the message on another scroll. As the person he named to focus on, everything Xia Li did was naturally within his sight. After all, the specially made kuwu cannot be thrown away. The observation during this period made Sandai feel more reassured about Xia Li. His character was definitely not bad, and most importantly, his most important person was currently in Konoha. The third generation of Sinai's information has already been collected. Over the years, because he and Akimichi are classmates, he has been taken care of secretly, and he has no dissatisfaction with the village. And this is enough. If Sinai is here, from the perspective of the third generation, Xia Li will never betray Konoha. Not to mention that the other party is still with that little girl from the Yamanaka clan. In the mountains, it's not bad. Sandai put down the scroll about Xia Li with satisfaction, and he could basically rest assured about Xia Li. As the Hokage, why should he distrust the 3 major families of Ino, deer and butterflies? Then, the third generation stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the Uchiha clan with a somewhat complicated look. He is still in a daze now. Is the Uchiha really wiped out by his hands? Sasuke is the only Uchiha left in the village now. And the most important thing is that the preparations made 3 generations ago were not used at all, which made him a little unbelievable. Can Itachi and Gen really kill all Uchiha directly? Are there any changes that he doesn't know about? Sandai took a deep breath of tobacco and then spit it out, his entire face looming under the smoke. Then, At this time, the door was opened again and Danzo walked in with a bandage on his body. Hiruzen. Danzo didn't have time to express his intention. However, the third generation didn't even look back and said directly, I have said many times that Sasuke cannot leave it to you. I promised Itachi. That's just a traitorous ninja. Don't be so stupid, Hiruzen. He is the only Uchiha left in Konoha. Giving it to Gen to protect is the most correct choice. Danzo stared at the third generation. No need to say more. The third generation's tone was very firm. Although he didn't know why Itachi was able to directly destroy all Uchiha, he was still very afraid of this power. If the other party saw that he had not abided by the agreement and handed over Sasuke to Gen, then will Itachi take action against Konoha? On the other hand, if he takes good care of Sasuke, then maybe the Itachi card can continue to be used. Even if he couldn't use it, he shouldn't have any dangerous thoughts about Konoha, which took good care of Sasuke. Therefore, it is impossible for the third generation to hand over Sasuke to Danzo anyway. Then that's that's enough. Before Danzo could finish speaking, Sandai interrupted directly, his tone already a little annoyed. Danzo naturally understood that today's trip had failed again. He had come many times, but was rejected directly every time. This made him clench his fists and growled, Hiruzen, you will definitely regret this. The third generation slowly turned around, and under the hat representing the Hokage, a pair of old but still sharp eyes stared at Danzo and flatly stated a fact. I am the Hokage, Danzo. HMPH. Danzo's face was dark. He snorted coldly and then slammed the door and left. By the way, withdraw those roots that are monitoring Sasuke and don't let me do anything. After Danzo came out, the third generation's light voice came from behind, which made his face darker and darker. He really wanted to slam the door again. Does this mean that only state officials are allowed to set fires, but ordinary people are not allowed to light lamps? Aren't you doing it yourself? Xia Li was reading a book quietly. He actually knew that most of the time he was outside during the day, he was watched by Andrew. After all, his perception was getting stronger and stronger in the void state. Even the Ambu, which was good at hiding, could no longer hide it from Xia Li at this time. However, even after discovering the Ambu, Xia Li did not feel that there was anything wrong. Since you have shown talent, you must bear the corresponding trouble. And this Ambu actually appeared after he received the kunai from the Flying Thunder God. He was probably worried that he lost the kunai. In fact, it doesn't matter if it is damaged, but it would be troublesome if another village got it and studied it. As for Xia Li, although he didn't like being looked at, it didn't matter. He didn't do anything shady. On the bright side, the existence of Ambu could even be regarded as a layer of protection. At this time, Sasuke came to him again. What, something happened again? Xia Li's tone was still a little bad. I hope I can continue today. Sasuke stared at Xia Li and said he had to improve as soon as possible, and looking around he could only improve his level quickly by playing against Xia Li. Others were far behind. I don't want to spar with someone who doesn't follow the rules. Besides, it's not actually a spar. Xia Li calmly stated the fact, which was that he was unilaterally abusing Sasuke. I won't use shurikens this time. What happened yesterday was my fault. Sasuke clenched his fists, his joints turning white, but he still said, although his voice was very low at the end, but it was indeed an achievement for the proud Uchiha to take the initiative to apologize. Although Xia Li felt that this was Sasuke, other Uchiha would probably die without apologizing. Xia Li thought about it and felt that the relationship between him and Sasuke should not be too rigid. After all, the other party was one of his bases for showing off. What if the other party had a bad impression of him and tried to trick him? Thinking of this, Xia Li looked at the obvious bulge on Sasuke's head and suddenly wanted to laugh. That was his own masterpiece. To be honest, the joint of his index finger hurt a little from his tapping yesterday. once a week. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Xia Li thought for a while and said, anyway, he is no longer what he used to be. Even if he comes into contact with Naruto and Sasuke at the same time, there will be no problem. Maybe the third generation hopes that he will have more contact to cultivate mutual bonds. The old man really values this. Then it's settled. I will wait for you at the same place next week. Sasuke's eyes lit up and he said. Xia Li nodded and thought for a moment. He was also beating up Naruto, and now he was about to beat up Sasuke again. This was unlocking a somewhat strange achievement. It looks like you beat him up yesterday, Shikamaru said after Sasuke left. Eavesdropping is not good, Xia Li responded. You didn't avoid anyone when you spoke. I'm sitting next to you, so I can definitely hear you, Shikamaru complained. Well, it can be considered a beating. Did you see the big bump on Sasuke's head? I did it. Xia Li thought for a while and said. Suddenly, Shikamaru fell silent, and then he couldn't help but look at Sasuke in front of him. Even from here, he could clearly see the big bump on the other's head. He couldn't help but swear, and then said, You are cruel. It's okay. Who asked him to use the Shuriken first? Xia Li said casually, and then said no more. Shikamaru also curled his lips, and after looking at Xia Li's unharmed appearance, he also guessed that the gap in this competition was quite large. Even though he was like this, he still came over and asked to be beaten. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and saw that the other man was serious about revenge. During class, Xia Li also told Ino about this matter. Ino was a little confused. Her time was not occupied by those girls, but her time was occupied by another man. Who does this make sense? Well, can I stand by and watch? Ino was still a little unwilling to give up. Even if it was just for one day, she still didn't want to lose it just like that. Xia Li looked at Ino and understood what Ino was thinking. The village had calmed down recently and he had been thinking about stopping. Looking at it now, Ino is not willing to do it even for a day. If he says that he will stop permanently, what will happen? Given Ino's personality, she should agree, but being sad is inevitable. So, forget it. Let's continue. It won't take much time anyway. Xia Li also discovered at this time that although he still couldn't fall in love and would go to jail for smelting copper, he already regarded the other person as an important person, and he never wanted to see his important person sad. Okay. Xia Li nodded under Ino's expectant eyes. That's great. Ino immediately hugged Xia Li's arm, smiling like a flower. Unfortunately, it was a daisy. Xia Li looked at Ino and kept shouting guilt in her heart. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. When will he grow up? The more he grows up, the guilt in his heart will not be so strong. Xia Li, you must have played against Sasuke-san yesterday, right? Did you win? Ino asked curiously. Of course he won. Look at the bag on his head. I knocked it. Xia Li raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Page 30. Oh, that's good. Ino looked at the bag on Sasuke's head. It doesn't matter if Xia Li loses, Sasuke has something to do with her. By the way, this is for you, I've already used it. Xia Li handed the kunai he borrowed before to Ino. Oh, it's this kunai. I almost forgot about it. Ino thought about it and took it. After all, it was her father's weapon and not hers, but Ino still said, Does Xia Li want it? If Xia Li wants me to go to my dad and come over to give it to you. I've seen that he still has a few more, which won't affect his use. Well, thank you, but no need. Xia Li still said. He didn't want to take things from the other party's house before the relationship was truly established, and it was a very precious weapon. In fact, Xia Li also knew that if he really wanted it, Yamanaka Hei would give it to him, or he probably never thought of taking it back after lending it to Xia Li. But like this, Xia Li always felt that he was looking for Ino just to feed her, and it was not good to feed a little girl to her. As for Xia Li's learning of the thunder attribute chakra properties, the first stage was over before, but because she was still familiar with it, she didn't return it. Now Xia Li is already very comfortable using ordinary kunai for conduction, so this kunai made of chakra metal is no longer needed. In the following days, he only needs to continue to exercise with ordinary kunai, and then find some charcoal. I remember that this thing's own transmission ability is relatively poor. If it can succeed again, it can almost announce the nature of thunder attribute transmission. He has succeeded. As for the acceleration property of the thunder attribute, with the help of the thunder attribute, Xia Li's speed is indeed getting faster and faster, but if he wants to transfer it from the body to the outside, even if he just accelerates the kunai thrown out, it will only have the effect made some progress. It is still a bit difficult to change the nature. As for the cutting property of wind attribute, he can already attach wind attribute chakra to ordinary kunai, and it also meets the cutting requirements after throwing it out. Going a step further, he can study the Rasengan Shuriken in terms of its properties. Unfortunately, the Rasengan Shuriken consumes too much chakra, and his chakra is not enough. He can only continue to master it, and when the chakra reaches it, he will use the Rasengan Shuriken directly like a broken bamboo. It can be said that due to the reference of the original work, the learning of wind attribute changes is indeed much faster than that of thunder attribute. Dad. On this day, as soon as Yamanaka Hai returned home, he saw his daughter coming to greet him. What's the matter? Yamanaka Hayachi felt that his daughter would never be so considerate if she had nothing to do. Well, Dad, I want to learn ninjutsu. I also want to practice our family's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Ino said seriously. Huh? Didn't you not want to learn much before? Yamanaka Hayachi was a little confused. He used to teach Ino and forced Ino to learn something before she learned a little bit. Why did she take the initiative to come to him to learn now? Well, because I found that Xia Li is really strong, and I don't want to be left behind too much by him. Ino said this. She didn't think much about it before, but now after hearing that Xia Li defeated Sasuke, and it seemed that he defeated easily, he woke up suddenly. That's right, but both training and ninjutsu require hard work. Yamanaka Hayachi wanted to see his daughter's determination. I will work hard, Ino said, waving his fist. Okay, let's start now. Yamanaka Hayachi, who was originally tired, became energetic at this time. He was a little touched that his daughter finally wanted to study, although the reason for studying was because that bastard made him a little unhappy. At least wanting to study was a good thing. However, Yamanaka Hai showed concern in his eyes. He knew Xia Li's situation more or less. Can Ino really keep up with Xia Li's talent? After all, for now, Ino is actually lagging far behind. Yamanaka Hayachi sighed, hoping that Ino could accept the reality in the future and not be too sad because of it. As for now, it is too late to dampen his daughter's enthusiasm for learning. Time passed and the first grade finally came to an end. Xia Li's life was very monotonous, and he spent it repeatedly practicing, studying, accompanying Ino, and beating Naruto and Sasuke. However, his strength is also steadily improving. As for the final results, Xia Li still ranked first in every aspect, and because of this, Xia Li finally accumulated a set of basic ninja tools, including 2 special kunai and a set of shurikens. My family is poor and I can only rely on my grades to get rewards. It's just that the final grades have no impact on Xia Li's life at all because whether they are classmates, teachers, or mother, they are all used to it, and it seems natural for Xia Li to get first place. Xia Li is a little excited now, because this day is the day when he goes to meet the 3rd generation, and it is also the most important day whether he can get the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 54 remarks on the launch. Well, before I knew it, it was time to put it on the shelves tomorrow, which was a bit of a sigh. The reason why I started writing this book is that I was too obsessed with Pokemon and Naruto fanfiction some time ago, and then I wanted to write a book of my own. For Pokemon, those tactics were too troublesome to study, so I chose Naruto. This is the reason. Then, there are several questions raised by readers, one of which is wordiness, which I personally think cannot be corrected. After all, I have formed a habit. I guess I developed this habit from writing essays in junior high and high schools. Although my essay score is not high, I can write fast haha. However, words like sighing can be controlled. If readers hadn't mentioned it, I definitely wouldn't have discovered it myself. Now that I've discovered it, I'll try to control it. Another point is analysis. Well, you can see the reason why I wrote it. I just wrote it out of interest, so I had the urge to write out all my thoughts. However, there shouldn't be as many words in the back as there are in the front. If there are words, I will try to control them as much as possible. Any analysis will also be related to the protagonist's next actions. For example, when Uchiha wiped out the clan, you think it was just analysis, but I think it was a necessary psychological activity for the protagonist to extinguish his unrealistic thoughts. Although it looks verbose, it is crucial to the protagonist's character. To put it bluntly, although he wants to become stronger, he is actually very arrogant and puts his own life first, so he will have ideas, but he will not do it if there is a great threat to his life. How can you survive the 4 battles the protagonist has watched Naruto, and there are 2 hangings on the wall? He works hard, and there is no problem in surviving, so don't mention those things that may be life-threatening, such as fusion of blood successors. There is no guarantee the former protagonist wouldn't do it. Finally, let's talk about the most discussed point, which is that the goal is to replace Haruno Sakura. I will give my reasons, and if you disagree, you are right. First, a 3-person team is usually only 2 men and 1 woman, so it is not required. Whether it is the 3 men who appear in the supporting roles in the original work, or the previous generation of Ino, Deer, Butterfly, and Kai's class, this can be shown. I even remember that there was a team of 2 women and 1 man. I also checked when I was writing, and there is indeed no explicit rule that 2 men and 1 woman are required. Second, in terms of talent, will the protagonist already know his talent at that time? I don't know, but Haruno Sakura's performance in the early stage is actually not outstanding, so even if the protagonist's talent is not very good, he can still perform better than Haruno Sakura, but if it is really bad, the chance will drop a lot. Third, and the thing I least want to talk about, is bonding. When someone talks about this, I don't even want to answer anything. The protagonist is 6 years old and is in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke. Is it really stipulated that only Haruno Sakura can do this? Do you have a bond with them both? No one else can? The above is the reason why I think Haruno Sakura can be replaced. At least if the talent is stronger, the possibility is not low. Finally, it is definitely impossible for me to say that I don't care about my grades, but the most important thing is to write what I want to write. Therefore, I generally do not change the overall plot. If it is just some short logical inconsistencies or some parts that may be misunderstood when reading, I will still change it when I see it. In short, keep working hard and hope to write better content. There is also automatic subscription. I am shameless to mention it, but I don't force this. I come here as a reader and understand everything. I can only say that I will try my best to finish writing. Oh, there seems to be an update problem, 4K per day. It's not that I don't want to write more, but I don't have time. I need to go to work. Novels are just a hobby, so I don't have that much time to type. In fact, I have evolved from 2,000 per day to 4,000 per day. If I go further, it will basically be very difficult. Occasionally, 6,000 is still possible. If it is every day, I'm sorry, I can't do it _, that's about it. The results of this book are actually much better than I expected. Let's see how it goes on the shelves now. I hope everyone can continue to support it. Thank you. Let's stop here. An online writer who just wants to write what he wants to write, empty and unwilling. Chapter 55 Jiraiya and the test. The difference between the Hokage's office and before was that the guard did not block Xia Li's entry this time. It seemed that he had given instructions in advance. The moment Xia Li stepped into the office, a voice had already reached his ears. What, old man, you called me back with more than a dozen summonses just because of this kid? He doesn't look very good. It was a voice full of uncle's feeling, and he sounded not too young. Xia Li couldn't help but look at the person who made the sound. When he heard the sound, he had a guess, but when he actually saw it, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. I saw a tall middle-aged ninja with a forehead protector with a word oil on his head, messy white hair reaching to his waist, red marks under his eyes, and a red outer coat. There is no doubt that this is one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya. Xia Li didn't expect to see Jiraiya here at all, and of course Xia Li could guess what Jiraiya's appearance here meant. While he was excited, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Sure enough, the flying thunder god given by the third generation is not so easy to get. Even if his life experience is extremely innocent and he should have shown enough bonds with his family and friends, even so, it may not be enough in the eyes of the third generation. Of course, it was impossible for Xia Li to give up the possibility of becoming a disciple because of this. After all, that was Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, the common teacher of the 4th and 7th generation. Sir 3rd generation. While Xia Li was shocked, he did not forget to salute the 3rd generation. Well, Xia Li, looking at the way you looked just now, do you know the person next to me? Sandai said gently. Yes, Master Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. I didn't expect to see him here. I heard that Master Jiraiya has not been active in the village for a long time. Xia Li also answered truthfully. Ha ha ha. It seems that my reputation is still very big in Konoha. Jiraiya couldn't help but open his mouth and laughed after hearing Xia Li's words. He didn't feel restrained at all, and the 3rd generation had a headache. However, Xia Li could also see that although he had a headache, the 3rd generation was probably in the most relaxed state at this time. After all, if Jiraiya is around, some of his worries can be put down. Okay, Xia Li, you should be ready, right? Sandai interrupted Jiraiya's laughter at this time and asked. Yes, it's ready, Xia Li said and handed the flying thunder god kunai to the 3rd generation. Jiraiya next to him couldn't help but restrain his smile after seeing this kunai, with a look of reminiscence on his face, thinking of the figure with golden hair, and then looked at Xia Li. I have to say that in terms of appearance, they are basically about the same, but Minato is indeed more sunny. While Jiraiya was reminiscing, the 3rd generation had already received the kunai and said with a smile, Xia Li, you have always been very mature. I'm sure you can guess why Jiraiya is here, right? Well, of course, I am willing to become Master Jiraiya. Xia Li's eyes lit up, then she showed an ecstatic look and said directly. Seeing Xia Li like this, Sandai couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Boy, it's not that easy to be my disciple. I was called back by more than a dozen summonses from 3 generations, but because your talent was said to be very high, I just came back to take a look. If you don't pass the test this time, then it proves that your talent is just that, and I will naturally not accept you as my disciple. Jiraiya also came back to his senses at this time and said seriously. He actually had no intention of accepting a disciple. After all, his whole mind was on wandering around collecting information and looking for the Son of Destiny. However, the 3rd generation kept sending him messages, which annoyed him. He was also afraid that something might happen to Konoha, and the other party was his teacher. Block 3 generations. This made Jiraiya very annoyed. In the end, he couldn't help but become curious about Xia Li, who the 3rd generation said was not weaker than Minato. This time, he finally came back after knowing about the 3rd generation's test. I will pass the test, Xia Li just said, with strong confidence in his tone. This confidence also made Jiraiya stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but grin. Then I hope I can accept another disciple. Lord Sandai, Lord Jiraiya, I would like to ask, what is the specific content of the test? After waiting for a while, Xia Li found that neither Sandai nor Jiraiya had explained the content of the test to him, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. Asked, well, the content of the test is actually very simple. Xia Li, just use the psychic technique I gave you before to channel the flying thunder god Kunai. The third Hokage said with a smile. Jiraiya couldn't help but rolled his eyes after hearing this. Is his teacher a bully? But this is just a brief introduction to this requirement. The real requirement is much lower than this. However, Xia Li was stunned. What kind of request is this? To channel a kunai, is it difficult? Xia Li didn't understand, but if that was all, then the flying thunder god would return. Page 31. The next moment, Xia Li paused because he suddenly discovered that in his perception he seemed to have lost touch with the flying thunder god kunai that had been established for a long time. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on Xia Li's face. The third generation looked at this scene and nodded. It was indeed good to discover it so quickly, so he said again, as long as there is time, it can be completed before tomorrow. Jiraiya, you can watch from the side. With that said, Sandai picked up the document next to him and read it. In his opinion, it wouldn't be that easy for Xia Li to accomplish this goal. You know I'm watching. Jiraiya yawned, looked at the third generation and then said casually to Xia Li, boy, if it doesn't work, give up quickly. I have to go to collect light. I haven't returned for many years. You must see more of Konoha. Xia Li didn't answer. He had already calmed down and focused all his attention on perception. After a while, Xia Li still sensed that trace of connection, but it was almost vague. So what exactly did the third generation and Jiraiya do? Why was it possible to make the kunai with which he had established a deep connection seem to have no connection? Although Xia Li is a little puzzled, this connection should not be enough to channel the spirit. So should he use the spell he established before? But the connection has been almost severed. Is the technique really useful? Xia Li was doubtful but no longer hesitated. It was still early tomorrow anyway, so she would try it first. The next moment, Xia Li bit her finger and formed a psychic seal. Although Jiraiya seemed nonchalant, his attention was actually always on Xia Li, and Xia Li's seal formation speed surprised him. Such a fast seal formation speed. You must have practiced a lot, right? At this time, even just this scene made Jiraiya slowly believe that what Sandai said in the letter about the other party's efforts was true. However, Jiraiya looked at the other party's psychic technique and shook his head. This was not possible. Chapter 56 Flying Thunder God is mine. Xia Li looked at the motionless ground. If it were normal, the flying thunder god kunai would have been channeled by him, but at this time there was no movement at all. This made Xia Li frown, but she didn't panic. She slowly closed her eyes and searched for the connection through perception. The mentality is good, and he has found the correct method so quickly. It seems that this level will not be able to stop the opponent for a long time. He only needs to channel a few more times before he can pass the level. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. As expected, the third generation did not lie to him about this talent. Moreover, this kind of mentality was not mentioned at all in the third generation's letter. Jiraiya thought that Xia Li would panic a little after the first failure, but it turned out that he didn't at all. How much confidence do you need in yourself? Soon, Jiraiya saw Xia Li making another move, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Did he sense it so quickly? Xia Li opened her eyes, grasped the link that she finally felt, and used the psychic technique again. However, it still failed. The familiar flying thunder god kunai did not appear in Xia Li's eyes. This made Xia Li feel some fluctuations in her heart. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. There was determination in her eyes. No matter what, she would fly. He has learned the god of thunder. What Xia Li didn't know was that Jiraiya and Sandai looked at the trembling flying thunder god Kunai, and then couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They actually managed to contact the flying thunder god Kunai the second time. You must know that they used a sealing technique for this. Although it is a relatively special sealing technique and not completely sealed, it can also explain a lot of things. Jiraiya took a breath of air. From this point of view, the opponent's talent in Flying Thunder God is probably not much weaker than Minato. After being surprised, Sandai couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and continued to review the scroll. As for Jiraiya, he saw Xia Li's reaction just now and finally had some fluctuations, but he recovered very quickly, which made Jiraiya very satisfied. At this time, Jiraiya finally decided to accept this apprentice. Even if it is basically impossible to be the child of destiny, it doesn't matter. If you don't accept such a talent as a disciple, what else do you want? Time passed slowly, and Xia Li once again found that connection, and this time it was a little clearer than before. Xia Li did not hesitate and used the psychic technique again, but it still failed. But this time, Xia Li did not have any fluctuations. If it failed, he would continue to sense. At the same time, he also had some guesses in his mind. If this is the case, then the other party gave him a day to explain clearly. Sure enough, when Xia Li once again felt the connection between herself and the flying thunder god Kunai, this time the connection was clearer than the last time. So is that why you set aside a day? Let yourself use psychic skills again, and then use this to deepen the connection. No, it is not to deepen the connection, but the other party has used a known means to cover up this connection. You need to use psychic skills again and again to break through the concealment. According to Xia Li's feeling, he doesn't need to spend a whole day, but can complete it in about 2 hours. In this case, he can probably pass this test, right? But if this is just the case, Xia Li will not be satisfied. This time is also an opportunity to show off his talent. If it is just a routine, then it would be like missing such a good opportunity in vain. This is a serious waste in Xia Li's opinion. No! Therefore, Xia Li did not choose to use psychic skills this time. What Xia Li didn't know was that his talent had actually been revealed to Jiraiya, but even if he knew it, he wouldn't give up and go further. After all, he has very few resources now. The stronger the talent, the more resources he can acquire. And Jiraiya looked at Xia Li. According to the interval between the first and second times, the third time should be enough to make contact. Why didn't he continue to use the psychic technique? Are you thinking wrong? Jiraiya couldn't help but frowned. He had said that he would accept the other party as his disciple after he completed the test. He had already recognized Xia Li. If the other party failed to channel the thunder god Kunai in the end, then he's still making a gaffe. At this time, Jiraiya, who was already satisfied with Xia Li's talent, couldn't help but become worried. However, soon, Jiraiya looked at Xia Li and frowned. He always felt that Xia Li's current state was a bit familiar, but Jiraiya didn't think about immortality. After all, how could anyone outside possibly what about learning magic? Even if you can learn senjutsu in the 3 holy places, learning senjutsu requires enough chakra to suppress and balance the natural energy. This kid's chakra is definitely not enough, so it is impossible for Jiraiya to go to senjutsu think. And this is also caused by Jiraiya's lack of proficiency in the use of celestial arts. If it were Shenja Sage who looked at it, he would have discovered Xia Li's state. Xia Li slowly entered the void state. In this state, his perception experienced a qualitative change. But this time, Xia Li finally clearly felt the connection between the flying thunder god Kunai, and most importantly, that connection was no different from the connection he usually perceived in the void state. This shows that the method of covering up the connection between the third generation and Jiraiya is directly ineffective in higher levels of perception. Rather, it has an effect. This discovery also surprised Xia Li, but this is a good thing. Surprisingly, the perception effect in the void state is more powerful than he imagined. Except this time, it will definitely be a great help to him in the future. Now, Xia Li slowly showed a confident smile, and this time slowly began to form seals in his hands. Flying Thunder God is his. When Jiraiya was still thinking about how to find other reasons to accept Xia Li as his disciple after his failure, he suddenly found that Xia Li had moved again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jiraiya also saw the difference in Xia Li this time, which was a stronger self-confidence. This discovery also made Jiraiya feel moved, and at the same time a little unbelievable. Could it be? The next moment, Xia Li had completed the seal formation. This time, under Jiraiya's gaze, the flying thunder god kunai did not send out a psychic shock because it disappeared directly. And this means that it was successfully channeled. How is this possible? At this moment, Xia Li was smiling, holding the familiar kunai handle, looking at the third generation and Jiraiya how brisk and confident that voice was. Sending Sama, Jiraiya-sama, I succeeded. Jiraiya looked at the kunai in Xia Li's hand with his mouth open, his eyes full of disbelief. As for Sandai, the scroll in his hand fell on the table at some point. He didn't react. It seemed that he had just reviewed it for a while, right? Is this a success? However, Sandai looked at the familiar kunai in Xia Li's hand and slowly recovered. This time he really showed a happy and shocked smile. Even the third generation was wondering whether it was a waste to teach Jiraiya with such talent. Although he did not have much free time, he still had some time to squeeze in, and it was not completely impossible to accept another disciple. Judging from the opponent's Flying Thunder God's talent, the Flying Thunder God doesn't need Jiraiya's teaching at all. Moreover, Jiraiya himself doesn't know this technique. It's just because Minato is familiar with this technique. Now it seems that Xia Li himself must also know it. Can learn. In Konoha, two ninjas with very high status were completely shocked when they faced a boy who was only 7 years old. Chapter 57 Apprenticeship. The third generation and Jiraiya have actually tried this test. It is precisely because they tried it that they know that they do not have the talent to learn Flying Thunder God, and they also know how difficult it is. Of course, with their ninjutsu abilities, it's not impossible to learn them if they want to, but they can probably only learn the Flying Thunder God formation. However, they thought about the formation of the Flying Thunder God. To be honest, this would embarrass the Flying Thunder God. It would be better not to learn it, as it would be of no use. Although this talent is only applicable to the Flying Thunder God, but again, that is the Flying Thunder God. A strategic level ninjutsu that has been proven for 4 generations. Jiraiya, if you still need to continue to answer the prophecy and find the son of the prophecy and don't have time, then you might as well let me come as your master. The third generation said without any change in his expression. Suddenly, Jiraiya was stunned and then looked at his teacher carefully, but found that the other person didn't even have the slightest intention of blushing and couldn't help but said, "Teacher, where is your face? Are you competing with your own apprentice for your apprentice?" In an instant, Sandai's face turned dark and he began to form seals in his hands. "Hey, old man." Jiraiya's expression changed, and then he was knocked unprepared by the third generation. Xia Li looked at this scene and sighed to himself. He was indeed the third Hokage and one of the 3 ninjas. He would have been unable to resist the playful moment of exchange just now. However, this was the first time to see the third generation like this. Although Xia Li didn't often see the third generation, he could definitely guess that the third generation would never be like this. It was precisely in front of Jiraiya that he showed such an attitude and performance. Therefore, Xia Li also lamented that the 3 generations were old. Only when you are old will you become so sentimental, especially cherish your own feathers, often fall into a state of reminiscing, and you can't control your emotions. But Then again, even though he is old, he is still so safe, and the flying thunder god probably wouldn't have given it to him if he didn't have Jiraiya. To be honest, Xia Li has always known that the third generation is old, and even taking this into account, he thought that with his performance, he would be able to get the flying thunder god from the old third generation. It may be a little bit close, but time can smooth it out. Close this gap. However, reality made Xia Li understand that the third generation was still the same third generation, he was just older, and some basic calculations were still there. Xia Li didn't count on Jiraiya. Although he knew it was possible, the uncertainty was too great, so he even targeted Haruno Sakura in Class 7 instead of Jiraiya. However, Xia Li smiled. Although he was disappointed, the result was good. The farce between the third generation and Jiraiya ended quickly, and finally the third generation gave up. Xia Li also breathed a sigh of relief. He had no right to choose here, only the right to be chosen. Although he wanted to become Jiraiya's disciple, if the third generation chose him in the end, could he refuse? Does not. However, both the third generation and Jiraiya are of great benefit to the current Xia Li. He, kid, from now on, you are the disciple of this immortal, Jiraiya said and laughed. Yes, I have met the teacher. Xia Li also had excitement in her tone. She didn't have to pretend this time, she was really excited. Xia Li actually didn't mind giving Jiraiya the traditional apprenticeship process he remembered, but there didn't seem to be that many processes on the Hokage's side, so it wasn't too much trouble, so he just had to remember it in his mind. Well, now that it's confirmed, let's leave quickly, Sandai said casually. Seeing this, Jiraiya casually said hello to the third generation and wanted to take Xia Li away. However, Xia Li definitely couldn't be as casual as Jiraiya. After getting the signal from the third generation, he followed Jiraiya and left. After they left, Sandai suppressed his smile, tapped the table with his cigarette rod, and then a masked figure appeared in front of him. Go to Danzo and tell him again to be more honest these days. There seemed to be a shadow under the third Hokage's hat, and the voice came through the hat. Yes. The Anbu captain responded directly without asking anything, and left the Hokage's office the next moment. The third generation looked into the distance, feeling a little relieved. Jiraiya was stronger than he thought. In this case, he felt more at ease. Although there was a prophecy from the Great Toad Sage, the third generation still hoped that Xia Li could keep Jiraiya in Konoha, but the third generation also knew that there was little hope. His disciple's head is pretty cool. If he hadn't sent a dozen letters in a row this time, Jiraiya might not have come back. Although the third generation now feels that it's okay for Jiraiya to come back, he might be able to make more a genius disciple. Soon, Danzo looked at the Anbu captain in front of him with a very ugly face, because there were many roots lying on the ground around him. It seemed that they were forcibly pulled out by the Anbu captain and thrown in front of Danzo. What do you mean, Hiruzen? I've given in enough, Danzo said coldly. Page 32. Hokage-sama asked you to be more honest these days. The Anbu captain truthfully conveyed the third generation's words. You have said this before, and I asked the roots to step back. Danzo roared angrily. Then shrink all the roots. Also, I only know that Jiraiya-sama is back. The Anbu captain didn't say anything more, and left after taking the third generation's words. Danzo looked at the members of his roots who had all been thrown out with a cold face, gritted his teeth, and finally ordered, "There is no need to look after the Kyuubi kid recently." Danzo naturally knew what the Sandai was worried about. Wasn't he afraid that Jiraiya would find out about Naruto's treatment and have a grudge in his heart? Everyone lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. If Danzo-sama asked to continue at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable for them. Not to mention the third generation, even if Jiraiya was caught spying on the monster, it would be difficult for him to survive. Danzo was thinking about why Jiraiya came back at this time. It was probably Hiruzen who called him back, But what happened in Konoha that required Jiraiya to come back at this time? Uchiha genocide? No, this matter has passed. If you want to call me back, you should call me back earlier. At this time, a piece of news came back, which was sent back by the root members who were monitoring the Hokage's door from a distance. The moment he saw Xia Li's name, Danzo instantly understood why. This was to notify Jiraiya to come back and recruit disciples. Hersen. Danzo gritted his teeth. How was he worse than Jiraiya? Why did he risk thousands of miles to call Jiraiya back, but why was he unwilling to hand over Xia Li to him? However, it was not the worst news at least. The other party did not come back to inherit the position of Hokage, so Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief after knowing it. It was not just that Jiraiya came back to succeed Hokage. Hiruzen had Hashirama cells and felt he could wait, but Jiraiya couldn't. As for Xia Li, he was still too young and far from posing a threat. However, that deep dissatisfaction was still imprinted in Danzo's heart. Chapter 58 Display the back mountain of Konoha, a place where Xia Li wouldn't normally come, was very empty. At this time, Xia Li and Jiraiya, one small and one large, were looking at each other. Xia Li, little Xia Li, use all your abilities on me. Jiraiya also became familiar with Xia Li after he accepted him as his disciple. Naturally, the reason why he brought Xia Li here was to test Xia Li. Foundation. Okay, then teacher, please be careful. Xia Li nodded. He was still relieved about Jiraiya's strength, but he still reminded him. Don't worry about me, just come here. I am an immortal as your teacher, Jiraiya said confidently. Then, Xia Li no longer hesitated and launched a direct attack from the front. He just wanted to show his basic skills. There was no need to do anything fancy. He used Taijutsu to fight Jiraiya head-on. Of course, the so-called confrontation was just Jiraiya defending and Xia Li attacking. Soon, Xia Li discovered that his attack had no effect at all. Jiraiya had seen through everything and easily resisted it. However, he was not discouraged. After all, the other party was Jiraiya. If it really worked, he would have to doubt whether becoming a disciple was the right thing to do. As everyone knows, opposite Xia Li, Jiraiya was a little surprised. This physical skill and physical fitness were not bad. He should have been taught by someone. He couldn't be completely wild. Jiraiya made a judgment, but in the end it was who is teaching Xia Li. There is basically no teacher with this ability in the school. Let's ask after the test is over. After Xia Li's basic physical skills were demonstrated at this time, electric arcs appeared on his body, his strength was improved, and his speed was greatly improved. However, even so, facing Jiraiya, Xia Li's attacks still seemed so weak. Even a fist with thunder and lightning could not break Jiraiya's palm, let alone make the opponent retreat. Although the opponent was one of the legendary three ninjas, Xia Li still felt eager to try it out. He wanted to give it a try. The next moment, Xia Li focused all his attention on his legs. At this moment, the thunder escape enhancement reached the limit that Xia Li could currently achieve. However, this was still not the end. Xia Li continued to form seals. Wind escape gale wind palm. The next moment, violent and strong wind rose from Xia Li's body and finally condensed around Xia Li's body, with the legs being the most concentrated. Teacher, be careful, Xia Li said again, and after the sound, Xia Li's figure disappeared directly. Although this is the same move as before, it is no longer the same. First of all, Xia Li's basic quality has increased, and secondly, the thunder escape has been strengthened, making this attack far more powerful than any previous attack. Jiraiya no longer knew how to express his surprise at this time. He could still see the increase in speed of the thunder release. He had definitely mastered the nature of acceleration. And that should be the wind release, gale wind palm. Have you already mastered it to this extent? Moreover, this speed can actually make further breakthroughs. Even if you are a chunin, you can't reach this speed if you are not a speed type, right? No, Jiraiya soon discovered that even the speed type is difficult to achieve. And at this speed, even ordinary boxing will be powerful, not to mention that it is easy to know that Xia Li's attack method must be the legs that have been strengthened by the cohesion of thunder release and wind release, Li Fen Palm. Ninja technique needle Jiso. Finally, Jiraiya also started to form seals for the first time. Even he could not withstand such an attack just relying on his body. As Jiraiya completed the seal, his long, messy white hair grew rapidly and enveloped his entire body immediately. The next moment, Xia Li appeared in front of Jiraiya and kicked Jiraiya hard on his white hair boom. The violent impact directly cracked the ground under Jiraiya's feet, causing Jiraiya to take a few steps back, and a depression was eventually formed where he had stood. The power of this blow was already terrifying for the physical strength of a 7-year-old child. Xia Li's eyes lit up after seeing Jiraiya use ninjutsu. Although he still didn't hurt Jiraiya, he finally got the opponent to use ninjutsu. And it's not over yet. The demonstration of physical skills has been completed, so it's time to demonstrate ninjutsu. He can show very little, just a sea-level wind escape, but that one is the most suitable ninjutsu for cutting. Wind release wind cutting jutsu. Yes, this sea-level wind release is a relatively simple ninjutsu, but Xia Li found that it is the most suitable ninjutsu for cutting. The cutting nature of wind release itself requires extreme speed and pressure, and wind cut this technique takes advantage of these 2 points. What Xia Li has to do is to maximize the nature of the wind escape wind cut technique, which is enough to make a qualitative leap in its power. Perhaps the overall power is not as good as Xia Li's kick just now, but in terms of single-point breakthrough, it is not comparable to the kick just now. The invisible wind blade formed by the Fukiri jutsu cut into Jiraiya's long white needle-like hair. In the end, the wind-kiri technique was still unable to hurt Jiraiya, but Jiraiya looked at the part of his hair that was cut off, and then looked at Xia Li who had stopped attacking, and knew that Xia Li's ability was displayed. It has ended. At this time, Jiraiya had time to think carefully about what he had seen. A 7-year-old child has good physical skills and physical fitness, and also has a very good foundation in ninjutsu. He can form seals so fast that he can even make the number of simplified seals. Finally, he obviously has a good grasp of form. Changes in nature, coupled with the perception talent and the flying thunder god talent that have been shown before. What is all this? Jiraiya was a little confused for a while. Did Xia Li really have no one to teach him before? Although it is not good for the teacher to think like this, Jiraiya knows the character of the 3rd generation very well. If someone really teaches Xia Li, he will definitely not be able to hide it from the 3rd generation. If Xia Li can be arranged for him, Xia Li's identity it's probably been investigated to the fullest a long time ago. So, that is to say, it was Xia Li who reached this point by himself. Jiraiya couldn't help but smack his tongue at this moment. What kind of genius apprentice had he received? At this time, Jiraiya felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he was back. Otherwise, it seemed that if he didn't come back, this apprentice might become a junior teacher. I have finished the presentation. At this time, Xia Li also came to Jiraiya and said, "As for the Rasengan that I learned before, of course it is impossible to show it to Jiraiya. After all, it is a ninjutsu that the 4th generation created for 3 years, and if Kushina is there, the 4th generation can still observe it at any time. The form of the tailed beast jade took 3 years to create. It can be imagined that although this technique is not difficult to learn once you know the principle, it is very difficult to create it. Therefore, Xia Li, who had never even seen the tailed beast jade, basically did not have the conditions to create a Rasengan. If he used it, he would be asking for trouble." Huh? Okay. Jiraiya also slowly recovered from the shock at this time. After saying hello several times in a row, he put acupuncture back and looked at Xia Li with burning eyes. Not only the talent of Flying Thunder God, Xia Li's own talents in other aspects far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 59 The Problem of Flying Thunder God Xia Li, you didn't have a teacher before, right? Jiraiya thought for a while and asked the question he wanted to know most. Xia Li's ability made him feel unreasonable. Of course there are, but if you don't count the teachers in the ninja school, there are none. Xia Li also understood what Jiraiya meant and didn't pretend to be stupid on purpose. Although the teachers in the ninja school are all suitable for teaching, to be honest, it is basically impossible to teach students like Xia Li. Jiraiya thought about it and continued to ask, then those offensive methods you just used were all taught by teachers in the ninja school? Although he knew it was impossible, if Xia Li answered yes, then Jiraiya really wanted to meet the teacher at the ninja school, and he kept it secret. As for physical skills, Master Metkai will occasionally give me some pointers when he has time, and I learned the rest by myself. Xia Li answered truthfully, and at the same time briefly explained what happened when he met Metkai. Even though he had already guessed it, Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp after getting the accurate answer. But, Metkai? It should be the descendant of that 10,000-year genin. He has also heard about the other party's deeds. It is indeed a pity. If his descendant is giving advice on taijutsu, the taijutsu aspect can be explained. However, what about ninjutsu? What about morphological changes? What about property changes? Jiraiya couldn't help but fell into deep thought again. He had taught several disciples, and their talents were also very high, but he had never met a student who basically learned a lot of things without being taught. Teacher? Xia Li couldn't help but ask when he saw that Jiraiya didn't reply for a long time. Xia Li is very, very good. Jiraiya came back to his senses this time and did not hide his thoughts and praised him. Yes, but you still need to work hard. Xia Li did not deny his excellence, but just being talented was not enough. He also needed to become stronger quickly. Haha, yes, you have to keep working hard. There are many geniuses who die halfway. Jiraiya laughed and said. Originally, he wanted to use this to persuade Xia Li not to be proud, but he did not expect that Xia Li would so. This didn't require his persuasion at all, and looking at this answer, it not only expressed his confidence but also showed that he would continue to work hard, which was better than what Jiraiya wanted to persuasion. So, what else can he, the teacher, teach? At this time, Jiraiya also had a headache. It was not difficult to teach a genius, but it did feel a bit difficult to teach someone like Xia Li. Sure enough, ninjutsu should be the main focus. Jiraiya sighed. Originally, he didn't want to teach these on the first day. He just wanted to teach some life experience and get closer to each other. But it turned out that the other party was probably really not good at this aspect. What do you need him to teach? So Jiraiya didn't think about anything else and said, through the test just now, I already know your current level. To be honest, it's very good. Among your peers, I have only seen a few who can compare with you, but those who have family training, so you are undoubtedly the best among them. Although Jiraiya often missed his apprentice Minato, he also knew that although Minato was very good without his guidance, he was indeed not as good as Xia Li. Jiraiya also looked at Xia Li as he spoke. His expression didn't change much and he couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed that Xia Li's words were not just words, he really thought so. So Jiraiya continued. Originally, I thought that today was just a simple test, but now it seems that we still need to teach some real talents. Xia Li, do you know what talent is needed to learn Flying Thunder God, the 4th generation ninjutsu you just obtained? Jiraiya threw the question to Xia Li. Xia Li did not hesitate. He had guessed it when he obtained the Flying Thunder God kunai, so he directly said, space talent and perception talent. Jiraiya nodded, also nodded in agreement, then shook his head and said, that's right, but it's not complete. In addition, you need to master the sealing technique. Sealing technique. The kunai in the state was channeled to test my perception talent, and the sealing technique Xia Li thought, since Jiraiya said it, there was no way there would be no test, but he just ignored it. When Jiraiya saw Xia Li thinking, he was not in a hurry to give an answer, and was waiting there with a smile. Sword of tolerance, Xia Li guessed as her eyes lit up as she recalled the time when she controlled kunai. Page 33. Haha, yes, it is the sword of ninja love. This is the surface of Minato's 4th generation sealing technique. And if you can input chakra into it and complete the control of kunai, it already shows that you have with the talent of sealing technique. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction. It was really easy to teach a smart student. Xia Li nodded. I see. It turned out that the first step was also a test for him, but he felt it was too easy, so he didn't regard it as a test. I can't basically teach you anything about flying thunder gods in terms of space, but I can still teach you a lot about sealing techniques. Jiraiya was a little more modest, although he said that his sealing techniques were inferior to those of some people. It is indeed not as good, but it is by no means an ordinary person. Suddenly, Xia Li's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly, while her thoughts began to wander. In other words, the sword of enduring love is actually just a simplified final form. No, it doesn't actually need to be the word sword of enduring love, and it can continue to be simplified. Xia Li guessed. Yes, but it is already very difficult to simplify to this point, and it is possible to condense the mark of the flying thunder god in an instant. However, if you continue to streamline, the energy invested and the harvest will be seriously out of proportion, so Minato did not continue to streamline. Go down. Jiraiya looked at Xia Li in surprise, nodded, and did not agree to continue streamlining. Jiraiya's words did not dampen Xia Li's enthusiasm. He felt that Jiraiya was right, but he thought of other points at this time and continued to ask, then, if the current flying thunder god mark is after the streamlined version of senior brother mark, then when I study, I can increase it in turn, and then increase it to the point where I can learn it, and then follow the streamlined path of my senior brother to learn. The more Xia Li talked about it, the more he felt that this idea was very feasible. Jiraiya couldn't help but look at Xia Li after listening to it. He felt that this statement was very reasonable, and it would definitely make Xia Li better at flying thunder gods. Get started quickly. At this time, Jiraiya may have understood that why Xia Li was able to reach his current level at this age is probably inseparable from his mind. It is estimated that the same is true at other times when studying, and he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. I think this idea is okay, but it needs to be verified later. I will give you Minato's experience later, which should be able to help you, Jiraiya said. Thank you, teacher. Xia Li was very satisfied and sighed at the same time. This is the benefit of having a teacher. In this case, as long as he learns the sealing technique and the flying thunder god's technique, he can initially try the flying thunder god. However, without the streamlined flying thunder god mark, it is estimated that it can only be used as a fixed-point teleportation, but it is also very good. Chapter 60 Chakra amount. Just when Xia Li was happy, Jiraiya reminded him again. You have all the above talents. With your talent, it is not difficult to learn Flying Thunder God. However, you should also pay attention that even if you have learned Flying Thunder God, it is not a perfect ability. The use of Flying Thunder God requires you to have sufficient reaction speed. Although Jiraiya also felt that he reminded him a little too early, who knew how long the little guy in front of him would learn it with his talent, so it was still necessary to remind him. I understand. Xia Li knows this well. After all, Flying Thunder God means that the whole person teleports over. Not only does the other party fail to react, but the user himself also needs to react enough. Otherwise, after teleporting over, but if he didn't react, wouldn't it be equivalent to sending it to the other party? By the way, Xia Li, do you have any questions you want to ask the teacher about during your training? Jiraiya felt that he didn't teach anything. Although he talked about some Flying Thunder gods, this ninjutsu actually still needs to be taught by Xia Li. I learned it myself and couldn't help but keep asking. Xia Li paused for a moment, and then after thinking about it, his expression became serious. He indeed had one of the biggest problems that had been bothering him. Teacher, I would like to ask about my chakra amount. I have always felt that my chakra is too little. Xia Li has been using her chakra carefully since a year ago, but it often feels like there simply isn't enough. The amount of chakra. Jiraiya looked at Xia Li, and after sizing it up, he said, judging from your performance just now, your chakra amount is not low. It should have reached the level of a genin now. But it's still not enough. My daily practice cannot be fully developed due to the amount of chakra, Xia Li said with a wry smile. Jiraiya nodded. Although in his eyes Xia Li's chakra amount was not much, but thinking about Xia Li's level, it was true that Xia Li's current chakra amount was somewhat insufficient, but he didn't have much of it. There is a way. Xia Li, you should also know that the human body has different chakra growth trends at different ages, right? Jiraiya said. I know a little bit. Xia Li nodded. He knew this, but he still wanted to ask. If there was a solution, it would be a big profit. Well, let me explain it in detail. You should understand it after I say it. Jiraiya finally found a place where Xia Li didn't know how to do it. He immediately became energetic, sat cross-legged on the ground and started sketching on the ground. And Xia Li sat next to him like Jiraiya, listening carefully. First of all, a person actually has physical energy and mental energy from the time he is born. Theoretically, if the baby has the consciousness to learn, then he can refine chakra, but we do not recommend that the baby grow up in the body. Chakra extraction begins at the next stage, and most people reach this stage at the age of 6. Although there are some beings who can grow to this stage in advance, it is not too different. Before the age of 6, almost all the body's energy is used for growth. If you forcibly refine chakra, you will inevitably use it. Part of the energy used to develop the body will be snatched away, and if the body's development is affected, it will have an inevitable impact on the amount of chakra. Xia Li nodded. In fact, he reached the stage that Jiraiya mentioned before he was 6 years old. However, he did not have a method to extract chakra at that time, so he did not extract it until he got the method after going to school of. In the previous period, there was actually not a lot extracted before the age of 6, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, it was a war period and required special treatment. Now Xia Li lives in a peaceful period. Jiraiya saw Xia Li listening seriously, smiled, and continued. After the age of 6, the total amount of human body energy will increase. However, the energy used to develop the body still accounts for the majority, leaving only a small amount of free energy that can be used to refine chakra. And Xia Li, you are at this stage now. Xia Li now has this amount of chakra and should be practicing regularly, right? Jiraiya asked. Yes, but the effect is not very good in terms of increasing the amount of chakra. Xia Li nodded. If it weren't for the thunder massage, it might take 1 or 2 semesters for his chakra to reach the genin level. That's right. Jiraiya nodded and said, although you exercise a lot, it actually mainly increases your physical fitness, and only a small part of the increase in chakra amount. It can be said that you are now being able to reach the genin level through this small section also shows that your chakra level is not low. Xia Li frowned and then told Jiraiya about his laden massage. It was not something that needed to be kept secret. Jiraiya was also stunned after hearing this. Did he actually master this? But yes, Jiraiya thought about Xia Li's form change, and it's not surprising that he can do it. This method is only suitable for real geniuses. According to his understanding, geniuses still have thunder attributes, so Xia Li and Kakashi are the only ones who can do it. There is a way to use it at this age. Not many people know this method, and Konoha doesn't teach it. The reason is very simple. They are afraid that students who don't know their own abilities will forcefully learn form changes. If they don't learn it, it's not a bad thing. If they learn it if they don't pay attention, they will hurt themselves. What should I do if the electricity is cooked? Even so, your chakra volume will not be low. After entering the next stage, your chakra volume will reach a high-speed burst period. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, "This stage is usually at the age of 12, right?" Xia Li couldn't help but sigh and asked, "Does he still have to wait until he is 12? Jiraiya looked at Xia Li and nodded. It was not surprising that he could guess it. After all, this is the age when students theoretically graduate from school. Jiraiya looked at the disappointed Xia Li and said solemnly, "Xia Li, my teacher is here to remind you that even if you feel that your chakra is not enough, you must not extract more chakra than the limit, as it will have a great impact on your body." "I understand, teacher, that's why I haven't extracted it," Xia Li said. "Yeah." Jiraiya also knew that Xia Li was very mature, but he still felt uneasy and had to remind him. Just when Xia Li was disappointed, Jiraiya suddenly showed a smile and said, "Xia Li, although my master doesn't have a way to increase your current chakra amount, there is a way for you to have more chakra during the high-speed burst period. The method of measuring chakra." After Xia Li heard this sentence, her disappointment suddenly disappeared, and she became curious about the method Jiraiya said. Sensing Xia Li's curiosity, Jiraiya finally felt a little like a teacher. He laughed and said proudly, "Xia Li, have you ever heard of the secret medicine? Chapter 61 Psychic Contract Secret Medicine? Well, that's about it. Xia Li knows a lot." Jiraiya also sighed at this time. "Well, I saw it in a book in the library. There are also secret medicines like blood-increasing pills." Jiraiya just looked at Xia Li when he heard this. In fact, he couldn't figure out why Xia Li was working so hard. It was obviously a time of peace and no one was forcing Xia Li. How could he persist so much? But hard work is definitely a good thing, and Jiraiya didn't have to ask anything. He nodded and said, "But the secret medicine I'm talking about is not such a common secret medicine, but a secret medicine that can increase the foundation of a person's body, which is suitable for use it for your age group." After hearing this, Xia Li stared at Jiraiya, hoping that Jiraiya would take it out immediately. However, he saw Jiraiya scratching his head, looking a little embarrassed when he looked at him, and said, "But I don't have these secret medicines here." Suddenly, Xia Li felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her. Her rising enthusiasm was instantly extinguished, and then she stared at Jiraiya with a questioning look. Although Xia Li didn't speak, Jiraiya still read something from his eyes. "That is, you didn't say anything? My expectations were wasted." "Hee, little Xia Li, although I don't have it here, you will get what you want later. You just need to practice the next ninjutsu well." Jiraiya was not embarrassed at all. As he spoke, he took out a scroll and summoned another huge scroll from it. Suddenly, Xia Li was shocked. If this scroll was not as expected, it should be a psychic scroll belonging to Miyamu Mountain. And if he wrote his name at the end, it would represent him and Miyamu Mountain, one of the 3 holy places. Signed a psychic contract at this time, Xia Li also understood that the secret medicine Jiraiya mentioned was probably the secret medicine from Miyamu Mountain. At this moment, Xia Li was also recalling the original story of Hokage, which he had almost forgotten, and then recalled what happened with Jiraiya, and found that although he couldn't remember clearly, it was indeed the moment when Jiraiya's chakra was not enough. Moreover, being able to use Sage Mode, even if it is not as perfect as Naruto's, can prove that Jiraiya's chakra is very high. So, has Jiraiya's chakra been trained like this since childhood? While Xia Li was thinking, Jiraiya had already opened the scroll. On the front of the scroll, Xia Li saw many names starting with Toad. It turned out to be the psychic scroll of Miyamu Mountain. Then, when the scroll was completely opened, Xia Li also saw 2 names written in the last blank space, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Xia Li, write your name on this." Jiraiya called over Xia Li and said, "Okay." Xia Li also wrote his name at Jiraiya's prompting. Then, Jiraiya put away the scroll and asked, "Xia Li, you should be able to guess what the scroll just now is for, right?" "The Toad Clan's psychic contract," Xia Li replied. Well, yes, the secret medicine I mentioned is in their place. You should learn psychic skills from your teacher these days, Jiraiya said. Okay. Although Xia Li felt that it would take him less than a few days to learn psychic skills, since Jiraiya said so, he couldn't deny it immediately. But, let's call it a day. Jiraiya looked at the sky and realized that a long time had passed before he knew it. Okay, teacher. Xia Li also agreed. Although he felt that it was still early, he was not in a hurry. Today's harvest was already big enough, including the flying thunder god, the secret medicine, and the psychic contracts of the 3 holy places. Even he would have to digest it for a long time. In the village of Konoha, Xia Li was looking at half a popsicle in his hand with a complicated mood. There seemed to be such a scene in his memory, but he didn't expect that this time the protagonist would become himself. Why don't you eat it? Is it not to your liking? Jiraiya looked at Xia Li with some confusion. No, I just don't eat these very often, Xia Li said and finally started eating. It tasted sweet and felt pretty good. Don't you eat it often? You kids should like to eat these. Jiraiya was a little confused. Well, it's not bad. It's just that I spent most of my family's money on nutritional supplements, so I can save some unnecessary expenses. Xia Li replied. Oh, that's it. Xia Li is really sensible. Jiraiya sighed, and at the same time, he was also thinking about telling the 3rd generation later. At least he can't make Xia Li unable to even afford to eat, but what Jiraiya didn't know was that Sinai's salary was actually enough for a normal family. At least if it wasn't extravagant and wasteful, it was enough. But there was no way. Xia Li had a big appetite, and it had been like this since the beginning of training. After learning lay-done massage, his appetite increased to another level, which caused Sinai's salary to become a little tight. Xia Li didn't answer. He was a little embarrassed by praising him for being sensible, but he did it on purpose. He hoped that Sinai's salary would increase in the future. As for the reason, it could be anything. By the way, I heard the old man said that you and forget it. Jiraiya hesitated for a while but still didn't ask about Naruto. He would wait until they were separated to take a look from a distance. He was also afraid that he would see him. Naruto would be reluctant to leave in the future, but he would definitely follow the Big Toad Sage's prophecy. Therefore, Jiraiya's departure is inevitable. He will only stay for a few days when he comes back this time. After Xia Li has been arranged, he will leave and continue his journey. And Xia Li didn't ask any more questions. He probably guessed who Jiraiya wanted to ask, but he really didn't have much time to say. Could he tell Jiraiya what happened to Naruto? Based on Jiraiya's character, if he knew about Naruto's treatment, he would probably ask to take Naruto with him. But would Konoha allow his Jinchuriki to wander outside the village? Doing this will inevitably cause conflicts between Jiraiya and the village. With Sandai as Jiraiya's teacher, Jiraiya may not be able to take Naruto away. It can be said that even if Xia Li told Jiraiya, except for causing conflicts between Jiraiya and the village, nothing else can be solved. Most importantly, would Naruto really be willing to leave with Jiraiya who suddenly appeared? Do you believe in the 3 generations who have been getting along with each other, or in Jiraiya who you have met once? Therefore, at this time, Xia Li just fell silent. Then, let's meet here tomorrow morning. Xia Li should go home first. It's getting late, Jiraiya said at this time. He channeled a lot of scrolls and then compressed them to form a scroll and handed it to he asked Xia Li to go home and open it again. Xia Li looked at this scene and decided that he would also learn these things in the future. Although it might not be very useful in battle, it does have many aspects in life. Then, Xia Li said goodbye to Jiraiya and left alone. After watching Xia Li leave, Jiraiya slowly walked in a direction where there was someone he wanted to see but was worried that he wouldn't want to leave after seeing him. Chapter 62 Jiraiya and Minato's reputation issues. Jiraiya quickly rushed to a remote place, and then looked at a figure who was practicing from a distance. The golden hair like Minato made Jiraiya's eyes very soft, and at the same time he couldn't help but recall what happened during Minato's lifetime. Seeing Naruto training, Jiraiya smiled. It seemed that Minato also had a good descendant. After watching like this for a while, Jiraiya left. It was not that he didn't find the Anbu hidden in the dark, but he didn't say anything. After all, even when Kushina was not strong enough before, there were Anbu following her, let alone talk about the current Naruto. Jiraiya also took a closer look and found that they were indeed Anbu directly belonging to his teacher, so he could rest assured. Page 34. However, what Jiraiya didn't know was that in addition to the Anbu here, there were also many people who were guarding other places and preventing people who might normally appear here from entering. In this way, Jiraiya could be sure that you will see Naruto being bullied. Moreover, after Jiraiya left, the group of people continued. Although Jiraiya did not hide his aura, who knew whether Jiraiya would kill someone in return? The most important thing is that the third generation has not yet given the order to leave, so they can only continue. Naturally, Jiraiya didn't kill anyone after he left. He just came to the Uchiha's original clan and walked around. Looking at the basically empty clan, Jiraiya also sighed a little. When he first heard the news, Jiraiya didn't believe it. But as time went by, the genocide of the Uchiha clan became a foregone conclusion, and now he couldn't believe it anymore. Even now, Jiraiya didn't quite understand, but soon he left. After all, Uchiha didn't have much to do with him. He just came to confirm with his own eyes. The most important thing for Jiraiya now is to think about how to teach Xia Li later. It is impossible to leave with Xia Li. In order not to delay Xia Li could only find a fixed place. In this case, why would he leave Konoha? More importantly, in addition to collecting materials, he would also sneak into some places to inquire about information. It was really inconvenient to take Xia Li with him. However, even if he doesn't have him with him, it doesn't mean he can't teach. If he can't teach, he still has the boss. But now, Jiraiya was recalling the time he spent with Xia Li today. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that for a 7-year-old child, Xia Li was really too mature and didn't act like he should at this age. Performance. Jiraiya became thoughtful. Xia Li had already returned home at this time and opened the scroll. As expected, after he opened it, a lot of other scrolls appeared directly, and Xia Li also started to browse briefly. Most of them explain the sealing technique, as well as the scrolls recording the flying thunder god, and the most important thing is the experience of the 4th generation. The rest is about spiritualism. Xia Li felt a little overwhelmed when looking at so many scrolls. The last time she encountered this situation was when she was in high school in her previous life. Forget it. If she wants to learn psychic skills recently, she should look at psychic skills first. Although the psychic skills with artifacts, the techniques are different, but there must be similarities. It's easier to learn and then look at the sealing technique. As for the flying thunder god, I haven't mastered the other ones now, so it's useless to look at them. As a result, Xia Li buried herself in work until Sinai came back from work. Mom, today I became a disciple of one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Xia Li shared the good news with Sinai. Huh? San? Sinai's eyes widened, and then he couldn't help but ask, is it Tsunade-sama? Has Tsunade-sama returned to the village? No. That's Jiraiya-sama? Suddenly, Sinai's expression changed a little. Although he was still shocked, it seemed to contain other emotions. Yes. Xia Li nodded. Then, Xia Li felt a bit silent in the atmosphere, and when Xia Li felt a little strange, Sinai finally spoke. Well, Xia Li, although it is a good thing to have Jiraiya-sama as your teacher, you must also remember that you already have Xiao Ino. Shinai said seriously. Suddenly, Xia Li's face became a little tense. How widespread was the reputation of his lecherous teacher? Exclamation. In fact, Jiraiya's reputation is good in the ninja circle and the men's circle, but unfortunately, in the women's circle of Konoha, Jiraiya's reputation has long been spread ahum. Xia Li couldn't help coughing twice and then changed the subject, telling Sinai about getting the flying thunder god, and also emphasized that this was the famous ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. Then, Xia Li saw Sinai with a completely different attitude. I saw my mother's eyes shining brightly as she kept persuading Xia Li to learn how to fly the thunder god and not to lose her reputation as the fourth Hokage. Suddenly, Xia Li understood that her mother was probably Minato Namikaze's little crush when she was a student, right? At this time, Xia Li couldn't help but sympathize with her cheap dad whom she had never met. But fortunately his family's conditions were definitely not the same as Minato Namikaze's, so there was no need to worry about the hat issue. However, as the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato was really famous in the village during that period, and he should be the ideal partner in the minds of most ladies. Unfortunately, he was snatched away too early by the blood-red pepper and took too good care of him. Xia Li also didn't expect to know more about her mother in this way. She had never seen it before. After the meal, Xia Li continued to go back and read the dossier. He had already finished reading the psychic technique. It was indeed somewhat different from the psychic technique of artifacts, but it was very similar. He felt that it shouldn't be difficult to learn, but he couldn't measure it with his chakra. Just know how far a toad can channel. And what he wants to see now is the lot of sealing techniques that give Xia Li a headache. There are so many, and he has to learn them from scratch. There is no limit to learning. In the next few days, Xia Li would take time to read the sealing technique files whenever he had free time. However, what Xia Li didn't understand was that Jiraiya didn't seem to have any intention of checking his psychic skills, although he also showed him the psychic skills. Spiritual magic, but obviously the purpose is not this. Even so, the details of Jiraiya's psychic skills are also very clear. Jiraiya seals each seal one by one in front of Xia Li carefully, and then the flow of chakra in each seal will be displayed from the outside, allowing Xia Li to see it clearly. However, compared to ninjutsu, Jiraiya took him to many places to start playing. Of course, it was not the kind of place where he could find flowers, but some places similar to the Naruto World amusement park, which made Xia Li feel a little unbearable. Finally, on this day, Xia Li couldn't bear it anymore. "Teacher, you don't need to take me to these places." Xia Li looked directly at Jiraiya and said seriously, "Well, yes, but I think you might not have the conditions to come here when you were a child, so you might be happy after you come." Jiraiya also scratched his head. He actually thought about it for a long time and finally felt that Xia Li it must be a lack of experience in this area. If Xia Li is a normal person, then maybe Jiraiya's idea is right. However, Xia Li is not a normal child. He has not been interested in these things since he was a child. "Teacher, I understand what you mean. But compared to this, I actually prefer the feeling of myself getting stronger. The feeling of getting stronger little by little through my own efforts is what makes me most intoxicated and like it. I have seen these conditions from the outside world, but I don't want them," Xia Li said seriously. To be honest, he was a little touched by what Jiraiya did. The other party must have really thought about him. After all, his behavior was indeed different from that of a child in peaceful times. It was as if he had lost his childhood since he was a child. "So Jiraiya, I just want to make up for it." However, Xia Li said that he really didn't need it, and now he had to go to the training ground to practice more after every game. After hearing what Xia Li said, Jiraiya stared at Xia Li in a daze and finally nodded. "Well then, let's test your spiritual studies today." Chapter 63. Poor and helpless Jiraiya. Still the familiar back mountain. Xia Li was fully prepared at this time. "Well, come on, use your full strength and try the channeling technique." Jiraiya looked at Xia Li and said solemnly, "There is no risk in the correct use of the channeling technique. At most, the channeling will fail due to insufficient chakra. However, if used incorrectly, problems can become big. Hearing this, Xia Li also nodded, bit his finger, and began to form seals. He also knew that with his current chakra, it was a fool's errand to think of channeling Gamma Bunta, and he didn't even want to think about the two people next to Gamma Bunta. Psychic art. Jiraiya watched from the side and couldn't help but nodded. The seals were very standardized, and the control of chakra was also perfect. In this case, the psychic technique would not fail, but he just didn't know which one would be channeled. As the white smoke dissipated, Jiraiya became a little bit more expectant, but when he saw the toad inside, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It's not that he doesn't know him, it's just that he happens to be too familiar with this person. The body is orange in color and is covered with blue-green patterns. There is a bead engraved with Tadashi hanging around his neck. It is surprisingly the toad Tadashi he often channels. Of course, Todada is not the largest in Miyamu Mountain, but he is definitely not the small one either. Xia Li was actually able to channel Todada for the first time. Not only does it mean that his chakra control is high enough, but also based on Xia Li's current amount of chakra, it only means that the chakra that Xia Li extracted in one go is also high enough. Originally, Jiraiya thought that the first time Xia Li channeled a little toad, it would be pretty good. Normally, people channeled from tadpoles, but now it seems that he underestimated Xia Li. As for Todada, who had just been channeled, he didn't show any surprise. Although he was a little surprised that the weight on his head seemed to be lighter, his habit made him want to assume the appearance posture agreed with Jiraiya. However, before it could be displayed, it saw Jiraiya's figure in front, and its body suddenly froze there, with questions in its mouth. Jiraiya, why are you here? Todada couldn't help but ask questions, and at the same time glanced upward. If you are here, who is above me? Haha, that's my new apprentice. I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the future, Jiraiya said with a big laugh. Hello, I'm Xia Li. Xia Li also looked at Tojong at his feet and said, Xia Li, since you are Jiraiya's disciple, you can indeed continue to channel me in the future. I am Todada. Todada also said, Yeah, okay. Xia Li also smiled. Although channeling is basically irreversible, the channeled ninja beast may not necessarily agree to help you fight. Just like Gamma Bunta, who was channeled by Naruto using the nine-tailed chakra at the beginning. No, it should be said that even if this person was channeled by Jiraiya, he might not be obedient. It seems that the Toadchu he channeled this time is very obedient and gentle. Well, since there's nothing wrong, I'll go back. After looking around, Todada saw that there were no enemies, and he was not needed to cooperate with Jiraiya's performance, so he had no intention of staying here. Thank you for your hard work, Tojong. Xia Li looked at Tojong and felt that he seemed to be quite handsome, but unfortunately his combat ability was not very good. No, it should be said that the real frontal combat capabilities of the toads in Miyamu Mountain are not very strong. Most of them rely on their size advantage. They are indeed a bit unsolvable in the early stage, but in the face of those perverts in the later stage, they can basically only be flattened and rounded. Hearing this, Tojong looked at Xia Li, then leaned down and let Xia Li get down, then it turned into a burst of smoke and dissipated. Well, it seems that it has a good impression on you. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. Toad loyalty is pretty good, but it's a pity that there is a high probability that we won't be able to channel it to fight. Xia Li also said. Jiraiya nodded. After all, there was not much chakra that could be allocated to necromancy in battle, which meant that it would take a long time for Xia Li to fight with Todada. As for Todada's combat power, under the same conditions, it would not be a problem to deal with an ordinary chunin. Teacher, in this case, my learning of psychic skills can be considered a success, right? Xia Li asked. Jiraiya nodded and said, That's right. Whether you can channel a more powerful toad has nothing to do with your ninjutsu, but depends on whether your chakra is enough. Finally, it comes back to the issue of chakra amount. Xia Li scratched his head helplessly, feeling that many things in him were stuck here. Haha, there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you are a genius, your chakra needs to grow slowly. Jiraiya laughed and comforted. Xia Li glanced at Jiraiya. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan were not like this. Although Uchiha's words were far inferior to the first two, they were actually pretty good. Oh no, people are also growing bit by bit, but for ordinary people, this is 100 million points. Next, let's start learning the sealing technique. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, Okay, I just have some questions about sealing techniques that I want to ask the teacher. Xia Li also nodded and said, Huh? Wait a minute. Jiraiya suddenly ran out of brains and said, You said you have read the files on sealing techniques. Well, I read it roughly, but I haven't looked carefully yet. I have a lot of questions that need to be answered by the teacher. Xia Li said with a smile. Since there is a teacher, and this teacher probably won't stay in the village for long, he must find a way. Just make him bald. Read, have you finished reading? Jiraiya stared at Xia Li with his eyes widened. Those densely packed words made him feel a headache. If it weren't for studying, he wouldn't even bother to read. At this time, Jiraiya, who used to be a scumbag, looked at Xia Li. He originally thought that at this age, he would no longer have to suffer attacks from Orochimaru, but he did not expect that he would be attacked by his new disciple. That's the fear that a scumbag looks at a top student. And next, Jiraiya knew that this day turned out to be his Good Friday, because Xia Li had prepared many questions, and as a teacher, how could he not answer them? Originally, Jiraiya just wanted to ask the question and let Xia Li think about it for himself, and then he went to pick up the light for the first time in a long time. After all, he had been playing with Xia Li recently, and he didn't have much time to go there. Today, after Xia Li put forward his idea, I thought I would have time, but I didn't expect seeing that it was already getting late. Xia Li bid farewell to Jiraiya with satisfaction. If he wasn't worried about Sinai, he would have stayed up all night. At this time, Jiraiya had long lost his heroic spirit. He was like a withered tree that had been drained of its nutrients, pitiful and helpless. Chapter 64, Graduating Early. That night, Sandai was shocked when he saw Jiraiya, who was a little dying in the office. He had never seen Jiraiya like this before. Jiraiya had always been full of energy since he was a child. Page 35. Jiraiya, what happened? The third generation's voice also contained a hint of concern. Then, Jiraiya complained to the third generation, telling how Xia Li, the apprentice, squeezed him, the teacher. The third generation was a little amused and couldn't help but said, Now you know the benefits of studying seriously. If you hadn't studied seriously before, you wouldn't be able to teach your disciples. I'm definitely more than capable of teaching my disciples. It's just that I encountered such a situation when I was teaching Xia Li. Jiraiya responded. The third generation didn't refute anything at this time. After all, what Jiraiya said was true. He didn't expect Xia Li to learn things so quickly. How about you let me teach you? Sandai said suddenly. If he learns so quickly, wouldn't it be appropriate for him to accept his mantle? Although the only innate attributes are wind and thunder, other attributes cannot be acquired through training. It's not impossible, but Xia Li is still my apprentice. Jiraiya looked at the third generation and said, although the training made him physically and mentally exhausted, he would be stupid to hand over a genius apprentice. Sandai smiled and said nothing more. After a long time, Sandai spoke again. Jiraiya, when do you want to leave? It's only been in the past few days. My schedule has been delayed a lot, Jiraiya said after calculating the time. What about Xia Li? Sandai asked. Xia Li, he is in the stage of laying the foundation now and is not suitable for running around with me. Jiraiya naturally understood what the third generation meant, but he still said. Sandai took a puff of cigarette, was silent for a while, then spit it out. looked at Jiraiya and said, "Have you never thought about staying in the village?" "Teacher, I have told you the prophecy of the great toad sage before. In order to cope with the crisis that may destroy the world in the future, I must continue this journey. I have already thought about how to arrange it according to Xia Li's words." Jiraiya, he also said it seriously. The third generation didn't speak but seemed to be a little older. He was smoking there, not knowing what he was thinking. It made Jiraiya a little bit unbearable, but he couldn't agree with what the third generation said. Although Jiraiya also knows that if he stays, there is a high probability that the third generation will train him as the next Hokage, but Jiraiya has no interest in the position of Hokage. If possible, he would prefer to live an easy life. Be more chic. "Teacher, I have one more thing to come to you for." After a long silence, Jiraiya spoke again. "Say it." Sandai's voice was still calm, but there was no hint of disappointment. Xia Li's level has actually exceeded the level of the ninja school. If one day Xia Li applies to graduate early, I hope the teacher can agree. Jiraiya said. "Okay." Sanda nodded. Although he wanted Xia Li to continue to cultivate bonds with those classmates, he also knew that Xia Li's level had kept him in the ninja school, which was indeed a waste of a lot of time. Now, Jiraiya has become Xia Li's teacher. It would be best if the school has one, but it's okay if there isn't one. After completing his purpose of coming here this time, Jiraiya stayed with the third generation quietly for a while and then left. Walking on the street, Jiraiya looked back at the direction of the Hokage's office and also let out a feeling. A helpless sigh. Does Jiraiya, who has been collecting intelligence from the outside world all year round, really have no idea about the situation inside Konoha? Early the next morning, Jiraiya looked at Xia Li, who was full of energy and eager to ask questions, and suddenly felt a little pain in his liver. Stop talking about sealing techniques today," Jiraiya said quickly. "Then what are you going to teach?" Xia Li was a little disappointed but didn't say anything. He looked at Jiraiya and asked what he would learn today. He was not very picky. "Let's talk about your subsequent development today, Xia Li," Jiraiya said seriously. "I will leave in a few days." "Can't we not leave?" Xia Li asked. Although he had known it for a long time, he finally had a teacher and he hadn't finished it yet. "Sorry, Xia Li, I have very important things to do as a teacher, and I can't stay in Konoha all the time," Jiraiya said, looking at Xia Li's disappointed look, and then said, "But don't worry, Xia Li. I have already arranged your follow-up training plan. After I leave, I will ask a very powerful being to teach you. At the same time, you can use the secret medicine. It's where those toads live." Xia Li also nodded, looking forward to it, hoping to solve his chakra problem. "Yes, and Xia Li, do you want to graduate early?" Jiraiya asked. "You must know that with your current level, there are very few people in the ninja school who can help you." "Graduation? Does it mean becoming a genin?" Xia Li asked. "Well, my teacher has already told the old man. If you want to do it now, you only need to tell him. The old man will agree." After Jiraiya finished speaking, he said no more, letting Xia Li think before answering. However, to Jiraiya's surprise, Xia Li quickly gave his answer. "Teacher, I don't want to graduate early now," Xia Li said seriously. "Oh? Can you tell me the reason?" Jiraiya was a little curious. "Well, because I am still in the stage of laying the foundation, I can't give up every day. After becoming a genin, I have to complete some tasks, which will delay my training time," Xia Li said. "Well, although you sacrificed some training time, you also gained mission experience and battle experience, which may not be worse than simple training," Jiraiya asked. However, Xia Li still shook his head and said, "For mission experience, it's not too late to wait until my body enters the next stage, and I don't think genin can gain the battle experience that the teacher mentioned. First of all, this is not a war period, so the genin missions will not rush to the battlefield. Their missions are just simple chores. Even if there are travel missions, generally they will not encounter hostile ninjas during the mission. I don't think any useful combat experience can be gained under these conditions. As he said that, Xia Li stared at Jiraiya. So I don't want to graduate early, but I think I don't need to wait until I'm 12 to reach the next level. It's not too late to graduate by then. Well, that's okay. When you feel like you're ready to graduate, just go to the third generation and ask for it. Jiraiya looked at Xia Li with some admiration. Although there was something wrong, if Xia Li graduated, he would ask the old man to arrange some suitable tasks for Xia Li instead of the regular genin tasks. However, Xia Li said so and gave his own reasons, and Jiraiya couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he stopped forcing it. Since Xia Li had already planned it, so be it. Teacher, is there anything else? Xia Li asked. No more. Jiraiya had a bad feeling. Then let's continue learning the sealing technique. Xia Li's eyes suddenly lit up and she said. On this day, Jiraiya felt that his few remaining brain cells had been drained once again. Chapter 65 Fukasaku Senin. As time went by, the day came for Jiraiya to leave. On this day, Jiraiya's eyes were already a little wondering after looking at his disciples. What kind of abyss of hell has he been in after these days' experiences? The key is that he can't hide yet. Now, Jiraiya was thinking about leaving the village immediately and staying away from his disciple. Xia Li's face showed a look of satisfaction. These days, his theoretical attainments in sealing techniques have been advancing by leaps and bounds. Although he can continue to study, the sealing techniques he can actually use now are far behind the theory too much. This is actually not good, Xia Li also understands, but who told Jiraiya to leave soon, so he can only focus most of his energy on theoretical knowledge. After Jiraiya left, he began to just practice slowly and you'll learn faster if you want. However, Xia Li was a little amused when he looked at Jiraiya, who had an unnatural expression on his face. He naturally knew that Jiraiya had been dying of questions from him these days. But, again, who asked you to leave Konoha? If you don't leave, I won't hold on to you till are there any questions today? What Jiraiya didn't notice was that there was a tremor in his voice. If anyone who was familiar with him heard it, they would probably be shocked. Is this still the Jiraiya they knew? Don't worry, teacher, it's over for now. I've learned too much theory, now it's time to practice. Xia Li said with a smile. After getting along with each other these days, he is no longer as restrained as before. That's good. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly realized something was wrong. He stared at Xia Li with wide eyes and said, You brat, what do you mean? Don't worry. How can I, the majestic toad immortal, be fooled by this? Little things are hard to come by. Then I will continue to ask. It's not like I didn't read the more profound ones. Xia Li said as she wanted to take out a pen and paper, as if she had been prepared. Suddenly, Jiraiya's face froze, but he still said forcefully, Then come. Forget it, I don't have anything to ask anymore. Xia Li also saw Jiraiya's external strength, but was weak in appearance. After thinking about it, he felt that he still had to save some face for Jiraiya, so he said. Immediately, Jiraiya felt that his waist was no longer sore and his legs were no longer painful. He was able to do it again and laughed. Let me tell you, how can my majestic toad immortal be so difficult to get by such a trivial matter? Xia Li looked at Jiraiya and had to say that Jiraiya's figure was wide and big, and his laugh looked really heroic. Teacher, you are leaving tomorrow, right? Xia Li's tone was somewhat reluctant. Only now did he realize how great it was to have a teacher who could truly teach him. If he were allowed to slowly overcome all the questions he had asked these days, he would be able to do it on his own. It is definitely possible to overcome it, but the time it takes may vary. If it is faster, it may take a few months. If it is slower, it may take close to a year. Well, I'm sorry, Xia Li, I can't bring you with me. After hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes softened and he stretched out his hand to rub Xia Li's head and said, "It doesn't matter. I will go find the teacher later when I am strong enough." Xia Li actually didn't like people rubbing his head like this. He usually avoided it, but tomorrow was the occasion of parting, so he let it go. "Haha, okay, my master is waiting for you to come to me." Jiraiya laughed. "Well, when I find the teacher, he will continue to teach me the sealing technique," Xia Li suddenly said. Suddenly, Jiraiya was choked and his laughter stopped there. Then after seeing the smile on Xia Li's face, he couldn't help but smile and shook his head. "You brat, you actually tricked me, but with your speed. By the time we meet next time, maybe your sealing skills will surpass those of my master." Maybe. Xia Li did not deny it. For this kind of theoretical ninjutsu, he learned it very quickly. Jiraiya laughed again. He quite liked Xia Li's confidence. Compared with Minato, they both had their own advantages. To be honest, he didn't expect that the talents he accepted as his disciples were so good. After a long time, Jiraiya continued, "I have already discussed your matter with my Amishin. Today I will let you get to know my boss." As he spoke, Jiraiya bit his finger and began to form seals. Xia Li next to him only felt Jiraiya. He was also a little envious of the surging chakra on his body. It would be great if he also had this kind of chakra. In that case, he would definitely be able to channel Gamabunta. However, Gamabunta should not let Jiraiya be called the boss, and Xia Li could probably guess who was suitable for teaching people in Miamu Mountain. A line of white smoke rose, and soon a petite figure emerged from it. "Ahem, little Jiraiya, it seems the time you mentioned has come." "Haha, boss, this is my new disciple," Jiraiya said, pulling Xia Li to him and introducing him to Fukasaku Sage. "Yes." Fukasaku Sennin first looked at Xia Li carefully, then walked up to Xia Li and began to touch Xia Li's body and bones. Soon, Fukasaku Sage sighed, "Little Jiraiya, it seems that you have accepted a great disciple. His foundation is much better than when you entered Miyaboku Mountain, and he is at a suitable age." As he said that, Fukasaku Sennin couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction on his face. In his opinion, the new disciple Jiraiya had accepted was no weaker than the previous one. The previous one had already surprised him. He didn't expect the new one is also like this. "Of course, how can you become my apprentice without talent?" Jiraiya showed a proud look and then asked, "But boss, in terms of age, Xia Li is only 7 years old and there should be a few years left. Why would you say it's still suitable?" Jiraiya was a little confused about this. Fukasaku Sennin smoothed his white beard and said, "Your apprentice's body is not ordinary. He should have been exercising since he was very young, and he also used some special methods. I just touched it with senjutsu. Your apprentice at least being able to move to the next stage more than a year in advance, or even sooner." Jiraiya calculated the time and found that it was more than a year in advance. Wouldn't it mean that Xia Li would be able to enter the next stage when he was a little over 10 years old? If you put it this way, time was indeed tight. At this time, Jiraiya also felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he came back at this time. Xia Li's eyes lit up at the side. Although he knew that he would definitely be able to enter the next stage in advance, he did not expect that he would be able to advance so far. It seems that the effect of lay-done massage is still very good. Even after that, even if the effect is not good, you should continue to persist. At this time, Fukasaku Sennin also looked at Xia Li and said, "Your name is Xia Li, right? Since little Jiraiya asked me to teach you, then I will be responsible for your training plan from now on." "Okay." Xia Li nodded, a little hesitant, not sure what to call her. Fukasaku Sennin also noticed Xia Li's hesitation, nodded and said, "Just call me Fukasaku Sennin." Chapter 66 Miyamu Mountain and Eating Bugs. Fukasaku Sennin looked at Xia Li and became more and more satisfied. Boss, it's better to choose a different day than to hit it. Let me take Xia Li to the places he will often visit in the future. Jiraiya said, page 36. Well, that's fine. I'll go back and get ready. You can get ready here. Fukasaku Senin nodded and disappeared into a streak of white smoke. Teacher, how should I prepare? Also, should I go to them to practice in the future? Xia Li asked. There were some things that he could not ignore just because he knew them. I'll be here if you're prepared. You should adjust your condition. You may be a little uncomfortable with reverse channeling for the first time. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, as for the training place, it's the same everywhere, but the problem is that you can't maintain the spiritual state all the time, so it's better to let you be spiritualized there. Jiraiya's words made Xia Li also nodded. What? Don't you want to leave Konoha and practice outside? Jiraiya asked at this time. Not at all. Haha, it's okay. The reverse channeling technique only requires you to go there during the day. You can still come back at night, just like I did at that time, Jiraiya said and fell into memories. At that time, Orochimaru had not yet defection for a moment. The scene was a little quiet, and no one spoke. Xia Li, you're ready, Jiraiya suddenly said. Yes. Xia Li was actually already ready. The next moment, the two figures disappeared directly into the back mountains of Konoha. Is this Maiamu Mountain? Xia Li opened his eyes and looked around. Most of it was a green ocean, and in this ocean, there were all kinds of toads, large and small. All kinds of toads also noticed these two people. Some said hello to Jiraiya, and some just pretended not to see them. Yes, Xia Li, this is empty. Maiamu. Fukasaku Senin looked at Xia Li and saw that he had no adverse reactions after being reverse channeled. Although it was a little strange, he still replied. It's not surprising that Jiraiya is next to him. Xia Li has space talent, so it's not surprising that he has no adverse reactions. Very beautiful, Xia Li said after hearing Fukasaku Senin's words. Yes. Fukasaku Senin also stroked his beard with satisfaction after hearing this. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, have you had a meal? My old lady should have prepared delicious food. If you are hungry, you can go eat some. As he spoke, Fukasaku Senin licked his lips, obviously a little hungry. As soon as Fukasaku Sage's words came out of his mouth, Jiraiya's face immediately changed color. No need. Xia Li and I were already full before we came here. Oh, that's a pity. Then I'll go there alone. Little Jiraiya, you can take Xia Li for a stroll here. You are familiar with this place anyway. Fukasaku Senin felt a little pity, but still said. After Fukasaku Senin left, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Li also thought of the food in Maiamu Mountain in the original work, and his expression changed. He asked with difficulty, Teacher, does the food here refer to toad food? Jiraiya looked at Xia Li, finally gave a thumbs up and said, smart. In other words, will I eat those bugs like toads in the future? Xia Li's face was pale. How could he forget this time? He was a bit picky about food. If he was given bugs to eat, he would probably spit them out directly. Then Xia Li thought quickly, then looked at the lush forest around her, suddenly thought of something, bit her finger and started to form seals. Psychic art. Jiraiya looked at Xia Li with some curiosity at this time, wanting to see what Xia Li was going to do. Xia Li felt that his chakra consumption was not very large. It must be because Tojong was not far from his current position that the consumption was so small. Perhaps Fei Lei Shen will perform similarly in the future. Xia Li was thoughtful, as if she was being reversely channeled. After getting familiar with it, she should be able to maintain the state of emptiness and darkness, and maybe feel something. It's Xia Li. After Todata came out, he felt the weight on his head that was completely different from Jiraiya's, and he knew that they were going to fight together so soon. The next moment, Todata realized something was wrong when he wanted to observe the enemy. Why was this environment so familiar? Huh? Has Xia Li come to my Amu Mountain? Toad Chu asked. Yes, Toad Chu, I should spend most of my time practicing here, Xia Li replied. Then what do you need me to do? Toad Zhang was a little confused. Do I need to channel it to practice? Well, I want to ask Toad Zhang to find me some food. Xia Li finally stated his purpose. Food? Insects? Toad Tadashi asked, but there should be no shortage of insects here. It's not bugs. Bugs are your food. I'm a human, and my food is different from yours. But the only food I have is bugs. Todada also thinks it makes sense, but it has no other food that humans can eat. No, I would like to ask Tojong if he can bring me some fruits in the forest so that I can fill my stomach. Xia Li said. Fruits? Are they the fruits on the trees? There are a lot of them over there, okay. Todada said gently. Thank you, Toad Chung, you really helped me a lot. Xia Li suddenly became excited, and this time he showed his true feelings, as long as he didn't need to eat bugs. Well, it's good if I can help. After Todada replied, he left. Xia Li was also a little touched at this time. It was great to be the first to summon such a gentle psychic beast. If it was the kind that was hard to talk to, it would probably be in trouble. Jiraiya stared at the scene in front of him in stunned silence, and then slapped his forehead. It is true that the forest here is so dense. It is easy to find some fruits. There should even be some ordinary beasts that are not psychic beasts growing in the forest. Therefore, Jiraiya began to doubt himself. Why didn't he think of this at that time and just eat those bugs for so long? No, I can't think about it anymore. Jiraiya felt that if he thought about it again, he could spit it out right now. After Xia Li finished doing this, she immediately made up her mind to learn the storage seal first. Then she would prepare the food when she came over every day and untie it when she was hungry. If you haven't learned it before, just eat some fruit to cushion it first. Anyway, he doesn't eat bugs. Suddenly, Xia Li's face stiffened and she turned to look at Jiraiya and asked, Teacher, the secret medicine of my Amu Mountain is not a bug, right? If it was also a bug, Xia Li really didn't know what to do. In order to gain more chakra, he could only bear to eat it. But now there is still hope. Just look at Jiraiya's answer. Jiraiya sighed, and when Xia Li's face became paler, he said with a pity tone, although I hope so. In fact, those secret medicines are no different from ordinary pills, at least taste-wise. Suddenly, Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it looks like an ordinary elixir, as long as it doesn't look like a bug, who cares what its raw material is? Xia Li patted her chest and couldn't help but glare at Jiraiya. Really, she almost scared the baby to death. Jiraiya also smiled when he saw this scene. After so many days of contact, today was the first time that he saw Xia Li so panicked. This makes him look a bit like a 7-year-old child in peacetime. Chapter 67 Farewell. Jiraiya was really familiar with these toads from MT. My Amma. Basically, there were toads he knew wherever he went. This also made Xia Li quickly become familiar with most of the toads, including Gamabunta. Although he didn't even give Jiraiya much face, he still looked at Xia Li. Although there was a high probability that he would not be obedient, he would not fail to recognize Xia Li. After walking around in a circle, Jiraiya took a look at the sky and then took Xia Li back to the place where he had just been reverse-channeled. At this time, Fukasaku Sage was already waiting for Jiraiya and Xia Li, but at this time, there was also a small green toad with purple hair and purple lips standing next to Fukasaku Sage. Jiraiya's expression changed when he saw this person, but he still had to bring Xia Li forward. Boss, eldest sister, we are back. Well, have you finished shopping? Fukasaku Senin asked. Of course, except for the big toad sage. I took Xia Li everywhere and became familiar with him. Jiraiya said proudly, his toad veins are all over my Amu Mountain. By the way, Xia Li, this is my eldest sister. You can just call her Immortal Shijin. Hello, Immortal Shijin. Xia Li said politely. You are what the old man said, little Jiraiya's new disciple. You look not bad. Senin Shijian looked at Xia Li carefully, and finally found that he was not inferior to the previous one in terms of appearance. I was instantly satisfied. Come on, come on. I've prepared a feast of bugs for you too, guaranteed to be delicious. Immortal Shijian suddenly took out a large bowl from behind, and the bowl contained seemingly fat and nutritious bugs. Suddenly, Xia Li and Jiraiya's expressions changed wildly. Sister, today's time is up. I'm going back with Xia Li first. See you next time. Jiraiya said, grabbing Xia Li. He unlocked the reverse channeling technique and turned into a burst of white smoke. Disappeared in Miyamu Mountain. If there was only Xia Li, then Jiraiya might have watched the show, but unfortunately he also had his share. What? Old man. Little Jiraiya is really going too far. You should stop teaching that bastard disciple. Sage Shima was furious when he saw this scene. Haha, calm down, kid. After all, they are human beings and it is inevitable that they don't understand delicious food. Fukasaku Senin was a little funny when he saw this scene, but he was not angry, and took the big bowl from Shima Senin's hand. Bowl, I ate it quickly with a look of enjoyment on my face. Konoha, back mountain. Jiraiya and Xia Li, who had released the reverse channeling technique, looked at each other, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and then looked at each other and laughed. Teacher, if you do this, you won't have to go to Miyamu Mountain in the future. What should I do? Xia Li asked as if she suddenly realized something. That's not something a teacher should consider. Jiraiya's eyes were a little uncertain. Suddenly, Xia Li's expression changed, and Jiraiya felt something bad when he saw this, so he slipped on his feet and ran away. The electric arc on Xia Li's legs began to jump, and he began to chase Jiraiya. The next day, Konoha Gate. Xia Li and Fukasaku Senin stood together, looking at Jiraiya opposite. Teacher, is it true that we can't stay? Xia Li asked. In fact, there were many things about Jiraiya that he hadn't learned yet, such as the legal right to use the Rasengan. Although Jiraiya didn't teach him, Xia Li also knew why. After all, the chakra consumption of the Rasengan was not small. Teaching him now, he didn't have so much chakra to learn, was a waste of time. But Jiraiya definitely wouldn't. What you know is that Xia Li has already understood its principle and can use it. Sorry, Xia Li. Jiraiya also apologized at this time. In fact, what should be said has been said before, and there is no need to explain at this time. Xia Li was silent for a while, then took out a hair tie with the same color as Jiraiya's coat from her arms and handed it to Jiraiya. This is Jiraiya couldn't help but widen his eyes after taking the hair tie. Don't lose the gift you gave to the teacher, Xia Li said. After Jiraiya was silent for a while, he untied his original hair tie, and then tied his wild long white hair with the hair tie Xia Li gave him again, with a firm look on his face, and said, Don't worry, absolutely it won't be lost. Ha, actually it doesn't matter if you lose it, it's not worth anything, Xia Li said with a smile. Jiraiya didn't answer, looked at Xia Li, and slowly saw Minato's figure from Xia Li with a smile on his face. Acceptance is always a mutual process. At this moment, Jiraiya finally no longer accepts Xia Li as a disciple just because his talent is high enough, but slowly sees him as the same as the previous disciple. Although the extent may not be that deep, there is already that trend. I'm leaving. Jiraiya turned his back and waved to Xia Li, then took steps away from Konoha, extremely chic. Xia Li also waved his hand and sighed. As a teacher, Jiraiya is undoubtedly qualified. The other party really does not stingy with his resources. He has always had a good impression of Jiraiya. After getting along with him these days, it is just a matter of time. Even better. However, from this point of view, Jiraiya was just heroic, not a fool. Although he accepted those three as disciples at that time, in fact, because of their identities, although he treated them sincerely, there were some differences in his teachings reserve. At least, none of the three of them got Myamushin's psychic contract. Fukasaku Senin watched this scene with a smile and at the same time sighed. Little Jiraiya really had a good apprentice. After a long time, after Jiraiya's figure disappeared from their sight, Fukasaku Sensen said, Xia Li, let's go back. Get ready when you get home. Okay, Fukasaku Senin. Xia Li nodded and left with Fukasaku Senin. Page 37. On top of the gate of Konoha, the third Hokage was also standing there watching this scene with a smile on his face. Although it was a pity not to keep Jiraiya, this was a result he had known for a long time, so it didn't matter. What made him happy was that the relationship between Xia Li and Jiraiya developed as he imagined, so that was good. Jiraiya also told him Xia Li's subsequent arrangements, including Xia Li's study at Myamu Mountain, and he had no objection. Wasn't Jiraiya like this before? However, Xia Li's mother's salary could be increased. The other party's cultivation expenditure is indeed beyond what an ordinary family can support, Sandai was thinking. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya's back, and then saw Jiraiya turning back to look at Konoha, and then looking up, as if he was also looking at him to say goodbye. After seeing this scene, the stiff lines on Sandai's face seemed to soften a bit. MT. Mayama. Fukasaku Senin looked at Xia Li seriously and said, Next, I will watch you practice. First of all, I have to explain that my requirements are very strict. Yes. Xia Li just replied that no matter how strict he was, he believed that he would be able to complete it. Chapter 68 Practice at Myamu Mountain. Fukasaku Senin looked at Xia Li, who was practicing over there. The other person was currently practicing according to the training plan he had made for him. Fukasaku Senin thought it would be like when Jiraiya came to practice for the first time. Not only could he not persist, but even his movements needed to be corrected for a long time before he could reach the standard. As a result, it was obviously the first time for Xia Li to see this training plan. As a result, his movements did not need to be corrected at all. It had become perfect, and even it could not find any faults. Fukasaku Senin stroked his beard and couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction on his face. It seemed that Xia Li's foundation in physical skills was better than he thought. Although his physical skills may not be strong, his basic movements are very standard. And this is naturally not Jiraiya's credit, but the credit of Konoha's Taijutsu master, Metgai. Only people like Metgai who have practiced Taijutsu to the core can dismantle the basic movements so well. Perfect. Fukasaku Senin looked at the black ruler in his hand at this time and felt that he might not be able to use it as many times this time. It was not like he had exhausted himself when Jiraiya was practicing. Moreover, Xia Li's physique is better than Fukasaku Senin imagined. It has been so long, and the first practice has not ended yet. Little Jiraiya, you have gained an incredible disciple this time. Fukasaku Senin couldn't help but sigh again. Finally, after some time, Xia Li finally reached her first limit. Take it, and then continue your practice. Seeing this, Fukasaku Senin also took out a pill and handed it to Xia Li. Xia Li took the pill and didn't eat it in a hurry. She sat down cross-legged under Fukasaku Senin's puzzled gaze, and then the arc of electricity began to appear on her body. Huh? So that's the case, no wonder. Fukasaku Senin was a little surprised. At that time, he felt that Xia Li's physique had grown a bit too fast. It turned out that the root cause was here. But in this case, Fukasaku Senin looked at Xia Li thoughtfully. The training plan he had made this time should be adjusted and the amount needed to be increased. On Xia Li's side, after finishing Lei Dun's massage, he took the pills given to him by Fukasaku Senin. Xia Li doesn't know what the raw materials for this pill are, and he doesn't want to know. At least he doesn't want to know until he completes his practice in the past few years. After swallowing the pill, Xia Li first felt a warm feeling spreading in her body. The fatigue was still there, but Xia Li clenched her fists. Although she still felt tired, she felt that she could continue practicing. Is this the secret medicine of Maiamu Mountain? Xia Li sighed. Of course, this is our undisclosed secret. Xia Li, continue to practice. In order for the effect of this secret medicine to be fully exerted, you need to keep up with your practice. Fukasaku Sage said, feeling that this time its ruler should be. Is it useful? After all, the extra foundation brought by the secret medicine cannot actually take effect completely in the first time, so the next first time is the most difficult to get through. However, Fukasaku Senin still underestimated Xia Li. After all, Xia Li did not choose to break through the limit before. After taking the secret medicine, Xia Li understood. With this secret medicine, the side effects after he breaks through the limit for the first time after a good rest every day will no longer exist. Maybe the second and third times will also work. Ever since, the next thing Fukasaku Senin stared at the crazy scene in front of him was dumbfounded, and he swallowed. At this time, he couldn't help but become suspicious. Are you a bit out of touch with the times? So the practice plan you made is a bit too easy? And isn't it that the secret medicine at home can't support Xia Li's dosage and needs to be increased? This feeling made Fukasaku Senin speechless and choked. You must know that the pills Jiraiya took at that time were smaller than this amount, and in the end he was not able to use them up, so some of them were wasted. From this point of view, Xia Li can exert the effect of this secret medicine to an incredible extent during the period of effectiveness. As long as his body begins to enter the next stage, his chakra amount will increase every day. Explosive growth. And now it can be predicted that Xia Li's chakra amount will be much higher than that of Jiraiya with this amount of chakra. It would be a pity not to learn immortal arts. Fukasaku Senin stroked his white beard, became interested in talents, and made a decision in his heart. After Xia Li's chakra increased to a sufficient level, he would let Xia Li let's get started with magic. As for Xia Li, after completing the second limit breakthrough, she also felt that her body seemed to have bottomed out. It seemed that it was still not enough to support the third breakthrough, but Xia Li was already very satisfied with this. Just Xia Li looked at the sky and sighed. After taking this secret medicine, practice took up too much time, but there was nothing that could be done about it. If you want to become stronger, you must endure the boredom and fatigue of practice. However, Xia Li was actually a little surprised by his own performance. He actually broke through for the second time. In his previous life, his physical education teacher said that such a limit existed and that it could be broken through. Then he didn't have the willpower to break through in his previous life, which also led him to think that his willpower was not good in this life. He was able to break through the limit in the past because of the strength of his soul. Now it seems that Xia Li feels that her willpower may not be as bad as she thought, and what will be the result of doing so? Xia Li was a little stunned. Maybe he could really catch up with Xia Li's physical progress, or even surpass it. And the most important thing is that, with the blessing of the secret medicine, Xia Li is now cultivating within the limits allowed by her body, while Xia Li at this time, Xia Li also deeply felt the importance of background. It was obvious that Xia Li's efforts had exceeded the limit. It was obvious that with his appearance, Xia Li had entered Metke's sight in advance. As a result, Xia Li may not even be able to match him in terms of physical skills, just because he worshipped Jiraiya as his teacher. Jiraiya's physical skills may not be as good as Metke's, but Jiraiya's background is not a Metke can match it. It's like the secret medicine of Maiamu Mountain. Can Metke give it to him? This secret medicine at least ensures that while the secret medicine can take effect, his physical growth rate will be faster than that of Xia Li, who works harder. Xia Li sighed, but didn't think about it any further. Although it seemed unfair, these were all things he had fought for step by step. Xia Li crossed her legs and closed her eyes. An arc of electricity danced across her body again. Then, as usual, she emptied her body and entered a state of emptiness and darkness. However, this time, Xia Li forgot that there was Fukasaku Senin next to him, and he could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Xia Li's state. Fukasaku Senin observed carefully, thought carefully, and then determined, is this the prerequisite of sage mode? Fukasaku Senin was shocked again. Chapter 69 Immortal Magic Boom. Xia Li covered her head and looked at Fukasaku Senin in confusion, only to see him holding a black ruler with a shocked look on his face. Just now, Fukasaku Senin struck him down with a sword ruler. Xia Li also sensed Fukasaku Senin's movements. She originally wanted to avoid it, but the result can be imagined. Xia Li couldn't dodge Fukasaku Senin's ruler at all, and was slapped on the head without any hesitation, leaving him in the void state. After taking a deep breath, Fukasaku Sage asked solemnly, "Did little Jiraiya teach you this state? He is so irresponsible. How can you teach this with your chakra level?" It was rare that Fukasaku Senin, who had always been gentle, showed anger on his face. If this misunderstanding was not resolved, in short, Jiraiya would be in trouble. "Fukasaku Senin, my teacher didn't teach me this. I like to rest like this after exercising since I was a child. It's very comfortable. Is there anything strange about this state?" Xia Li didn't mean to trick Jiraiya, so he explained. "Huh? Really?" Fukasaku Senin heard this and looked at Xia Li with his eyes wide open, as if he was looking at a monster. When Xia Li nodded to confirm, Fukasaku Senin took a few deep breaths, and then said with some excitement in his tone, "It would be a waste of your talent not to learn the magic of immortality." "Immortal magic?" Xia Li asked with doubts. "Yes, celestial arts, but Xia Li's current chakra cannot learn celestial arts, which is a pity." At this time, Fukasaku Sage looked at Xia Li, and for the first time he felt how time passed so slowly. If Xia Li's body grows faster, then he can see Xia Li learn the magic of immortality. Seeing Xia Li's curious eyes, Fukasaku Senin thought about what he would have to teach Xia Li sooner or later, so he cleared his throat and started talking. Xia Li, in fact, in this world, not only the bodies of living things have physical energy and spiritual energy, but there is also natural energy in nature, and immortality is actually absorbing the natural energy existing in nature and its own physical energy, and it is a ninjutsu in which spiritual energy is combined in a certain proportion and condensed into senjutsu chakra before being used. Fukasaku Sage said, "What's the difference between senjutsu and ordinary ninjutsu?" "Of course it's different. As long as senjutsu chakra exists, the ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu of the ninja will be greatly improved," Fukasaku Sage said. "Then can I learn the magic of immortality?" Xia Li's eyes shone. "Not now. Learning fairy arts requires a huge amount of chakra. Otherwise you will be swallowed up by the surging natural energy. Xia Li, you also saw those stone statues when you were strolling with little Jiraiya before, right? Those were formed after being swallowed up by natural energy," said Sage Fukasaku solemnly. Xia Li had a disappointed expression on her face and didn't ask any more questions, but did Fukasaku Senin say that natural energy is very strong? In fact, the natural energy he perceives in the void state does not seem to be what Fukasaku Sage said. However, Fukasaku Senin is an expert in this area, so it's hard for Xia Li to say anything, let alone try. What if something goes wrong? By the way, Xia Li, in the state you were in just now, were you able to detect some other energy around you? Fukasaku Senin asked again, but I guess there is not. Even if you have reached this level, there is no two-toed. It is difficult to detect the natural energy of oil. Yes, Xia Li replied after thinking for a while. There is actually one? Fukasaku Senin opened his eyes in disbelief. Does this mean that Xia Li will not need to apply toad oil when practicing immortal arts in the future? Yes, but it's very vague, Xia Li replied. Fukasaku Sage took another deep breath, and then said solemnly, "Xia Li, you have to remember that the amount of chakra you have now is not enough. So you must never try to absorb them, you know." "I understand." Xia Li nodded. By the way, Xia Li, have you ever used the state you just had in front of little Jiraiya? Suddenly, Fukasaku Sage asked. You said it's a state of emptiness and darkness. It's been used before. Xia Li nodded and said. Calming state, did you name it yourself? Fukasaku Senin asked, stroking his beard. Yes. Fukasaku Sage nodded, and then his face showed intense dissatisfaction, but little Jiraiya is too undisciplined. He has obviously been learning immortal arts for so long, but he still hasn't been able to recognize your empty state. In this regard, Xia Li couldn't say anything. It seemed that he had tricked Mr. Jiraiya. Okay, you can continue, but you must be careful not to absorb that energy. Fukasaku Sage asked again. I understand. Xia Li nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, he entered the void state again. Looking at this scene, Fukasaku Senin nodded with satisfaction. He was really much stronger than Jiraiya. Even now, he was much faster than Jiraiya. Xia Li, who was in the state of emptiness and darkness, was thinking a lot at this time because she didn't notice it just now. But Xia Li, who was in the state of emptiness and darkness, recalled the scene just now. The moment Fukasaku Senin knocked down his ruler, his eyes opened. The key is that the moment he opened it, he did not escape from the void state. And you can imagine what this means. Page 38. It means that Xia Li has been able to initially move in the state of void and darkness. Even if he just blinks, he is blinking in the state of void and darkness. And what is the greatest function of the empty state? Perception enhancement? Morphological changes? No, it's about absorbing natural energy. Xia Li's recent focus has been on controlling the changes in the form of chakra in the void state, and is working hard to combine the thunder escape massage with a void state. Xia Li originally thought that after completing this step, she could move further in the void state. She never expected that these two are not related before and after, and can be done at the same time. Maintaining the state of emptiness and darkness during action means that you can absorb natural energy during action. You must know that in Xia Li's memory, the immortal mode in Mayamu Mountain lasts very short, and it seems to be shorter than the giant of light on Earth. More time for activities. And if Xia Li can complete this method, then wouldn't the immortal mode be able to continue and even achieve sustainability? Or can we go further? You know, the great toad sage can use natural energy to practice even when there is no chakra. So does the sage mode really require chakra? Xia Li just thought about it for a while and then stopped thinking about it. He should first find out how to maintain a state of emptiness during action, and then learn the normal sage mode when he has enough chakra. As for the big toad immortal and the white dragon immortal, you still have to wait until the ordinary immortal mode is proficient or even perfect before thinking about it. The road still has to be walked step by step. Chapter 70 The Inescapable Bug. When Xia Li opened her eyes, her expression had changed, and she hurriedly said, Fukasaku Senin, today's practice is over. I have to leave my house beforehand. Okay. Although he was a little confused as to why Xia Li was suddenly so panicked and how he knew something was going on at home, Fukasaku Senin still nodded and agreed. Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief and unlocked the technique of reverse channeling. Not long after Xia Li left, Shima Senin came over with a large bowl of extremely plump insects. After seeing Fukasaku Senin, he looked around and couldn't help but ask, Where is Xia Li? Although the secret medicine can replenish all the bodies, it requires energy, but it's definitely not as delicious as the food. Xia Li said that his family had left beforehand. Fukasaku Senin said this, and he probably guessed what was going on. Xia Li probably sensed that Shima Senin was coming, so he left in a hurry. Fukasaku Senin is a bit funny. Is it so scary? It's obviously very delicious, but I threw a bug into it and took a bite. It was so juicy and delicious that I really didn't know how to enjoy it. Leave now. Shijian Senin was a little disappointed, and then he accidentally glanced at the remaining fruits over there and couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's going on with those? Fukasaku-senin looked at it and thought for a while and said, "It seems to be the fruit that Xia Li asked Xiao Zhang to bring here." Immediately, Immortal Shijian's face changed greatly. "It's too much. I even refused to eat the bugs that I took so much trouble to pick out. It took me a long time to pick them. It's really too much. I think Xia Li left early, just to avoid me." Fukasaku-senin smiled bitterly. Although he felt this was the case, it was better not to continue to offend his wife at this time. Immortal Shijian left with strong dissatisfaction. Then, the next day Xia Li looked at the bowl of worms in front of him with a bitter look on his face, and then looked at the angry Shijin-senin. "Xia Li, I prepared this carefully for you. It took me several hours to make this meal today." Although Shiji and Senran didn't say anything, the other party's behavior showed that if Xia Li refused again, she would definitely be angry. But when Xia Li looked at the bugs in front of him, it was considered good that he didn't vomit them out directly, let alone eat them. Immortal Zhijian looked at Xia Li, who had been silent, and his expression became increasingly grim. "Xia Li, it's actually very delicious." Fukasaku-senin next to him seemed to be setting an example for Xia Li, eating a bug in one bite, and then showed a satisfied look on his face. Xia Li sighed, looked at Shima-senin and said, "Shima-senin, I think your craftsmanship should be very good. You only need to see that Fukasaku-senin likes to eat so much." Hearing what Xia Li said, Immortal Zhijian's expression finally softened a little and said, "Then you should eat quickly, it's delicious." "Well, Shima-senin, our species are different, so bugs are actually not within the scope of human diet, and our taste bud structures are also different, so it's not that I don't want to eat it, but that I can't eat it," Xia Li said. Hearing this, Shima-senin's face darkened and he said, "Little Jiraiya can eat it, so why can't you?" Xia Li was immediately speechless. "After all, you just don't want to eat it. What's so delicious about those things you call fruits?" Shijian-senin wanted to get angry, but looking at Xia Li, who was only 7 years old, it was the period of cute babies. It's not easy to get angry directly and asked, "Okay, mother, if Xia Li doesn't want to eat, don't make things difficult for him. After all, Xia Li is right. Our species are different, and our food may not be suitable for them." Fukasaku-senin also comforted him at this time. When Immortal Zhijian heard this, his expression was still not good. After snorting coldly, he did not force Xia Li to eat the bug. He turned around and left directly. However, it seemed that he would not give Xia Li anything good in the future. His face became pale. "Thank you." Xia Li thanked Fukasaku-senin. "Well, you're welcome, but don't you really want to try it? It's really delicious," Fukasaku-senin said. "There is really nothing we can do about this. This is a physiological reason. Fukasaku-senin should have something that he must not eat, right? Even if he eats this thing, it will not have any impact on his body," Xia Li said. "Oh, that's understandable." Obviously, Fukasaku-senin had something he hated. "So this is what bugs mean to me," Xia Li said helplessly, and asked him to eat bugs. He would rather eat coriander. Anyway, he just didn't like eating it, not that he couldn't eat it. "Then let me talk to the old lady later, and let's continue with today's practice," Fukasaku Sage said. That's right. The reason why Xia Li was blocked by Immortal Zhijian today was because Xia Li's practice was not over yet, and then Immortal Zhijian came and blocked the door, preventing Xia Li from leaving. On the third day, Immortal Zhijian came again. Xia Li had a helpless expression and a look of determination. If that didn't work, he would give in. After all, this was the opponent's territory compared with these. The secret medicine is more important. However, just when Xia Li came to Immortal Zhijian with a look of death and was about to agree, she discovered that this time the bowl didn't seem to be bugs but cut fruits. Although they didn't look good, but not bugs. "Humph, can you eat it this time?" Immortal Zhijian looked at Xia Li. If Xia Li dared to say anything to refuse, even if Xia Li was a child and seemed quite cute to her, she would definitely will get angry. Xia Li couldn't help but look at immortal Shijin. In fact, the other person, no, he was pretty good. He was just trying to prove his skills this time. Xia Li didn't say anything more. He picked up the bowl, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. I have to say that the fruits here in Miyamu Mountain not only look good, but also taste much better than those outside. Seeing that Xia Li finally took advantage of her craftsmanship, even though it was something she was not good at, Master Shijian's expression finally softened. Well, it's very delicious. Sure enough, Immortal Shijian's craftsmanship is really good. Even if it's just his first time cooking human food, it's still so delicious. Xia Li praised. If this was put out there would definitely be a lot of people rushing to buy it. Xia Li wasn't lying. You couldn't buy such fruit outside. Hearing this, Immortal Shijian's eyes lit up. Then he smiled happily and said, "That's right, my craftsmanship is famous far and wide, but those people outside who want to buy my craftsmanship can't." At this time, Fukasaku Senin also curiously picked a piece of fruit from the Xia Li bowl and ate it. Then he couldn't help but shook his head and said, "I think insects are more delicious." "Go ahead, you are nothing compared to Xia Li. You have different taste buds," Shima Senin said angrily. He used Xia Li's previous words to teach Fukasaku Senin, and then looked at Xia Li with a smile and said, "Then I will continue to bring you my craft tomorrow. It will definitely be better than today." Fukasaku Senin just laughed when he was told this. He was happy to see this scene and didn't want to see a rift between his wife and Xia Li. After all, in its view, after learning the magic of immortality, Xia Li will also need them to perform the magic of immortality and 2 lives, so it is still very important to have a good relationship. He was worried at first, but now it seems that there is no need. Xia Li ate the fruit, thought about it, and said, "If it's troublesome, I won't." However, before he said much, Xia Li saw the change in Immortal Shijian's expression and immediately changed his mind. "Please prepare it for me. I think it's delicious. It would be even better if I can eat it in the future." Immediately, Shijian Senin left with a smile on his face. And Xia Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he shouldn't have to eat bugs immemorially. This feeling is more tiring than practicing. Chapter 71. 3 years. In the following days, Shima Senin would bring new styles of fruits to mix together every day. However, from the appearance point of view, it is getting better and better than the first time. The most important thing is the taste. This blend has also made great progress. Although the foundation of the fruit itself is good, it can achieve a lot. Delicious, already very good. And it's getting fresher and fresher, which shows that Senin Shima attaches great importance to his craftsmanship. This made Xia Li believe what Fukasaku Senin said. Maybe Shima Senin's craftsmanship was indeed good, but he was not a toad, so he couldn't appreciate Shima Senin's best craftsmanship. This is Xia Li's problem, not Shijian Immortal's problem. After getting along with him these days, Xia Li also discovered that Immortal Shijian is actually very easy to talk to, but he is usually a bit harsh verbally. In fact, he is quite nice, with a typical sharp mouth and a soft heart. As long as Xia Li praises him after eating every day, Shijian Senran will be very happy and slowly stop mentioning the insect cooking. At Miyamu Mountain, in addition to physical training, Xia Li has not fallen behind in the study of ninjutsu. Even now, the seals of the substitute technique have been reduced to 2, and with Xia Li's speed of forming seals, he does not even need to use them. The substitute technique can be used in half a second. The combination of calming state and lay-down massage also has a problem, but unfortunately, it is very difficult to move in the calming state. Even if you find it, you can only blink your eyes. These are the directions that he will continue to work hard in the future. As for Flying Thunder God, the sealing technique is also making good progress. Xia Li has also begun to decompose Flying Thunder God's final simplified seal. It won't take too long, and he should be able to make his own mark of the flying thunder god. Of course, you can't just carve it into kunai like the 4th generation. You have to do this slowly and don't rush it. The rest is that Jiraiya upgraded his library card. Now Xia Li can not only go to the library to read some knowledge, but also successfully learn about ninjutsu. Of course, the highest level is only B level. A level is still confidential, let alone S level. In addition, those secret techniques and forbidden techniques are not open to Xia Li. And this is actually very good. This is the advantage of having a background. What is Xia Li's identity? The disciple of the Sannin, the junior fellow apprentice of the 4th Hokage, and the disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Although Xia Li learned quickly, he needed to learn more and more. Xia Li, who had a clear goal, was distressed and happy about this. Konoha, Xia Li's home. Xia Li dragged her extremely tired body out and went out. Naturally, the reason for going out was to meet the shadow clone. Of course, Xia Li no longer participated in the afternoon training, and the 3rd generation had also given instructions to Urga, and Xia Li's reputation as the great demon king was still very useful, so he usually didn't bother Xia Li with his eyesight. It stands to reason that Xia Li's shadow clone only needs to be released by himself, but Xia Li did not do this. Every day during school, he would complete the handover with the shadow clone, and then Xia Li's main body would be sent to Ino as usual go home. As for why he did this, Xia Li always felt that using the shadow clone was a bit strange. After all, after the shadow clone came out, the shadow clone's thinking was already out of his control. It was based on Xia Li's thinking at that time point. Even when the shadow clone is released, he can still have all the feelings and thoughts of the shadow clone, but Xia Li still has a strange feeling of being greened by his past self's thinking. Therefore, after using the shadow clone to accompany him for the first time, Xia Li did not continue to use the shadow clone. The shadow clone only needs to learn and have some ordinary communication. For example, these special things should be done with the original body. Xia Li felt that the clone he could accept in this aspect could only be one that was directly controlled by the main body, and whose senses and thinking could be connected with the main body. This kind of clone may not be as practical as the shadow clone in many cases, but sometimes it is much more practical than the shadow clone. Xia Li, why do you look so tired? Ino asked Xia Li with confusion. In her opinion, didn't Xia Li not even participate in the afternoon training? But it doesn't make sense to say that Xia Li's physical condition is poor. After all, Xia Li is a second-year demon king. I'm a little tired. Xia Li also admitted that there was nothing he could do. After every day of practice, his body would basically lose strength. Even if it was slightly relieved by the lay-done massage, it still would not help. Ino looked at Xia Li, his face suddenly changed, and asked, Xia Li, are you sick? Ino thought about it. Xia Li suddenly stopped participating in the afternoon training. She was also confused at the time. Thinking about it now, could it be because of her health? Seeing Ino's worried look on his face, Xia Li couldn't help but stretched out her hand and pinched his chubby little face that had been greedy for a long time. Not to mention, at this age, the touch was really good, and now Xia Li also let go. It's open, let's keep it like this for now, so if we don't hold on to the lovely time when we were young, it will expire. What are you thinking about? My body is not that easy to get sick. Suddenly, Ino's face turned red, but she didn't stop him and asked, what's going on? Page 39. Xia Li thought for a while, but didn't tell everything. He only said that the person who was in school was actually his shadow clone, and his body had been practicing in other places. It had recently reached a critical point, so he couldn't go back to school. So, is Xia Li a shadow clone now? Ino also squeezed Xia Li's palm curiously. Well, it was a bit rough, but this is something that long-term training cannot help. No, I'm my real body now, and I don't want to use my shadow clone to get along with Ino. Xia Li said. Why, aren't those all Xia Li? Ino became even more curious. Because I feel that at the moment we got together, that was not me. Even if the memory will be transferred back later, it won't work. Xia Li replied like this. It can't be said that he doesn't want to be sexually involved with himself, right? Ino didn't speak, but her red cheeks showed her current mood. Although she was a little confused about Xia Li's thoughts, she was mostly happy. Xia Li also retracted her hand at this time and sighed. Sure enough, the hand felt better when she was a child. As she grew up, the hand felt less and it was not so cute. Therefore, he really still wants to raise a daughter who will not grow up. Of course, she can recognize her, but she must be born. He is not the kind of person who changes other people's physical development for his own liking. After sending Ino home, Xia Li found Xiao Li and gave Xiao Li a massage as agreed. However, during the massage, Xia Li also noticed that Xiao Li seemed to be working harder. He must have been informed of Xia Li's condition. After all, although Metkai didn't know what happened to Xia Li as a master of physical arts, but he could see Xia Li's progress. Metkai was also shocked by this progress. Originally, Metkai still had a glimmer of hope that Xiao Li could catch up with Xia Li. Now maybe this hope is gone. What a cruel fact. Metkai wants to cry, especially when Xiao Li still doesn't give up after knowing it. It makes him want to cry. After doing this, Xia Li returned home to rest. Her head was dizzy from the contact with the shadow clone, and her body had no strength. There was no need to continue to force herself. What makes Xia Li a little desperate is that days like this may last for a long, long time, but he still has to persevere. Xia Li was right, because this situation lasted for 3 years. Chapter 72 Xia Li's Flying Thunder God. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Miyamu Mountain, under a huge waterfall, a black-haired boy wearing only a pair of shorts was sitting cross-legged on the rock in the middle of the waterfall, using his body to accept the wash of the waterfall. Under the boy's weak-colored skin, there seemed to be surging power hidden. As long as the boy moved, that power would explode in terror. I don't know how long it took, but the boy opened his eyes. At that moment, the waterfall seemed to have stopped flowing. No, it was not as if it was like it had been cut off and could no longer get close to the boy. The young man yawned and disappeared directly onto the shiny rock washed by the waterfall. The next moment, the young man appeared on the shore, picked up his clothes and put them on, and the clothes were next to it was a seemingly ordinary kunai. At this time, the waterfall that had stopped flowing finally recovered, and even became more turbulent because of the interruption. However, none of this had anything to do with Xia Li. She wiped the water drops on her body as if no one else was watching, and after putting on clean clothes, Xia Li disappeared on the shore again. When Xia Li appeared again, he was already in the training ground of Miyamu Mountain, and at his feet was a field full of marks. Those are the marks of the Flying Thunder God that Xia Li carved with his own chakra over the past few years. To be honest, Xia Li was a little dumbfounded when he saw these Flying Thunder God marks. He himself didn't know that he had carved so many. Some of these Flying Thunder God marks were very complicated, and some were only bigger than the 4th generation. The Sword of Tolerance has a more complicated imprint. It can be said that this contains all Xia Li's achievements in the past 3 years, but Xia Li couldn't understand it now, because they were all mixed together, making it impossible to find individual marks in the middle. There was even a change that made Xia Li unexpected during this period. That is, Xia Li can connect here no matter where he is. As long as he has enough chakra, he can directly use the Flying Thunder God to rush over and consume it, leading to here. Much less chakra. This is currently something that the Flying Thunder God Kunai alone cannot do. As long as the Flying Thunder God Kunai is out of Xia Li's range of perception, it will be impossible for Xia Li to use the Flying Thunder God to retrieve the kunai. Therefore, The place where Xia Li used to learn to fly the Thunder God had undergone some changes that Xia Li didn't understand. It's a good thing so far. Xia Li looked at it again and still didn't understand why. It seems that the sealing technique needs to be more refined. He needs to understand the compounding of these marks and then make each flying Thunder God kunai into something. A kunai with this effect is the best option. At present, Xia Li's sealing skills are still a bit inferior, so the mark on Xia Li's Flying Thunder God kunai is more complicated than the 4th generation Flying Thunder God's mark, and it takes longer to condense a mark. Xia Li, you are becoming more and more proficient in using the Flying Thunder God. Fukasaku Sennin looked at Xia Li, who suddenly appeared, and every time he couldn't help but think of the last psychic, who was also a very outstanding person. Well, you can't use it at will at the moment, and the chakra is still not enough. Xia Li put away his Flying Thunder God kunai, which was not special, and said, with the support of the 3rd generation, it is not impossible for him to make special kunai, but he felt it was not necessary. Hiding the Flying Thunder God kunai in an ordinary kunai might have more unexpected effects. In short, sometimes you can use some tricks haha, it should be enough soon. Since the past few days, your chakra level has been increasing by leaps and bounds every day, which means that your body has officially entered a period of rapid development. Fukasaku Sage also looked at him with some sigh. Xia Li, 3 years, 3 full years. The young man in front of him perfectly completed the practice plan he had set for the other party, and even forced it in turn to continuously adjust the practice plan and the amount of secret medicine he had set for the other party. In the past 3 years, Xia Li has not complained, and he has not been required to keep an eye on her. The other party's requirements for her are even higher than theirs. Therefore, Fukasaku Sennin's ruler has become completely useless since that time, which makes Fukasaku Sennin feel a bit regretful. I hope so. Xia Li could not help but smile as he felt the amount of chakra he had. He had finally reached this point, and even now, according to the indicators, he had already reached the level of a special jounin. Although Xia Li doesn't like the term special jounin, he feels that the elite among chunin actually sound better than the particularly weak jounin. But unfortunately, others probably think that even a particularly weak jounin is still a jounin. Therefore, there is no elite chunin level, but a strange jounin level. Learning the Flying Thunder God is actually not easy. Xia Li was able to carve the Flying Thunder God's mark a year ago. Although it is the most complicated kind, he only needs to go in the opposite direction according to the complicated path he calculated, and turn the complicated into Jane's progress would be rapid, and so it was. But this was only the first step in learning to fly the Thunder God, and the second step also gave Xia Li a headache for a long time. Although he could sense the Flying Thunder God's mark, it was very difficult to use the Flying Thunder God. Even though he has the space talent praised by Jiraiya and the 3rd generation, it is still not simple. Later, Xia Li also found a trick and got started quickly. The trick lies not in the Flying Thunder God, but in the reverse necromantic technique. The necromantic technique itself is a kind of time and space ninjutsu, but it is just the ninjutsu of the ninja channeling the psychic beast. The reverse channeling technique is undoubtedly a time and space ninjutsu. The most important thing is that during the channeling process, Xia Li can sense and learn the process of being channeled and find out what kind of space fluctuations there are. At first, Xia Li didn't find any special clues until he had a flash of inspiration and was channeled once in the void state, and the fluctuation clearly appeared in Xia Li's perception. At that time, Xia Li used the Flying Thunder God for the first time through his perception of the fluctuations, although his chakra bottomed out after using it. In the following days, Xia Li would enter a state of emptiness and darkness before each reverse channeling spell, and then become familiar with the spatial fluctuations little by little. The results of this are remarkable. Xia Li is now able to use the Flying Thunder God proficiently, and most importantly, the deeper the perception of the spatial fluctuations, the lower the consumption of the Flying Thunder God. Xia Li estimated that this was also the reason why the Yondaime was able to use the Flying Thunder God so many times. The opponent's own chakra content was not low, and coupled with his profound knowledge of the Flying Thunder God, together they formed the fourth generation of Hokage's golden flash that shook the ninja world. Now Xia Li has also learned how to fly the Thunder God. Although the level of proficiency in the Flying Thunder God is not as high as that of the fourth generation as the number of uses increases, he will definitely be able to reach that level. As for the reaction power required to fly the Thunder God, Xia Li had been worried about this problem before, and his reflexes didn't seem to be outstanding. But when he actually used the Flying Thunder God, Xia Li discovered other people's Flying Thunder God probably really needed to react, but his Flying Thunder God didn't seem to be able to use it, because he himself felt as if he had cheated. Chapter 73 Ability. The cheating that Xia Li feels is not because a system suddenly appeared to increase his reaction ability to the maximum, but that his current perception ability is equivalent to cheating. During the battle, as long as you still have chakra in your body, will be sensed by Xia Li. This feeling is like opening up a global vision. Originally, after the Flying Thunder God teleports to the kunai position, he needs to determine the position of himself and the opponent in a very short period of time in order to facilitate the attack. But Xia Li, who has a global vision, does not need to judge the opponent's position at all, because even after the Flying Thunder God teleports, the opponent's position is always certain in Xia Li's perception, even if the positions of both parties change. As long as it does not exceed his perception range, he can accurately know the position between him and the enemy in the first place. Therefore, Xia Li's Flying Thunder God only needs to consider how to attack after the transfer, skipping the judgment process. And this is equivalent to cheating. In such a situation, this kind of simple perception is even more useful than the Hyuga family's Byakugan. After all, Byakugan still needs to see, and the instantaneous changes in the field of vision are not so easy to adapt to. In the past 3 years, the most important change in Xia Li has been in the basic aspect. He has laid this foundation extremely solid, but when it comes to the aspect where Xia Li has made the greatest progress, that must be perception. It should be said that Xia Li's perception progress has been progressing at great speed, as if there is no end. Thanks to perception, Xia Li was able to learn to fly the Thunder God so quickly, and also because of perception, Xia Li can now sense natural energy without even entering the void state. After entering the void state, the natural energy can be said to be clearly visible to Xia Li. For a while, Xia Li couldn't help but want to let Fukasaku Sennin watch. He tried to absorb natural energy. As a result, of course, he was severely rejected by Fukasaku Sennin, and he almost channeled Jiraiya to teach Xia Li. After all, can natural energy be tried casually? What if the natural energy cannot be suppressed and is swallowed up? Will you die if you try? Under the firm opposition of Fukasaku Sennin, Xia Li extinguished this idea again. In fact, this was not the first time he had such an idea, because in his perception, natural energy may not be as uncontrollable as Fukasaku Sennin said. But Xia Li has never learned to absorb natural energy, and those stone statues show that absorbing natural energy is full of risks, so for the sake of safety, it is better to be a little sleazy and wait until the safety line is reached before trying again. As for Xia Li, she is now able to move a little in her calming state. At least she can walk and communicate normally without any problems. Xia Li still remembers Fukasaku Sage's disbelieving look when he was walking in a void state. If the Great Toad Sage hadn't woken up, Xia Li suspected that Fukasaku Sage would have dragged him directly to see the Great Toad Sage. The progress of the empty and dark state also accelerates the progress in other aspects. For example, the shadow clone always maintains the empty and dark state while reading. It not only exercises the empty and dark state, but also absorbs knowledge efficiently. It can be said that Xia Li is now a very comprehensive ninja, although theoretically he has not graduated from the ninja school as for ninjutsu. Xia Li now has the permission to use the Rasengan because when his chakra reached the Chunin level, Jiraiya came to MT Myoki and taught Xia Li the Rasengan. Then, Xia Li learned the Rasengan in just half a day, making Jiraiya look a little dazed. So, is this the talent gap? No wonder Minato was so perfunctory when he showed off to Minato after he learned the Rasengan. Was it because in Minato's opinion his talent was not enough? Although Xia Li had already learned the Rasengan, in fact, Xia Li didn't have much time to learn the Rasengan. He never took the initiative to learn the Rasengan. Instead, after reaching the level of chakra control and knowing the principle of the Rasengan, naturally if you want to use it, use it. After Jiraiya finished teaching Xia Li Rasengan, he left with a disappointed look on his face, as if it was difficult to accept that his talent was poor. As for other ninjutsu, the substitute technique Xia Li now only requires one seal. It can even be used without sealing when you are concentrating. It is very easy to use. Although it can only be used before being hit, as an E-level ninjutsu the technique is already useful and practical enough. In terms of wind escape, Xia Li also took the time to learn wind escape vacuum wave and some of its variations, such as vacuum jade. Yes, in Xia Li's opinion, vacuum wave is the one that best embodies the power of wind cutting. Well, vacuum jade pursued the overall power, but Xia Li felt it was unnecessary. The lethality of the vacuum wave combined with the cutting nature of the wind is terrifying enough. It can be said that it has become Xia Li's strongest attack method. Even the Rasengan is not as good as it, but the Rasengan has the advantage of having no seal, and being able to concentrate and attack instantly has its own advantages. In terms of thunder escape, Xia Li finally figured out the thunder cutter, but the use of thunder cutter was not so smooth. Although there is a cheating method called perception, which can know the opponent's position, it is not like the flying thunder god, which basically does not give the opponent time to react. Even if Reiki is very fast, the opponent can still react and perform certain actions evasive. Xia Li has also tried it. If the opponent adjusts, although Xia Li perceives the opponent's position very clearly, the speed is too fast and Xia Li sometimes has no time to adjust. In other words, even if he adjusts slightly, he may overdo it. After all, the speed is there. Of course, even so, Xia Li who cheated can still use Reikiri. Although it is difficult to adjust, it will not be used by the enemy in turn. It can be said that although Reikiri's shortcomings have not been completely overcome, the most deadly the shortcomings are gone. However, Xia Li certainly would not be satisfied with this. He also had some ideas in his mind, but he had not yet had time to experiment. After all, he also learned Reikiri secretly. It is best not to use it without permission. Now other methods are sufficient and there is no shortage of Reikiri. The rest is fire release. Yes, Xia Li also learned some basic fire escape. Although he does not have fire attributes, the use of ninjutsu does not require these, but the power of fire escape used by Xia Li without fire attributes is much lower. But it doesn't matter. He only learned these to cooperate with the toad oil of the toad psychic beast later. He only needs to be responsible for igniting it and that's almost enough. Of course, it would be better if his body slowly precipitated fire attributes with the use of fire release. Chapter 74. Old man, that old guy woke up. At this time, immortal Shijian rushed towards this side and shouted. Chapter 74. Big Toad Immortal Old Woman, what did you say? Grandpa Sama is awake. Fukasaku Sennin was surprised, and then he suddenly came to his senses and said, Old woman, you must respect Grandpa Sama a little more. What does it matter? He's just an old fool, Shima Sennin said nonchalantly. Fukasaku Sennin twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and couldn't say anything else. By the way, do you want to take Sayo Xia Li over to see Grandpa? Shijian Sennin asked. Of course. Fukasaku Sennin nodded. Although it was unlikely, Fukasaku Sennin still wanted to try whether Xia Li could be the prophesied child. After all, Xia Li also had many conditions that met the prophecies at that time, and this talented Shinzaku immortal was used to being surprised. In his opinion, no one should be more talented than Xia Li, right? Perhaps the talent in a certain aspect can surpass him, but in terms of overall talent, Xia Li is the strongest in its opinion. Big Toad Immortal. Xia Li was also a little curious about this one. This was the only toad he hadn't seen since coming to Miyamu Mountain. A toad that was active earlier than the Six Paths Immortal. He didn't know if the other party would give him a prophecy, and Xia Li was also very curious about his appearance. Yes, Sayao Xia Li, follow me. Fukasaku Sennin nodded and seriously led Xia Li to a very tall door and slowly pushed it open. Inside was an empty and tall hall. Sitting on the throne was a very huge old toad. Grandpa, I am Fukasaku, and I have brought little Jiraiya's apprentice here. Fukasaku Sage shouted. Who is coming? The great toad immortal asked vaguely with his eyes open. Immediately, Fukasaku Sage felt a little helpless. It was interesting to come here every time, but he still repeated, I am Fukasaku, and I am bringing little Jiraiya's disciples here to see the great-grandfather. Who is little Jiraiya? Big Toad Sage's words made Fukasaku Sage silent and also made Xia Li silent. There seemed to be such a scene in his memory, and he had almost forgotten it. This old fool, little Jiraiya is the one you gave him the prophecy at that time. Sennin Shima couldn't help it anymore and said bluntly and loudly, Oh, it's little Jiraiya. The big toad sage's eyes moved, as if he didn't see anyone familiar. So he couldn't help but said, Little Jiraiya doesn't seem to be here. It's not Jiraiya-chan, it's Jiraiya-chan's apprentice. Natsuki-chan, said Shima Sage. If it hadn't been for Fukasaku Sage next to him who kept pulling it, it would probably have wanted to hit it with a punch. It was too hard spoke. Little Xia Li? The great toad immortal was a little confused, and finally his half-closed eyes fell on Xia Li. The next moment, the great toad immortal opened his eyes slightly and made a confused voice. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Suddenly, the expressions of Xia Li, Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin all change. Old fool, really old fool. Isn't he standing properly in front of you? Why is he already dead? Immortal Shijin retorted unceremoniously. In her opinion, if Sayao Xia Li died, if so, who else would praise her craftsmanship every day? She has been really happy in the past 3 years. She can hear all kinds of compliments from Sayao Xia Li every day, unlike others who eat without making any move. Oh, he's not dead, it seems so. The great toad immortal said in confusion and closed his eyes. After waiting for a while, the two toads and Xia Li realized that the big toad fairy seemed to have fallen asleep again, and they were speechless. Shima Sennin couldn't bear it any longer and almost made a move, but was stopped by Fukasaku Sennin with sharp eyes and quick hands. Don't be impulsive. It seems that this is not the first time that Shima Sennin wants to take action, and it is not the first time that Fukasaku Sennin has stopped him. Both of them are very skillful in their movements. However, Xia Li suspected that if Fukasaku Sennin didn't stop him, Shima Sennin would really dare to take action. As for what the great toad immortal just said, it was impossible for Xia Li not to have fluctuations in her heart. However, after thinking about it carefully, she realized that she should indeed be dead. If he hadn't traveled through time into Sinai's belly, the original Xia Li and Sinai would have died. Can you survive? Finally, the great toad immortal opened his eyes again. This time he looked at Xia Li, and his expression became a little serious. Sayao Xia Li, right? Yes, great toad immortal. Well, although I can't understand your destiny, it seems that your destiny was interrupted once when you were born. Why was it reconnected? The great toad immortal was also a little confused as he spoke, and Xia Li sighed in his heart. Sure enough, as he thought, it was one corpse and 2 lives. When Shima Senin heard this, he mumbled about being an old fool again. While Fukasaku Senin was persuading Shima Senin, he also had some doubts in his heart. He didn't understand why the great-grandfather said that. After being puzzled, the great toad immortal didn't think much and continued, I saw very little from you, only a few blurry fragments, but each fragment has the same background. Xia Li looked at the great toad immortal with some curiosity, wanting to know what the fragment the great toad immortal saw looked like. This time, perhaps the great toad immortal was also a little curious about Xia Li, so he did not continue to doze off and said directly, Xia Li, you will definitely cause a bloody storm in the entire ninja world, but I can't see that there is a good thing in it. It's still a bad thing. Although the great toad sage said this, Fukasaku sage's heart still sank. No matter what, bloody storms are not a good word. At the same time, Fukasaku Senin was a little unbelievable because in the past 3 years of getting along with him, he felt that Xia Li was actually a very gentle person and basically nothing could shake him. Well, of course, eating bugs doesn't count. His wife actually tried to replace fruit with bugs on the way, but never succeeded. So, how could such a person be related to the bloody storm? Fukasaku Senin sighed in disbelief. Since the great-grandfather did not mention the child of prophecy, it proved that Xia Li was not the child of prophecy. This is a pity. As for Xia Li, he was a little surprised by the big toad immortal's prediction, but not that surprised. He knew himself well, and if necessary, it would be okay to cause a bloody storm. However, Xia Li will not completely believe this prophecy. Since it is a prophecy, there is a possibility that the prophecy will fail. This is true even if the big toad immortal's prophecy is relatively reliable, and Xia Li does not like those destined fates. Son of prophecy? A bloody storm? Xia Li smiled. He just had to follow his own path. Why did he care so much? Do you want him to be tricked by a prophecy for so many years like Mr. Jiraiya? What's more, did Jiraiya-sensei believe it from the beginning? There are reasons for this, but not entirely. Chapter 75 Return After finishing the prophecy about Xia Li, the great toad immortal seemed to become even more sleepy. He closed his eyes and rested before a few people left. Xia Li and the two immortals also retreated from the hall. At this time, Fukasaku Senin couldn't help but said, Xia Li, don't pay too much attention to what Grandpa said, and maybe those are inevitable things to become a ninja. Don't worry, Grandpa. Xia Li smiled at Fukasaku Senin, saying that she didn't care. That's good. Fukasaku Senin nodded, but his heart became more solemn. Although he said that, he also understood that the bloody storm that the grandfather said was definitely not that simple. Xia Li, don't listen to that old fool. Maybe he just said it casually. Shijian Senran also said with dissatisfaction in his tone. Well, thank you, Grandma. Xia Li looked at immortal Shijian. Over the years, in order not to eat bugs, he had tried his best to say those kind words. And the effect of these is also very good. His relationship with Shima Senin is now particularly good. Moreover, in fact, Xia Li's praise later is not a lie, because Shijian Senran really attaches great importance to craftsmanship. All fruits are carefully selected, and the mixing methods are getting better and better, no matter how picky he is. People should not find fault with it. However, this kind of treatment seems to be only for Xia Li, because Jiraiya also licked his face and begged Shima Senin when he learned about it when he was teaching Xia Li Rasengan, but he still didn't get Shima Senin's consent. Probably because Shima Senin knew that Jiraiya could eat bugs, and even with Xia Li in front of him, Shima Senin still valued his insect cuisine more, so he firmly disagreed. This also made Jiraiya look at Xia Li with envy in his eyes. This is unfair. I was obviously the one who came first. Hey, 3 years have passed. Xia Li won't come here often, right? Shijian Senin suddenly asked, a little disappointed. Grandma, I will come over often to see you and Grandpa when I have time, Xia Li said. Then it's agreed. If Xia Li doesn't come, I will definitely be angry. Shima Sage's eyes lit up when he heard this, and Fukasaku Sage next to him also smiled, putting aside the big toad sage's prediction. In any case, compared to the uncertain prophecy, Xia Li, who has been with him for 3 years, is more important. Yes, I will remember it. Xia Li nodded. Anyway, there is a fixed teleportation array here. After improving the sealing technique, he can also build one at home in Konoha, so that he can travel back and forth at any time. However, at present, Xia Li does not dare to use the flying thunder god to rush over to Konoha. After all, if he does this, Xia Li will not be able to go back. To rush back to Konoha from Miyamu Mountain, even with Xia Li's distance, it will take it's a long walk. By the way, if necessary, you can feel free to use necromancy. All the toads here usually have time. Fukasaku Sage added at this time. Yes, that's right, including the kid Bunta. Don't worry, if Bunta's disobedient, come back and tell me and I will teach him a lesson. Shima Sento nodded and said, Yes, I will. Xia Li smiled. This is connections, no, the importance of toad connections. Although he is not as close to most toads as Jiraiya, he has 2 high-level relationships with toads. Okay well, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm going home. Xia Li also unlocked the reverse psychic technique and left Miyamu Mountain. After seeing Xia Li leave, Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin looked at each other, both feeling a little emotional. Although they just said that, they would not come every day like before. In the past 3 years, not only the 2 of them have become accustomed to Xia Li's existence, but all the toads on Miyamu Mountain know that there is a hard-working human being on Miyamu Mountain. It can be said that because of Xia Li's presence, the atmosphere here on Miyamu Mountain has changed. They all worked hard. Konoha, Xia Li's home. Xia Li pushed open the door, stretched her body, and couldn't help but smile as she felt the explosive power coming from her body. Finally, 3 years of basic training was over. During the period of rapid development, although she could not completely stop, exercise, but you don't need to work as hard as you did in the past 3 years. And what height will he reach after 3 years of hard work? Xia Li was a little curious, but first she had to meet the 3rd generation. At this time, Xia Li suddenly disappeared. The Anbu who was hiding in the tree and staring secretly was shocked. After finally waiting for Xia Li to come back, had he just lost him? Hello. The next moment, a voice came from behind and the Anbu face hidden under the mask froze completely. He was still a Chunin after all, so he was approached without any reaction. In other words, if the other party wants to kill him, he is already dead at this time. Anbu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. You can't be so relaxed as a guard. You have been guarding for 3 years, so you think nothing will happen? Xia Li looked at the Anbu who turned around and said. The Anbu didn't answer anything, and was also reflecting on whether he was really too careless. The answer is that he is indeed careless, but even if he is careless, he cannot deny that the 10-year-old boy in front of him is powerful. Perhaps he has surpassed the Chunin? And Xia Li's words indicate that the other party actually discovered him 3 years ago. The Anbu really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, he was sent here by the master of the 3rd generation opponent. Even if he was discovered, there was no danger. At this time, facing Xia Li, he could only nod. I see. Well, help me inform Mr. Sandai that I'm back and I want to go over and pay him a visit. Xia Li said at this time. This was the reason why he originally found out the Anbu. Okay. Anbu nodded. In fact, he wanted to say that you could just go there on your own without any notification, but he didn't dare to say that. Moreover, the Anbu did not dare to regard the young man in front of him as an ordinary little guy. After all, the strong are respected. If the other party has the ability to kill him easily, then he will definitely gain his respect. Xia Li's reasonable request for him naturally, he will not refuse. The Anbu quickly left, and Xia Li returned to the ground. She was walking leisurely in the village, looking at the familiar streets and familiar faces, which felt a bit like yesterday. Soon, Anbu rushed over with the third generation's answer. Lord Xia Li, Sir Third Generation, just let you go directly. The Anbu had already used the honorific title for Xia Li, which was the right of the strong. Okay. Xia Li walked towards the Hokage's office building, and there wasn't much distance left. Soon, Xia Li walked into the Hokage's office without any obstruction and saw the third Hokage who was still working. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.